This is the first color of the universe.
What? No! I'm out of here.
Hey you guys, it's Kevin. Welcome back to my channel. September 21st, 2015. Season 7 of Winx Club premiered in Italy for the first time 10 years ago. Season 7 of Winx Club is probably the most infamous season of the series. Not only the fact that Nick USA dropped them, but right after their complete revival with perfect support, they completely Nick Jr.-fied the show with the change in the target audience. The Nick Jr.-fied energy with the younger demographic really affected the enjoyment of the season. There were complete brain rot montages and just dull dialogue at times, and it was so unfortunate because, in all honesty, this is the best, most refined version of the HD art style. As frustrating as it is, today we are going to look past that. We are going to look beyond the brain rot. Today we're going to go all out for season 7. First, we're going to do a huge deep dive of every episode and all the specifics to really grasp a hold of that plot. Kind of showing off my bracelet here. And towards the end and sprinkled throughout, we're going to do some other aspects of the season, such as the transformations, the outfits, the music, the animation, the story, overall things I disliked and things I actually really liked. Before we start this season, I want to make a disclaimer that I am overall disappointed with season 7. I am a modern Winx stan. I love season 5. I love World of Winx. I love the story and the aspects. I love it. I love the specials so much. But season 7 and 8 are so frustrating for me. I think it is so frustrating that such a great show, such great story, such great lore, with such a great revival, went to crap right like that, right after Nick USA dropped them. I don't know the complete specifics about that, so don't quote me, but it is overall so frustrating because it is honestly borderline unenjoyable to watch, considering all of the brain rot. But I don't want to sit here and dwell for 7 hours. So today we are going to look past that and look at everything neutrally and really try to grasp a hold of the good parts of the season. You can go ahead and use the chapters in the video. You can click the timeline to view them on the side, or if you're on mobile, they'll pop up below. You can also view the timestamps in the description to navigate to which section you want to watch. And without further ado, we are going to get right into episode 1. Episode 1. The Althea Natural Park. First things first, the intro. I was honestly, at the time, and still now, not a big fan of the theme song. I think I found it just kind of annoying compared to the others. I don't want to be negative, but it's the truth. I really didn't enjoy this theme song as much as the others. And with it being for season 7, it's kind of fitting, but I do like how there are some exclusive clips to the intro that are not just a part of the series clipped together. Although Winx Club's intros always sort of had clips from the series in it, I don't personally mind that. Honestly, it doesn't bother me that much, but these unique clips in this intro were also in the trailer, which is a whole thing.
We'll ferry you.
Okay.
But overall, decent intro. I like the title cards, and starting from this episode on, the narrator will always read the episode title for season 7, 8, and World of Winx. So we start out and it's nighttime, and the Magic's bus is pulling up to Althea. The Winx get off and they have tons of shopping bags. We haven't seen the Magic's bus in a while, and I was honestly really surprised to see that. I thought it was really clever. Coming home late, the Winx are all tired of carrying Stella's bags. Stella miniaturizes them, and then Bloom's like, why didn't you do this like 5 hours ago? First things first, English fans will notice the different voice cast. And that's another straw that borderline breaks the camel's back for me. I think that if they at least had the Nick USA voices, Molly, Alejandra, Amy, Morgan, Romy, Kiki, we would be slightly better off. Honestly, at least 20% better, I think, if not 30, because everything changing plus the voices was just like, okay, what is this season? And right off the bat, their casual outfits are eating. I love them so much. I mean, as you can tell, I think that they're really, really cute. I love the schoolgirl aesthetic, the sweater vest, the pink and dark blue plaid is so interesting. I think Bloom with the high ponytail is such a good look. I think all of their hair is really cute. And I love the signature colors with Aisha's teal sweater, Tekna's green with the purple, Flora's green with the headband. I think it all looks really, really cute, honestly. A lot of people bring up the pink washing situation. I don't think that it's a problem on this outfit. I never even noticed it. And I think that these outfits are just really colorful and tasteful. So the Winx are trying to sneak back into the school without making a scene, and I don't know why this is such a problem because canonically, aren't they 22 years old at this point? I mean, I guess the school could have a curfew, but aren't they guardian fairies of the entire dimension? Why would Faragonda care about that specifically now? I would like to know. So the Winx are casually tiptoeing in such a cute shot here, and all of a sudden we hear a growl and these two fairies are running up and they are being chased by this purple monster. It's a little bit of chaos, then after some beautifully lit shots, we see the monster shrink down and we see Faragonda pop out from behind. This creature is called a can gourmet and it is a fairy animal. What happened was the two fairies fed it some candy and apparently it's not supposed to eat candy. Faragonda mentions that these two fairies are keepers of the Althea Natural Park and that they have some responsibility. We will learn the Althea Natural Park is a big part of this season. I love the shot of Stella and Bloom bickering behind Faragonda in silence, like Bloom's little hand motions were so funny there. And of course, they're in trouble for being late because of course you can't be 22 and, you know, live your life. So Faragonda calls the Winx into her office, not only to sort of scold them, but also to tell them that she would like them to accompany her to the Althea Natural Park the next day. We've never seen this before, we've never heard of it, nothing. So they get home, Bloom gives Kiko a carrot, and that was a whole scene. Stella wants to prepare some outfits, so the next morning, she blasts some music and wakes them up with some iconic boomboxes from season 1. She's experimenting with some cheetah outfits, some ladybug print, and they're actually really, really cute outfits, I think. Then she goes for tourist chic stuff with these sort of headbands, and it takes me back. I'm like, okay, wait, this was circa 2014. That was so long ago. Are we really doing the floral headbands? Like, okay. But no, it looks good. It was just like a culture shock, like, oh wow, okay, that was a while ago. And then she adorably gives Kiko a little backpack with some carrots and some giant binoculars. Now, of course, they're huge for him, but they do actually line up with the size of his eyes. So the Winx go to the quad the next morning and they meet Faragonda, the two fairies who were the guardians of the Althea Natural Park, and Roxy. Faragonda brings Roxy to join them because she's the fairy of animals, and this is the Fairy Animals Natural Park. I also want to say that seeing all the fairies outside of Althea felt very refreshing. It felt like the quad was like full, the school was populated, whereas in other seasons, even seasons 2 and 3, it was like, okay, this is a huge campus, where is everyone? I think the most I can remember from any other scene was season 1 when everyone was at Althea, the specialists, the witches, and the fairies, and it was the battle for everything. This can gourmet purple creature is the creature they want to return to the Althea Natural Park. Along the way, he's teasing Kiko, stealing his carrots. Faragonda reveals that she created this place as a refuge for all fairy animals.
I created this place as a refuge for all the fairy animals.
Roxy goes ahead and mentions that there are already some animals that are extinct on their native worlds, but in the Althea Natural Park, they can live peacefully and safely. Flora questions how they can keep such a sacred space protected from evil, and Faragonda says, with another freaking magic barrier. Who would have guessed?
Only those who have fairy magic can pass through.
Another useless barrier. Thanks, Faragonda. I do think that this was beautifully animated, especially with all the lighting and just the way it rippled and stuff. It was very, very good, and it felt so real. So the barrier is only open to those with fairy magic, and we see them all hesitant to go in, but they all make it in. And even Kiko hesitates, but he makes it in too. Maybe another subtle nod to episode 2 of season 1, when Bloom, Stella, and Kiko enter the barrier into Althea. Bloom then even mentions it's not stopping Kiko, which would confirm that he does have fairy magic of some kind. So the Keepers and Faragonda are gonna go walk around while the Winx and Roxy are going to take a tour of the Althea Natural Park. And through this, we see some beautiful background shots. It's really actually stunning. And Musa decides to dedicate a song to all fairy animals. Basically an excuse to make a montage. And this song, now this is no shade to Elisa, but on first listen, I was like, oh, this is Roar by Katy Perry. This song completely sounds like it. It was like a year or two after the time that Roar was released. I know she's a great songwriter, but I was just like, okay, this is completely inspired by Roar. Right? So they do a montage with all the fairy animals, tons of shots from the intro, Aisha and Techno with the butterfly flower thing, but it is very, very cute. After the montage, the Winx, Kiko, Roxy are walking around, and all of a sudden, we meet a Digmole.
It's a Digmole.
At one point, the Digmole bumps his head and Kiko is laughing. Then Bloom's like, it's not funny, Kiko. Kiko storms off with his last carrot, drops his bag and his binoculars, and walks off. Then the Digmole, in another shot where Kiko is, comes back up and tries to steal his last carrot. Kiko starts screaming. Then all of a sudden we cut back to the Winx, who look like they've been sitting there on the ground, chilling, doing nothing, for 5 minutes. Well, 1 minute has passed. Then they hear Kiko screaming, rush over to him. It's just pure brain rot, guys. It's only the beginning. It's not even that bad yet. Bloom goes over, makes sure Kiko is okay, and then gives him a hug. Then the Digmole is like, oh, I want a hug too, going like this. In the funniest shot, the most unserious shot happens. It's a super wide shot. The Digmole goes like this, and an eagle swipes him up. The Winx are gagged and don't know what to do, and Roxy immediately shouts, that is not a fairy animal, because fairy animals do not attack each other, which is something I do want to come back to and revisit, because there are some exceptions where I'm like, okay, wait, that can't be true unless this is true. Bloom again iconically tells Roxy to get Kiko somewhere safe and step out of the action. Season 5, episode 1 tease. Then the Winx spring into action. Bloom goes, Winx, fairy up, and it is Bloomix time. And I'd have to say, Bloomix looks so good in season 7. It's a shame everything happened the way it happened, because with the season 7 voice cast, Bloomix does not feel as epic to me, honestly. Although the shots were really beautiful and animated well, I think that season 6 Bloomix is so much different. But this starts a very interesting transformation order. I've noticed this was very common throughout season 7. The Winx typically transform in the order Bloom, Musa, Techna, Flora, Aisha, Stella. 90% of this season, that is the transformation order. Butterflix and Bloomix. TYNIX is kind of like all over the place, but it is very iconic. This eagle is grabbing the Digmole, flying away. The Winx have no idea what to do. They're trying to chase it, trying to attack the eagle. Stella says, what if I use my light rays at it, while everyone has been attacking it already? And Bloom says, no, you might hurt the Digmole. Then she goes ahead and says, volcanic attack.
What if I use one of my sunshine rays? No, you might hit the Digmole. This calls for some shock and awe. Volcanic attack!
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, okay. But before that, I think we see some iconic Flora scenes with a classic anime slash. And at the end of this all, the eagle flies up, flies out of the dome, flies away with the Digmole. And the Winx do nothing but look up at it and go, oh no. What's stopping you? Go chase after it. Go chase after it. There is nothing stopping you from continuing to fly up and out of the dome, except for plot. There was no reason. So the Winx fly back and meet Roxy and confess that the eagle got away. And they don't know what to do. So the Winx head back to Althea and meet Headmistress Faragonda. And they're talking about this situation. They have no idea what happened, and Roxy is confident that she has never seen this species of fairy animals, and also the fact that fairy animals don't attack each other, so what could this possibly be? They realize that it must have fairy magic because it entered the dome. Then we cut back to the eagle. We are in this epic lair. There are animals in cages all around, so the eagle turns back into this season's main antagonist, Kalshara. She is a human with wild magic, so she looks very animalistic and can turn into any animal she wishes. We will learn more about wild magic later on. But she has this beautiful, intimidating design. She has cat ears, she has crazy makeup, this blue ruffled thing. Her color palette is actually amazing. This dark slate blue with this dark red with these browns and tans. It's very, very interesting and one of the most intimidating Winx villains we've seen up until this point. We meet Kalshara and we also meet her brother Butterflix. He has a very similar design and color palette, however, he is more short and stout, whereas Kalshara is very tall. She actually has a corset on too. Oh my gosh. So Kalshara is proud to have caught the last Digmole in the entire magic dimension, and she knows that they must know something about the fairy animal's ultimate power. We close the episode with Kalshara saying, "Soon I will have an army of fairy animals at my command."
Okay.
Overall, this episode was solid. You know, it was establishing the season, and I think that the animation was great. It was a great introduction to everything. At the end of each episode, I will be giving them a brainrot rating. How much of the episode was brainrot for me? That includes dull dialogue, random childish scenes, stuff that didn't add too much, and stuff that was not lore heavy. This episode is about 12% brainrot. It was great at establishing the first episode, however, there were definitely some scenes that dragged on, like the Can Gourmet, the Roar montage, LMAO, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it was definitely not super lore heavy, although it was a great episode. I loved the Bloomix transformation here, and yeah, solid episode overall. Episode 2, Young Fairies Grow Up. So we start off at Kalshara's lair with Kalshara and Butterflix. Kalshara confirms that to get her fairy animal army at her control, she needs the fairy animal's ultimate power.
I must have the fairy animal's ultimate power.
Why would you want an animal army? I don't see that, but I guess every villain just wants their things, so that's why she wants the fairy animal's ultimate power. Kalshara confirms that the secret of the fairy animal's ultimate power is entrusted to the Digmoles, so she has to make it talk. All things considered, in hindsight, this is crazy. She's been after this animal for this whole time, and finally gets one, especially what we see later in the episode. But okay, whatever, she finally gets it, so she's able to question it. There's a whole brain rot scene where Butterflix is trying to bring the Digmole to Kalshara, and it is what it is, but oh my god, Kalshara makes a dog bone that is like a cupcake situation with frosting on it, and she's like, I'll give you a treat. This whole brother-sister villain dynamic is so iconic, actually. It's giving very much Jesse and James, like two Appositus vibes, like, you know what I mean? She's tall, he's short and stout, she's the cat lion, he's the dog. It's a whole thing. Especially considering Butterflix's outfit, it's almost as if they're supposed to be like circus animal inspired. It's all from the wild magic, but I wonder if that was the inspiration, like circus. Kalshara turns into a lion at the end and sort of shows off her powers to the camera, which was really cool, and sort of intimidates this Digmole. So we cut to the Winx at Althea. They are walking up to Headmistress Faragonda's office, and with Roxy, they are talking about the situation that happened the night before. Roxy basically confirms that this is not a known fairy animal species, and it must have fairy magic because it can enter and exit the barrier. They also need to know why it was after the Digmole, because Faragonda mentions that every fairy animal has its own special key role in maintaining the balance of the magic universe.
Even the smallest of them has a magical power, which could be very dangerous in the wrong hands.
Tekna's like, why don't we just ask another Digmole what their secrets are, and then that way we can know what this villain is after. But then Roxy confirms that Digmoles are extinct, and this was the last known Digmole. So 99.9% extinct, I would say. Then Roxy goes, it's not like we can go back in time and ask other Digmoles what happened. And Faragon is like, actually, that's precisely what you're about to do. So we enter this room called the Hall of Memories, and in it there is this floating diamond stone that is the Stone of Memories. And I always end up calling it the Time Stone, but I guess that's from like endgame or whatever. In this room, there is this kaleidoscope pattern of diamonds on the walls with these pillars with little crystal marks on them, which are important later in this episode. So Farragonda says that the Winx's mission is to go back in time and find out the secret of the Digmoles. Come back and don't change the present. Farragonda splits the Stone of Memories into 7 additional pieces, one for each of the Winx and Roxy.
Are these little time machines?
The Winx are ready to get back, go into the past, and find out the secret of the Digmoles. And as they do so, they have this iconic spinning chair sequence, all 7 of them in these unique outfits on this throne that has 7 chairs on it all around. It spins around and it's this crazy, almost dissonant music that plays, and they all go back in time. Roxy was only ever in this for 2 times, I think, and after that, they had an additional 6-member version. So I thought it was really cool they bothered to animate that with Roxy and her own outfit as well. And if you guys didn't know, this whole Stone of Memories, Hall of Memories situation is a huge thing in the Winx series. There is a comic exclusive transformation called Travellix with the wings used for the outfits Stella made in season 6 when they went to Zenith. There's a whole thing with that, and this room and everything dates back to the season 4 comic era. But all in all, I'm so glad to see more Basement of Althea stuff. Farragonda also mentions that all the time stones will light up even when one is lit. So you know that's going to be an important thing. The Winx go back in time and are at Althea in the past. They're like, wait, nothing's different. Oh wait, that crest proves it. So I think it's kind of funny that Farragonda, when she became the headmistress, the only major change was getting rid of that crest. She's like, okay, you're done. I don't like it. First of all, when we see the gate going down at the Althea main entrance, I love that. We've only seen that like a couple times that I can think of, but I really enjoyed it. So right off the bat, we see Griselda, and she's in her younger form. She's a student at Althea, but I don't think her design was as young as she could have appeared. Obviously the glasses, obviously the hair, but I think her face was a little too stylized like her older present day face. I think that if they just smoothed it out a bit or gave her the classic Winx face, that would have made her look more like younger Griselda, but that's just me. We see all the fairies with these iconic uniforms, and they're really, really cute. They're like these burgundy color things with this like butterfly lace stuff at the collar, and it's really, really cool. And I think it was funny to see Stella being like, oh, it's Griselda, because Griselda and Stella have this sort of unspoken rivalry dynamic situation. I was trying to create a new shade of pink, as one does, and that happened.
Girls, you're late. That voice.
So they talk about this fairy animal exhibition, and Roxy and Bloom hold hands, and it was this cute little moment. And it's just cool to see Roxy passionate about her thing. For once, after 3 seasons without her, you know, it's good to see her again. So they're all noticing all the different fairy animals. Roxy is pinpointing and naming each different one. They're all like, I wonder why Farragonda never told us that Althea used to be like this. Stella gives them outfits to blend in, and they're so cool. They're like these retro school uniforms. Not sure what time period, because for reference, Farragonda celebrated her 100th year anniversary as headmistress in season 6. So that means that this must be taking place like at least 100 years ago. So I don't know if this is 80s, if this is 1880s, what is this time period? I don't know, but it looks cute nonetheless. And even Roxy got one, which I loved. And her bang pieces were still blonde, so this clumsy girl with her Digmole that looks identical to the Digmole that Kalshara stole stumbles into Bloom, and it's this whole thing. And we meet her and we're like, something's familiar about her, but I can't pinpoint what. Then we meet the current headmistress, Headmistress Mavilla, and her 2 lions at her side. She welcomes everyone to the fairy animal exhibition and mentions that training these animals is an essential part of fairy animal education. And Flora's like, it is? And Bloom's like, I don't know. I noticed she even has her own little motif at times, which I thought was really, really cool. All the fairies are there with their animals. They're creating obstacles. They're doing this sort of show. Roxy is shocked that all these animals could be so tame and controlled under this environment. Then it's this girl with the Digmole's turn. She was late to the thing. She doesn't know what to do. It's just like, oh, you feel awkward for her. She holds up this berry like, oh, I don't know what she was going to do with it, but the Scarret on the other girl's shoulder is like going after it because I guess they like that berry.
Moon fruits make scarets go crazy.
Oh no!
The Digmole goes crazy and starts digging holes all around the platform of the blue-haired girl with the Scarret, and then she's just watching as it crumbles beneath her. Everything's going crazy. The Scarret and the Digmole are after the berries. The Scarret is shooting out these things from its wings. One of them flings right at this other big animal. It's going crazy because it's got the thorn in it and it's flying all around. The girl tries to stop it because she's trying to control the situation. She grabs onto its foot, then it flies away off with her, and it's a mess. So Aisha's like, should we do something? And Bloom's like, well, we're not supposed to interact with the past and mess up the present. In the middle of this though, before the girl grabs onto the other animal's foot, we see a fairy transform without a sequence. The blue-haired girl with the Scarret transforms right there. She's like, and it is so cool. It is the classic Magic Winx outfits, simple top, very glittery, and she's got these butterfly-ish wings. I wonder if that was because Althea was animal focused at the time. The Rabcon gets stuck by the thorn and then flies away. The girl grabs onto its leg, and the Winx are finally like, okay, at this point, let's take some action. The Winx go off to transform, but all of a sudden, Roxy transforms into her Believix, and not only that, but they play the Believix Super Wings music with a newly HD animated transformation for her. She has not transformed since season 4, and this is her HD debut, and it was so cool. It was like obviously based on the old one, but with a new HD modern style, and I thought it really did the original justice, I'd say.
Roxy, fairy of animals.
It of course would have been cool if she said Magic Winx Believix, but we all know she's a Believix fairy. And I noticed in this Magic Winx scene, they totally had her in mind for it, but I guess sort of like similar to Daphne transforming in Sirenix in season 6, they wanted to keep them separate. They had all 7 of them run into the shot, but before they finally posed, Roxy did her thing, and then it cuts back to the Winx, and then there's obviously a hole where Roxy should have been. The Winx are in Bloomix. They're trying to track down this fairy animal, trying to save this girl. Stella has a blue eye error, which work, okay. But then Techna goes, we really didn't need this. And preach, I agree.
We really didn't need this.
All this is happening and Roxy is not with them for the longest time. Then all of a sudden she's there. There was this shot of Flora talking, saying something, and then it zooms into Roxy and she realizes what the problem is. Again, Bloomix is not really eating in season 7 in my opinion. Roxy finds the thorn, she takes it out, the animal calms down, and the Winx save the girl. This girl fainted, but everything's fine.
She's fine. She just fainted.
Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
All of a sudden, these creatures called deer beetles are approaching the Winx and Roxy. Roxy's like, be careful. These are deer beetles. They're highly dangerous if we make any sudden movements. It's giving Abby Lee Miller from Dance Moms. Cut back to the last episode where Roxy said fairy animals don't attack each other. I was like, okay, but these are clearly dangerous animals. She didn't say they don't attack humans, but she said fairy animals don't attack each other. I still found it kind of like, okay, well, just in general, I would think that it's one or the other. But then this other student with this blue hair and this braid comes down and tames them like it's nothing. And Roxy says that's a real fairy animal tamer. So they are fairy animals, but I guess they don't attack each other? Little confusing. So we cut back to Headmistress Mavilla's office, and it is the same as Faragonda's office, but it is all covered in plants and just natural things with her 2 lions by her side. And Mavilla confirms that this girl was Faragonda.
I'm sorry, Headmistress Mavilla.
Being sorry isn't enough, Faragonda.
The Winx are gagged, and then Mavilla says, I want to thank you guys for your help today. What are your names? Are you from another school? Roxy claps back and is like, yes, we're from a school that doesn't support fairy animal cruelty and keep them in cages like a zoo.
Are you from another school?
Yes, from a place where all fairy animals live free in their natural habitats.
And I was so happy for her in that moment. Mavilla's like, you don't approve of our methods? Oh, okay. We base our whole curriculum off of the Tome of Nature. And I'm like, okay, girl, like what, you're basing it off of this book? I don't know. There's some reference, some cult reference I'm thinking of, but I can't think of it. And I'm just thinking like, I'm glad Faragonda became the real headmistress. So then it kind of ends there with sort of like a cold ending. We then do cut to Faragonda again. And I would say I think I actually do enjoy her young design. I think it's cool to see what color her hair was, her eyes are the same, her voice is the same but youthful, and I think the way they made her braid with the sort of puffs here where her older lady puffs are, I think that was just so cool. I wish they made Griselda just as young. For episode 2, I would give it about a 10% brain rot. It was less brain rot than the previous episode. There was a bit more lore. However, I still thought it had a decent amount of brain rot. I mean, we had a lot of amazing things. We had the iconic Stones of Memories where the Winx went back in time on the spinning chair sequence with Roxy. Roxy had her Believix. The Winx had another Blue Mix. All the Winx and Roxy got these old school Althea outfits. We saw the Althea of the past. There was a lot going on that was good, but a little bit of brain rot sprinkled throughout with the fairy animals here and there. Episode 3. Butterflix. So the Winx and young Farragonda are walking around in the hallway. Farragonda's like, thank you for your help. That was a disaster. I'm sorry. And they're trying to cheer her up. Roxy's like, it's rare for a Digmole to bond with the fairy. And Bloom's like, don't worry, we'll help you find it. She's like, oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Farragonda. And Stella's like, oh, we already know who you are. And there's like just a comical Bloom like nudge, like, Griselda comes around and is like, there is a metamorphosymbiosis test in WizGiz's, you better hurry. And Farragonda's clumsy and like, oh, I didn't even study. I think that's kind of inspiring and just comical that the headmistress this whole time was clumsy and wasn't always perfect. And I think that's kind of like a good subtle motto for life. You think someone's got it all together? Girl, guess what? 100 years ago, they were flunking metamorphosymbiosis. Oh my god, I just realized, I wonder if Griselda is supposed to be giving Hermione, because as she says that there's the test, she's walking around with a pile of books, she's got glasses, she's got brown hair. I wonder if that was the goal. And I forgot to mention, this new voice of Griselda is Lisa Ortiz, the voice of Musa from the 4Kids dub of Winx Club. She also voices some of the background fairies and some of the creatures in the mini worlds later in the season. But that's Musa. Also the voice of 4Kids Icy. And Roxy's new voice actress is the voice of Stormy from 4Kids. So we get to WizGiz's class and we see the girl with the blue hair that saved the Winx from the Deer Beetles. Stella breaks the ice and is like, oh my gosh, WizGiz looks exactly the same, which is hilarious. I mean, leprechauns, I'm not sure if that's a mythology thing, like they're supposed to look young, but it felt right. WizGiz is teaching a little bit, and then as comical as ever, Farragonda interrupts and says something that disrupts WizGiz's spell. He turns into a snail. It's kind of reminding me of one of those early moments in season 1 or 2 when Flora was distracted and made a cat spell at Palladium or something. Farragonda's Digmole ran away, so she can't really participate in the lesson, and WizGiz asks this blue-haired girl to show off her powers, and the blue-haired girl's name is Kalshara. As you do, as it were.
Be more like Kalshara. Show them, my dear.
She has this iconic transformation sequence for every animal transformation. It zooms into her eye with the silhouette of the new animal, and it's so cool. So she turns into the eagle that she was at the beginning of the season when she stole the Digmole in present day. This spitting image should connect some neurons in the Winx and Roxy's minds. That is the initial creature that started this whole mission. What's frustrating is the Winx don't recognize this at all. Not Roxy, not Bloom, no one. You would think them two, of all, would recognize, oh, that's familiar. It shows a flashback of Kalshara in that eagle form, stealing the Digmole, with Bloom pondering on it, but I don't think she truly connected the dots there. She was just a little confused. Otherwise, she would have made like a huge statement like, oh, that is the villain, like, you know. Then WizGiz is like, Kalshara, oh, you get an A+, you can be excused. And then Farragonda, you too, you can be excused. Don't come back till you have your Digmole. You heard me. He thought he ate with that. So Farragonda and Kalshara are walking down the hall, and Farragonda's just so upset. She's like, I let everyone down. Headmistress Mavilla would know what to do because of her book. Red flag, red flag, red flag. Why is your professor headmistress not giving knowledge of her own, just teaching based off some random book? Anyways, that rings some alarm bells in Kalshara's mind because she's like, that is an excellent idea. If you get the book, you could know exactly what to do, where to find the Digmole, where to get everything. Kalshara says the book contains secrets about every kind of fairy animal, including Digmoles, and she says it could help you win back everyone's respect. And this just adds on to me feeling so bad for poor Faragonda. So Faragonda goes into Mavilla's office, and there is this creature called a Pelafly. It's a little parrot on top of the chair. It's basically an answering machine. It's like, Mavilla's not here, but leave a message after the beep. So Faragonda grabs the Tome of Nature, just chilling on Mavilla's desk, and is about to leave, and then the two lions are guarding the door and are like, girl, you're not leaving with the Tome of Nature. So she turns them into kittens and goes away. Now, for a split second, I thought that the bird was the yellow bird from Amentia's castle that was talking with Brandon before he got married, that whole thing, but I think that's different. Side note, that bird can be found in season 4, episode 20, when the Winx are doing Sofix convergence with a little Easter egg, just saying. So we cut back to Kalshara's Althea bedroom, an entire redesigned Althea suite bedroom for this single episode where we're back in the past. I was like, okay, wow, the detail is actually there. What happened to the plot? So this also confirms that Kalshara, Faragonda, and Griselda are all roommates. They're all in the same apartment, and that is really, really cool and sweet to think about. Kalshara is talking to her brother Berphilius through a little bug communication device, and she's just like banking on hopefully Faragonda comes back with this book. And she does. So Faragonda comes back with the book and is so relieved. So Kalshara knows exactly what to tell Faragonda before even reading the book closely at all. She shows Faragonda this place called the Valley of Fruit.
It's called the Valley of Fruit. You'd be able to find more than one Digmole there.
Which is a part of the Althea Natural Park. I had to really think about that while watching the season. I don't know if the Althea Natural Park is a confirmed location at this point, but obviously the land was there, they probably just didn't make it a park yet. Faragonda says that she should be able to find more than one Digmole there, if not her original one. Faragonda's like, okay, well I need to return this book, and Kalshara stops her and is like, no, I'll return it for you, you can trust me. Girl, you can't trust her. So we see Kalshara continue to look through the book, and she pulls out a map of the Althea underground floor. She rips it out, and the scene changes. And it was in this moment that I realized Kalshara's voice is the same voice as the narrator, and I haven't been able to unhear that since.
The Winx and Roxy travel back in time using the Stones of Memory, the first step toward gaining the ultimate power.
And I thought that Kalshara in the scene was such a good manipulator. Like, she was actually giving solid advice right off the bat without hesitation, and it was kind of shocking. Almost borderline Lila vibes from Miraculous. I wonder if it was random that the basement map of Althea is casually in the Tome of Nature. I don't know. It is what it is. I mean, it would explain, based on what is about to happen, where a certain thing is. So we now see Kalshara walking in the basement of Althea to the Fairy Animals Hall, which is this giant hall with a door that looks just like the Hall of Memories, which actually is the same location. So she says a little spell to open the doors, and this is apparently a source of wild magic. We cut to the Winx, and Bloom mentions we need to find Faragonda fast because we don't want Kalshara to get her in trouble. I thought that was interesting because she didn't 100% confirm that Kalshara was bad, except for that random flashback where we couldn't tell if Bloom connected the dots that Kalshara in the past is the villain who took the Digmole. Maybe they just had a hunch because she was obviously bold enough to tame the deer beetles, so they didn't want any potential bad influence on Faragonda based on that. But other than that, they didn't know she was the villain. Faragonda is excited and tells the Winx that there are more Digmoles at the Valley of Fruits. Bloom's like, that's so cool, but how did you find out? And Faragonda is like, guilty, like she read the book. So then we cut back to the Fairy Animals Hall, and this is a crazy place. This tall hall is full of these crystal animal statues placed all along the columns, high and low. There are glowing purple trees with these blue streams of light. Everything is really pretty. There's this big pool of this blue swirling magic. Kalshara says, wild magic, you belong to me now, and starts to absorb all of the wild magic in that hall. As she does, the background turns into the kaleidoscope background that we saw in the Hall of Memories in present day. We see this crazy transformation with these blue tentacle things coming out of the magic and going into Kalshara. She transforms into the crazy half lion, half woman creature with claws on her feet, with cat ears, but with human characteristics. And after it all, we see the complete change of the Hall of Memories. All of that nature, all of the magic is gone. It is empty. She consumed all of it, and all of the crystal statues are now nubs. Kalshara grabs this last spark of the wild magic and takes it with her to give to Butterflix and give him some of that wild magic as well. And as we exit this scene, we see the camera pan to this crystal statue of a Digmole. It is the only statue in there that did not disappear. And this is so confusing because this statue is extremely important, and the lack of explanation for it all is criminal. It is a huge part that if you are not paying attention deeply like this, you would be so confused why any of the season makes sense. But I do wonder if any of these other animal statues had any big importance or had any unique riddles of their own, because they were never explained at all. Again though, it has been at least 100 years, so it is crazy that Kalshara in this animal form has not aged at all, and if she was in her teen form, I feel like it might have made more sense if they gave Kalshara a more youthful villain form, even for the single episode, but I guess I understand. All of a sudden, we cut to the Winx outside of Althea, and all the fairy animals are going crazy, as if something crazy happened. Which it did. Bloom's like, Farragonda, what happened? What did you do? And Mavilla comes by and is like, why did I find the Tome of Nature on your desk? Farragonda's like, Kalshara said she would put it back. And then Mavilla is like, okay, so this is Kalshara's fault? There's really no time to sit there and scold Farragonda, so they go after the chaos that's happening. The Winx look up and clock Kalshara as an eagle, because they recognized it from Wizgiz's class. Bloom's like, it can't be a coincidence that Kalshara is flying away right after all this chaos and using the book. But they still have yet to clock that it is Kalshara who is the villain who stole the Digmole. They still have not connected that dot yet. We cut to the Valley of Fruit because the Winx are helping Farragonda and Mavilla, and they're trying to find a Digmole to try to solve this problem, although I don't know how that would be the exact solution to whatever's happening. We cut to the Valley of Fruit, and Butterflix in his human form is laying against this mushroom, which is an orange at the top. Crazy. Or maybe it's a tree, I don't know. Is it, you know, the mushroom biome in Minecraft? I don't know. But Kalshara is scaring him, walking all around him, then gives him the piece of wild magic. He's like, you're an animal, I don't want this, but she kind of gives it to him anyway. It's kind of crazy, but of course he turns into his iconic Butterflix form. And also, fun fact, the 4Kids voice of Nut is this Butterflix. They see all the Digmoles and they are different. They're like pink. The orange color is specific to this unique Digmole that bonded with Farragonda and that we recognize throughout the show. Kalshara is bickering with Butterflix to go after the Digmoles and maybe actually use your new powers to go after them. During that, Farragonda, the Winx, and Mavilla appear. Everyone's shocked, like, oh my gosh, Kalshara, is this you? And she's like, it's wild magic. You should try it sometime. The Winx are like, should we transform and try to stop her? Flora's like, if we transform, Mavilla will know we're not real students. And Bloom's like, we don't have a choice. I think that's because they are Bloomix fairies and they're older and they're so advanced. It's not really said specifically. Although Farragonda has already seen them transformed, Mavilla has not. And Mavilla does know that they have helped Farragonda last episode, but she never saw them transformed. So I think that's why. So the Winx go and transform into Bloomix, the last Bloomix sequence ever, and Roxy transforms into her last transformation sequence ever as well. They reanimated this to only use it twice, and it is so sad, but so cool that they did reanimate it. Also, I think this was the classic transformation order. It was Bloom, Flora, Stella, Aisha, Musa, Tecna, which was the season 1, episode 6 order, the first OT5 transformation, but Aisha is stuck in there. It's the reverse order of 4 kids, I believe. No, Stella and Flora. But it's a classic order. Butterflix creates this troll monster to capture all of the Digimals to stop the Winx from rescuing them. Kalshara has this scene where she's almost about to attack Mavilla, like, with her claws, and then, right at that moment, Faragonda turns her into a kitten. But before all that, Kalshara is telling Butterflix, you need to capture at least one. I think canonically this is where the Digimals went extinct. I think had the Winx not traveled back in time to save them, this is where they did canonically go extinct in the present. The Winx are attacking the troll. They are not making any impact on it because they can't hurt nature itself. We've heard this before a billion times and we'll hear it again. Because they don't have Butterflix powers, they're not able to even attack this creature because Butterflix uses wild magic to create it. I get that Bloomix is not nature-based, but it would have been cool if Flora and Roxy's powers affected it like a little bit because their unique essence is nature. Just like Stella in season 8, when her light spells, even as Butterflix, did affect the space monsters slightly. I thought that was a cool nod, and it might have been cool to see in season 7 with Flora and Roxy. So even though the Winx can't really attack it, they're all attacking each of the giant's arms at once in an attempt to just make a scene. And while they do that, the Digimals are saving themselves. They're digging through this troll, and eventually he crumbles apart. In the end, the Digimals are safe, the troll is no more, and the Winx fly back to the ground. We see these 4 pointy rocks that I think were from the troll. Some butterfly motifs carve out from the rocks and are glowing. All of a sudden, these butterfly symbols start to appear and glow everywhere. This Butterflix magic completely consumes the Winx, and they transform into Butterflix. So, the Winx earn Butterflix, and it is iconic. I think it's so cool that we still get a lore drop from Mavilla. Of course, she has to tell us what this power is and why they got it. So the Winx earn Butterflix because they have proven themselves to be the true protectors of fairy animals, and it gives them this power. It is also interesting that they earned this power in the past. It's kind of like, wow, it was destined for them to go back in time to earn that. I wonder how that affects the present. And the sad thing is, Roxy 100% should have gotten it as well. Firstly, her hair was blowing in the wind with the rest of the Winx when they earned it. And clearly, in some of the dance shots, I noticed that there was a perfect hole where a 7th member could have been. I think that she was totally robbed. There was an online game somewhere on Nick or on the Winx website where Roxy was a playable character with her own little Butterflix design. So it would only make sense that she was supposed to have earned Butterflix with the Winx, and it is so criminal that she did not. It is so criminal. After that, we see Faragonda's Digimol. She finds him, but she lets him go. She's like, you know what? You're obviously happier here. It's time for you to go live your own life. And then, afterwards, Mavilla is like, clearly, I have been wrong about fairy animals. They are not meant to be held like this. The school was just a big cage to them, so she then lets them go too. Her plan is to go back to Althea and erase all memories of this ever happening, which is crazy to me. And it is pretty seamless as to why we've never heard any of this up until this point. Tecna also makes a point to say that we were supposed to learn the Digimals' secrets. Are we just gonna let them go? But Bloom assures Tecna it's fine, that they'll just figure that out when they go back to Althea. But I think it's kind of overkill that Mavilla would decide to try to erase all the memories of this ever happening. I think that's a very guilty conscience and just confusing thing. Yeah, it sucks that it happened. Yeah, it sucks that you were the headmistress at the time, but how is anyone gonna learn not to do this again in the future? Clearly, it's still an issue in the future with Kalshara and why they went back to the past to begin with. It feels like she's not really solving the problem here. Then Stella says the cutest iconic line, Faragonda, we will see you later. And I do believe we found the perfect place for the grand opening. I would have to give episode 3 only 5% brain rot. We got a Bloomix sequence, another Roxy transformation, and the Winx earned Butterflix, of course. I loved seeing this all, and I thought it was just so cool. I did think there was a little bit of brain rot, definitely not 0% at all. Definitely one of the best episodes so far. Now let's unpack Butterflix. Butterflix is the main transformation of this season. It spans from episode 3 to episode 26. Overall, good. Is it my favorite? No. Is it awful? No. Butterflix is so many things. It's refreshing, it's cute, it's adorable, it has its flaws, but I think it's overall a great transformation for the season. First things first, let's go for the lore and the aesthetic. The overall aesthetic is pretty cute. I love the dresses, I love the bracelets, I love the butterflies in the hair, I love the overall nature vibes. It's not super harsh neon, vibrant colors, but it's also not too bland and pastel. I think a nature-based transformation was definitely needed in the main Winx series, besides Sophix, one that's like full on a main fairy form. And I think tying in the concept of butterflies with that is really cute, because butterflies are beautiful, magical, and so related to fairies in such a cute way. So to call it that is so cute. I think it's the perfect connection between fairies and animals, hence the name. I feel like Sophix was more jungle-esque, while Butterflix was more cute and nature-y and demure and cutesy. As for the animation was decent. The sequences were relatively underwhelming. They were very repetitive from one Winx to another. I think this is different in cases like Magic Winx, where number one, it's the simplest fairy form, and number two, there are different elements going on. Some share a certain torso shot, some share a certain arm shot. It was just very repetitive, especially when compared to other transformations like Believix, Enchantix, Sirenix, Cosmix. The entire outfit sort of poofed on all at once, and it was that same shot repeated 6 times. It's also unfortunate, Bloom was the only one to get an arm sequence, the eyeshadow sequence, and the shoe sequence. Everyone else just got a zoom in face shot, zoom out, dance with the wings, and then they were done. The only difference was that Stella turned the other way for her wings to appear. Overall, the outfits were very similar. I feel like if they had slightly different outfits somehow, maybe they could have made the sequences a little bit different and have more of a variety, but it is what it is. Now, what was different is we had a whole separate dance sequence paired with this transformation, and it was actually longer than the entirety of the transformations if you timed it out, but I feel like each Winx got a decent amount of screen time. We saw Tekna in the center, and there's a whole thing about the K-pop that I can get into. Outfits. Overall, the outfits were not bad. I loved Flora in green here, more green than pink. That was a really good change of pace for her. Of course, Sirenix, Bloomix, she had green, but here, it was nice to see that again. I really liked this butterfly concept. I think that this is better than the prototype I saw. I think it fit the nature theme really well. I loved the lace, I loved the cute dresses, I loved the butterflies in the hair, I loved the hair itself, I loved the ribbons, but overall, the outfits were too similar for my taste, I would say. I mean, it's a given. I am more biased towards the casual, less feminine, more combative outfits like Magic Winx, Sirenix, Bloomix, and Cosmix, but I wouldn't say the outfits are bad. It was a cute dress, it was fluffy, it was very down to earth. On a side note, I feel like too, it's just very difficult to replicate these dresses in real life to a real life cosplay. I mean, unless you're like a sewing master, like all the different colors, all the different ribbons, it looks so complex. So I tried to do my masculine version of it. But yeah, the dresses were actually pretty different in the patterns, in the way the butterfly thing went. And I did notice that Bloom and Musa had a right armband, Stella had a left one, and Tekna, Flora, and Aisha all had both. Stella also only had a left armband in Sirenix, so I wonder if she's like left-hand coded or something. I loved the hairstyles so much. They were so pretty. Just the long floor-length fairy hair with the giant volume, the giant braids, the loose, like it's flowy with the ribbons in it and the butterflies. Hello. Oh my god, it was so cute. And the wings were very pretty. I loved the wings. I loved these little floating bits that were like suspended in air. I think it was simplistic yet refreshing. It was so cute. Like, let's just have this flat PNG with glitter. Like, it was just so cute. I loved it. I loved it. As for the song was pretty good. I feel like it fit the transformation well, and I think I like it better than the prototype, to be fair. Had the sequence been tougher, like with more crazy movements, or had the outfits been different, I think a different, more upbeat song would have been necessary, but I think that this song perfectly fit the sequence that we got. And I love that we have verses in this song. The power flows from the nature to me, making me Butterflix. The spells. I loved the spells. They were actually really cool. The way that each spell had little butterflies sparkle right off of it after the impact was so cute to me. It was so detailed. They even carried that into season 8 too. I also loved the special spells so much. The way they each had their own sequence. There was like the special music. There was a dignified purpose for each of their spells. Tekna's was the most situational, and I think she only used it once, but I think her spell is really cool because she turned into a wave of positive energy. That's some stuff we haven't really seen that often, where like their physical body turns into something else. Like, we've seen the Trix fuse into Megatrix, Bloom's Dragonfire leave her body in season 3. We've seen them turn into monsters, but rarely do we see them change into something like that. And I also like how they had 2 sets of shield spells. They had a little shield as well as a whole bubble. And I think each of those had different names for those spells. Episode 4. The first color of the universe. So we start off in Kalshara's lair back in present day. She and Butterflix are trying to interrogate this Digmole to try to get its secrets and ask it about the ultimate power. It's another borderline brainrot moment, and they can't really get anything out of it. Once Kalshara finally uses the spell, it covers its mouth and it doesn't say anything. In perfect timing, Roxy is communicating with present day other Digmoles and asking them what their secret is. And I was so confused by this initially, but I guess I had to realize, okay, them going in the past and saving them from that specific troll made it so Digmoles are no longer extinct in the present. I think that is the only logical explanation, but they never said that that troll is why they went extinct. So the Digmoles say, find the fairy animal with the first color of the universe. This is the only way to access the fairy animal's ultimate power. Makes sense, right? So that is the riddle that Roxy got from them. Cool. Lit. In this first shot at Faragonda's desk, we see that Digmole statue from the Fairy Animals Hall. So Flora mentions that in the past, Kalshara was already trying to use the Digmoles to get the Fairy Animals' ultimate power, which was confusing in the sense of, did they already confirm that Kalshara in the past is the present day villain? I'm not sure, but I guess at this point, they did. So Stella thanks the Digmoles for helping them with this riddle, and she gives them a bunch of those berries. And it's another comical haha moment with like, oh Stella, don't do that. And then they dig holes and they make a mess, which is kind of funny, honestly. But as the Digmoles are going crazy, they almost knock over the Digmole statue, and Bloom mentions, that's funny, I've never noticed this statue before. Maybe by changing things in the past, we've affected Althea in the present. But that's the only explanation we get. And then she hands it to Faragonda, and we move on. We cut to the Valley of Fruits, and it is the grand opening of the Althea Natural Park. A bunch of fairies, the specialists, Faragonda, the teachers, and everyone is there waiting for the Winx. So I wasn't sure at first if the Valley of Fruits was in the Althea Natural Park, but I'm pretty sure this did confirm that. So they're waiting, and all of a sudden, the Winx appear in the infamous Valley of Fruit outfits. Like so. I think that they're actually kind of cute. If the orange slice hairpiece was not so huge, it might have looked cuter. It really is what makes this outfit kind of crazy. But I think the hair was so unique, and the tops and the jewelry was all a little different too. Besides that, It's a decent outfit, but the raspberry skirts... I actually don't know if I can get behind that. With the specialists and the new voice cast, Brandon has this husky voice, which does catch you off guard if you were just watching this in order without knowing why the dubs changed.
There's only one thing that's amazing to me. Stella!
It's okay. I think it definitely fits him here better than this same voice in season 8. It's almost giving that alternate voice he had in season 4 during the Floppix era. We see Nex and Aisha are pretty much a solid couple at this point, which is kind of cool and good for Aisha for, you know, moving on. Although whatever path she took was good for her, you know? But the specialists look great in the season 7 animation, even from these first couple of shots. So Bloom and Sky kiss, actually, which I was shook. Then Tekna and Timmy are talking, and we see a shot of Tekna's hair from behind. Tekna has space buns, and the detail on the back of her hair was so cute. And Flora runs and jumps into Helia's arms. Helia, did you miss me? No, I did not. And this poor Helia does not deserve Flora. Season 7 Flora is the worst one. She is insufferable, and we will get into that. Then we do cut to Musa having a flashback about Riven leaving Magix in the last season, and keeping that canon was really, really cool. I think it allowed us to see a different side of Musa this season, which was really, really refreshing. Bloom does deliver a speech. I loved Bloom in this scene because she had some sort of like friendly moments, like putting her hand on Musa's shoulder, understanding, sort of like holding a glance and being like winking. It was very cute. It was very cute. In these background fairies, we see Pia and or Hortensia from season 1. I lied. This is Pia Hortensia, a totally different girl with glasses. My bad. Plus that one background fairy with the pink top. And Daphne and Thorin? Okay, there was a cool little shot of Musa with the camera going backwards. It was kind of 3D, and then the animals were coming in from the sides, and I really, really enjoyed that. Musa definitely ate the conclusion of the speech, and I thought that was really, really cool to hear from her. Because sometimes she's a pretty level-headed character. I don't know, writing is hard. Creating stuff is hard. How do you make 6 different characters? It's hard. But I think this was a good moment for her to shine. So we have another montage with another song. It was cute. It was good. The Winx were using their magic to play with the animals, creating little things. Even Helia had a little origami magic action. First of all, Flora's little magic spell knocked Griselda on her butt, which was crazy. Then we see Helia get swarmed by these little flying creatures, which were so cute. And then Flora's like pointing at him like, do your origami magic. He's like, huh? He does it, and they're loving it. But then they're going crazy, and they totally swarm him. And then it cuts to Flora being judgy, holding one like...
What?
Like, Queen, you encouraged it. Season 7 Flora is awful. She's awful. I hate her. I'm sorry, but I do. I think the Valley of Fruits was actually very beautifully done. I mean, there's purple water, there's floating things, there's fruit-like plants everywhere. Like I mentioned, those orange mushroom tree things. Everything is so beautiful, and I think it's a very, very detailed location. So the Winx are like, specialists, this is actually not the only reason we asked you to come to this party. We need help defeating 2 fairy hunters that are after the fairy animal's ultimate power. They are doing this whole action sequence. It's very much, oh, boys will be boys, guys being dudes.
That's what I like to hear. Action.
And then they're like, it's not so simple. We have to solve this riddle. And then they do like a thing, the same montage, but like, oh. There's tons of random little moments like that in this season, which I appreciate. So off screen, the Digmole must have told Butterflix what the riddle was.
Find the animal that has the first color of the magic universe.
This is the only way to obtain the fairy animal's ultimate power.
The Digmole lets Butterflix into the Althea Natural Park using his fairy animal magic to open the barrier to let Butterflix in. He is trying to walk around and find this mysterious animal. Tekna mentions that the first color of the universe might be a dark one, but Roxy's like, actually, it might not be so simple, and like recites the message again and does her whole thing. So the Winx see this tortoise with all these magical creatures around it. It's very much season 1, episode 11. The tortoise was the whole island. oh, the whole thing was the worm. But there's this whole montage of these little creatures, and it was like, oh, okay. A little bit of brain rot, if you will. Techna notices that the tortoise's shell is very dark, so it could be the fairy animal with the first color of the universe. Helia goes ahead and is like, that makes sense, let's wake it up. And Roxy's like, no. If we do, it might disrupt the harmony of this place and everything. And Flora gives Helia another dirty look, and I am already beyond pissed at Flora.
This is bullying. This is bullying!
Aisha's like, okay, what if we just wait for it to wake up? And Roxy's like, it'll maybe be in 1 or 2 millennia. 1 to 2,000 years. So yeah, that's not happening. Very big word for a Nick Jr.-fied season, I'm just saying. Then, all of a sudden, huge sigh of relief, the Digmole that started this whole thing finally digs its way and escapes from Butterflix and finds the Winx and Specialists. Roxy's like, we could ask the Digmole. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank God he's finally safe. After the Digmole is telling the Winx and Roxy that Butterflix is in the park and after him, Bloom is all about, let's go after Butterflix and make sure he doesn't harm any of the other fairy animals. While Roxy is like, actually, let's keep looking. Fairy animals know how to defend themselves. We can solve this riddle faster and save everything. Now, I don't even know who I agree with here more, but unfortunately they made Bloom look like she was definitely right because of the way what happened to Roxy later. It's frustrating, but I loved seeing this little argument between them. She's like, I'm the fairy of animals. I know what I'm talking about. That's why Farragonda sent me with you. Roxy goes with the Digmole into the forest to try to discover what this animal is who has the first color of the universe. While Butterflix sees this and decides to just follow Roxy. Bloom's like, oh gosh, we need to find Roxy. We need to, go after her. She's gonna get in trouble. Like, okay, it's giving Mary Sue. Then Helia is like, now that Roxy's gone, let's try to wake up the tortoise. Go Helia, honestly. And then of course, Flora has to come in and be like, no Helia, you can't. So then Butterflix uses his hat, which has a dark diamond on it, which can analyze the fairy animals and tell him if they have the first color of the universe or if they are the guardians of the ultimate power. So he uses this on the tortoise, scans it from afar. It turns out that nope, it was not the animal. But then the tortoise, on the little horns that kind of look like barnacles on its back, are shooting out lasers trying to defend itself. Flora turns to Helia and is like, what did you do? Oh my god.
I told you not to wake it up.
This isn't me, Flora.
Who the hell is this?
Flora. Stop. Stop. Literally, he was right there. 10 seconds have passed and nothing has happened, and you're blaming him. I think it's a combination of Flora already is a shell of a character, plus season 7, Nick Jr.-ified, plus the new voice cast. It's so much that makes me hate Flora even more. I don't hate her, but I really despise her, especially in this season. Even though Helia was going to wake him up, he clearly didn't do anything. The Specialists are using their weapons to try to stop the lasers from the tortoise that are, attacking the Winx, Specialists, and random other fairy animals. Timmy actually uses his light gun and shoots the tortoise, and Techna's like, no, stop! So the Winx come in with Butterflix, and they save the day. Butterflix sequence number 2, I am living for it. Aisha has the first Butterflix spell ever, Dance of the Tides, and it is a shield spell that she uses on Sky, and I guess Bloom has one that she uses on Brandon, judging by these orbs. Amidst all this, the Specialists are trying to capture all the innocent fairy animals, while the Winx are going to try to stop the tortoise somehow. This brain rot montage actually comes in clutch. Bloom realizes, if we get the harmony going again, maybe we can lull the tortoise back to sleep, although it kind of did look like he was asleep and attacking in his sleep, but I don't know. So Bloom uses her special spell, Freedom Enchantment, and it makes all the fairy animals nearby in harmony, relaxed, in peace, and come together, and they're able to lull this tortoise back to sleep and back to a calm state. Now, they never really go into detail about their special Butterflix spells, whether they have them or not, or anything, but at the same time, that's completely fine by me. They did talk about them in Sirenix, but I think overall it's completely fine. I actually don't like when they go too much into the lore about the spells they have. Like season 4, when they're reading the Book of Fairies and reading about their own spells. I think that is so just too fourth wall breaking and just not cool. It's just supposed to be a thing that they know. They're just supposed to have new spells that are random and they use. We don't need to learn about them learning about their new spells, I think. It's kind of like when songs will be like, I didn't want to write a song, blah, blah. That to me is so cringy. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't like when they break the fourth wall in a song. That's just me. That is just me. So, everything is fine and back to normal with the Winx. Cut to Roxy with the Digmole in the forest. Butterflix is still spying on her. So she talks to these two animals, trying to figure out which one is older, because probably the oldest one will be the animal with the first color of the universe. These three animals are not the oldest, so she realizes that if these animals are not the most ancient, maybe she'll have to go to prehistoric magics to go back and find the most ancient animal, which she names the Cries. So she gets her time stone out, levitates it, almost activates it, and right then, Butterflix snatches her time stone, her stone of memories. She is no longer able to travel back in time anymore this season. That is it, and this is basically where her involvement in the main plot dwindles. Roxy is running back to the Winx, crying, apologizing, telling them that now Butterflix took her stone and is after the Cries. The Winx are like, it's okay, this could have happened to any of us, and I thought that was very nice. But they do admit now Butterflix can travel through time, which is very dangerous. As non-threatening as he can be, this is dangerous. But since they all light up even when one is activated, they will know when he decides to use the time stone to go back, and they can go back to whatever time he is at, and vice versa. It's kind of funny that Butterflix and Roxy talking is actually Nut and Stormy from 4Kids talking. I think that's kind of funny. I don't think in these later seasons all the voice actors got into the booth together, which is unfortunate, but still, in theory, it's like, it's the same two voices talking to each other. That's kind of crazy. That episode was pretty good. My thought now is, why doesn't Farragonda use her power to sort of like reclaim that spell that split the Stone of Memories? Let's just undo it and make everything whole again, and that would sort of recall Butterflix's stone or whatever. Just undo it. But I guess that's not how that works. I hope you guys appreciated this Valley of the Fruits outfit. It's done. I would certainly give episode 4 a 20% brain rot at least. This debuted the infamous Valley of Fruit outfits, along with the first truly painful brain rot montage of those creatures that Bloom tried to get in harmony with each other. I think that that was a big part of it, along with Flora's antics. I can't do it. I'm done. Blame Flora for this one. But it was the first ever official Magic Winx Butterflix, so gotta give it some grace there. Episode 5, A Friend from the Past. We start off at the Althea Natural Park in the Valley of Fruits with Roxy and the Winx. Roxy's still crying to Bloom, feeling so bad about what happened, and Bloom is being so understanding. She's like, this could have happened to any of us, and that is so sweet, actually. I know Bloom's a Mary Sue, but that was really sweet. And it's true, it could have. In some ways, I'm glad Roxy was there to take the brunt of it, because I could so imagine them doing that to Tecna or Musa. Like Musa, when she lost her voice, she got no Mythics episode. So we cut back to Kalshara and her lair, and we see all the trapped fairy animals she has captured, along with the Digmole returning with Butterflix. Butterflix is like, look what I got, and she's like, you didn't return with the ultimate power, but you did return with a rock. Lovely. And it's kind of funny what the ultimate power actually ends up being, so the gag is on her for that. Now, for Butterflix's sake, he pulled off something really big that Kalshara should be taking advantage of. He stole a little time machine from the very Hall of Memories that used to be the Fairy Animals Hall. Like, he can go back in time and find the fairy with the ultimate power. Like, he can do that for her. I also noticed a nearly 30-second long shot of Butterflix and Kalshara. If you're watching on YouTube, from 2 minutes 34 seconds until 3 minutes, those time frames, there is a 26-second shot. It's just pure brain rot. It's pure brain rot. Kalshara asks him if he even knows how to use it, and he replies yes, and we see the thing start spinning, making the music, and he gets his own chair sequence, which I was gagged to see. He gets his own little throne, he's spinning around, and of course he like doesn't know what to do. It was actually really cute. It kind of reminded me of how cool it was when Twinkly gave Kiko and Nut the spacesuits as well, when she transported all of them on the mission. Like, I loved that, because they could have easily just done nothing and just brought them with them or whatever, but they went through with that, and they went through here too, which I really loved. I love how he says, after tons of research, aka he just listened to whatever Roxy said and did that, and it's kind of cool. He genuinely heard that in real time, and we know he did, so it's not just some retcon plot stitched thing. And it's kind of cool that Roxy got it wrong, so it's not like we're in too much danger here.
What's going on? I have no idea. Those stones disappeared out of nowhere.
The stones of memories. Remember what Caravana said?
So we cut back to the Winx, and we see all the other Winx's time stones light up and appear. The specialists were like, oh, what's going on? I don't know. Those stones just appeared out of nowhere. But it is true, they've never seen the stone, so they were probably shocked. The way it's written kind of sounds roughly translated from English, because just the tenses, the way they're speaking, like Aisha going, that means Butterflix has activated Roxy's stone. Like, girl, what? That's just so formal? Like, you wouldn't say that.
That means Butterflix has activated Roxy's stone.
Stella admits, how will we find this without Roxy's help? And she's not wrong. Like, that's a big loss to their mission. But Roxy says, you'll be fine. Prehistoric magics, animals, they blend in a lot. And apparently, Aisha and Nex have a date. So that's really cute to hear about. So they have a new spinning chair sequence with just the 6 of them, and they go back in time to prehistoric magics. So the Winx are in prehistoric magics, and it looks like what you'd think. They even point out the dinosaurs up above, and they are flying and swarming. Before you know it, they are being chased. So Stella decides to do a little costume change and gives them these color-coordinated dinosaur suits with wings. It was, you know, pretty cute. Stella killed me here. Stella going, why the hostility? I know prehistoric times can be tough and all, but that's really giving too much. I thought that was kind of funny, actually.
It's wonderful.
Stella's costume did not calm the dinosaurs down. The dinosaurs are still trying to attack the Winx, even though they look like dinosaurs. So they're flying all around, and Bloom's like, we need to transform. But Stella's like, it's okay. We can use the costume's wings to fly. And they do, and that's kind of cool, actually. I don't know how realistic that truly is, but it was kind of cool. So they're flying, and then Butterflix comes in on this giant wasp, which was so disgusting. I hate wasps so much. I love bees, but wasps and hornets are so scary and gross.
I want it to end. I want it to end.
It's like shooting at the Winx's costumes, and it's putting holes in the wings, and they're starting to fall. So all 6 of them fall onto the ground. They're like, huh. This is softer than expected. And shocker, it's a dinosaur egg. I'm just thinking, like, how insane would that be to see a dinosaur? Like, truly, that would be just, like, unreal. And I think it's kind of cool that Magix has dinosaurs just as Earth had dinosaurs. So the dinosaur egg hatches, and he's this cute little dino, and he loves the Winx. He thinks they're like his moms. Stella gives them all some new outfits. They look really good. Bloom has her classic season 1 bangs with the middle and then the 2 sides, and it's really cool. It looks really good on her. The dino does not recognize them, but Aisha starts to play ball with him, and he calms down right away. So the Winx are walking around looking for the cry because Roxy said that if it's the only animal that doesn't blend in, they'll find it sooner or later. Stella decides to take a break and make some drinks, so she spawns a bunch of drinks, and the dinosaur eats them all up, and he actually spits out the glasses and the straws, which was cool. Good attention to detail. The fact they were the fruity music bar drinks that sent me, and I love it. They also meet some other cactus and rock fairy animals, which were really, really cute. So eventually we see the mommy dinosaur coming towards the Winx and the baby dino, and as she's approaching, the Winx are scared, but the mommy dino gets scared and she curls up and like runs away. Stella's like, were we that scary? But they realize it's the cry that is the scary thing. It's crazy to think that this little creature scared this giant mommy dinosaur. So Stella reads the cry to death. She says, it's pretty funny looking. It's so flashy, it's almost tacky. I hate to say it. It's kind of, well, ugly. And then it cries the most comical, crazy tears ever. The Winx are flying up in water. It's a whole thing.
It's almost comical, isn't it?
The lore of the cry is actually really crazy. It's from mythology, and it is this creature called a squonk. And that's kind of funny why Aisha names it that. When Bloom falls, oh my gosh, she has one of her most iconic reference pose faces that I see all the time. And before you know it, it's Butterflix time.
Butterflix, Bloom, Musa, Techna, Flora, Aisha.
The Winx see that the dino is being swept away in the cry's tears, and they go into Butterflix mode. They save him, the mommy dino is thankful, and then the camera cuts back to Butterflix. This is also when Aisha says bye to the baby dinosaur she kind of bonded with. So he's walking around trying to find the fairy animal, and he eventually runs into Squonk. So Squonk is walking along and casually escaping Butterflix, which I thought was kind of hilarious. Butterflix mentions that with his strong sense of smell, he is able to hunt out the fairy animal. I think that's kind of cool because that adds on to his dog sort of personality that we see visually. In all honesty, Squonk the Cry is not that ugly. He's kind of cute. Bloom's like, as long as we see other animals are running from it, we know that the Cry can't be too far. And I love how Stella says, we also know that it's really, really touchy. Also love this non-princess trio shot. Gotta represent. So the Winx eventually find the Cry, they spot it, and they go land near it. Butterflix eventually ends his way up right next to them too. In the matter of seconds, Butterflix casts a spell on a spider, making it huge, giving very much season 4 giant spider vibes. The Winx are now forced to deal with this spider while Butterflix has gotten away with Squonk the Cry. I think seeing Butterflix here in this first full moment is really, really cute. I love the sparkles. I love all the vibes. It looks really good. The Winx are splitting up. 3 of them are going to try to stop the spider. The other 3 are going to try to get the Cry from Butterflix. Stella falling was kind of funny, but I noticed it didn't get stuck in her wings, so I don't know what that was all about. Like, why didn't she just keep trying? Bloom says, I could use my Butterflix special power to ask for help from other fairy animals, but I can't see any.
But I can't see any.
My thought was like, then what is the point of your spell? I guess, yes, her spell the last episode depended on the other animals that were already there, that she knew were already there, but there had to have been some underground or just nearby. You're telling me there was no fairy animals? This was also prehistoric magic, where Roxy mentioned that they would be camouflaged. So if she wasn't able to see any, I'm sure there were some that were there. So that's really, really unfortunate. And of course, in this moment of confusion, she gets hit with the spiderweb stuff. So now Butterflix is useless because they can't use this on the animal or the web stuff on them. If Butterflix can't hurt other fairy animals or somehow affect them, Butterflix is very weak. Butterflix ends up running off with the Cry, and the spider gets all of the Winx except for Aisha. So Bloom's like, you go get the Cry, we'll be fine. And she goes and flies after it. The spider actually goes back to the rest of the 5 Winx and is almost about to attack them while their arms are behind their back and they can't do anything. But in that moment, the mommy dinosaur comes back and scares off the spider, and the baby dino rips off the spider webs that were trapping the Winx. What was so sad was seeing poor Squonk enjoy all this attention from Butterflix, not even knowing that he had ill will and was just trying to use him in case he had the ultimate power. As soon as Butterflix stops scanning him with his gem and realizes that Squonk is not the fairy animal with the ultimate power or the first color of the universe, He then completely grows distant of him and again calls him ugly, which was ridiculous. Squonk's tears are making a literal pool around him. Butterflix is about to attack him again, and Aisha is off to the side flying, and we even actually hear her talking to herself in her head.
The cry is too close. I might hit it.
She decides to use her Butterflix special power, Magical Water Hug. But it works!
Magical water hug!
She gently picks up all the water that came from Squonk's tears and uses it at Butterflix to defeat nature's enemies, according to her spell. And it was really cool to see Aisha using basic water magic, a rare sight. So of course, Aisha and Squonk have this beautiful bonding moment, and it is so cute. He's just so innocent, like, why is everyone looking for me? And she's just gently there for him, answering all his questions, and it is so, so cute. Aisha's like, we're looking for the animal with the first color of the universe, and he's like, my species is not the one you seek. We then see all of his relatives pop up, and there are all these other cries with different colors, different haircuts, and they're actually kind of cute and slaying and devouring. So with it not being the fairy animal they're looking for, they're like, well, I guess we should just head back. And she's like, bye, little sweetie. And it is so, so sad. You feel for Squonk so much in this moment. So he runs up and grabs onto Aisha, and he decides to go with her back into the present because they have bonded. And he says goodbye to all his family, and they are allowed creatures. And then we cut back to the present, and Aisha is on her date with Nex at the same restaurant that Tekna went to on her date with Timmy in season 5. And it's such a beautiful location, like such a beautiful restaurant. Like, I would love to go there. This relationship is cute. I always thought Aisha would be with Roy just because she met him first, and you know, they seemed to really bond over season 5, but they went with Nex, and it's cool. I love to see this relationship sort of fully blossom here and take off. It's the first full season after meeting Nex that we get to really see their dynamic together, and it's a pretty good pairing. Nex, of course, simping over Aisha. You're really beautiful. I mean, a great storyteller. Like, girl, okay. And Aisha and Nex almost kiss, but Squonk gets in between them, and Nex is like, what did I just kiss? And Aisha says, its name is Squonk. It? But at least Nex wasn't mean to Squonk, because that would have made me really sad. But this is where we learn Squonk's name. And I do like how this is an Aisha episode without just shoving it in our faces like they sometimes did with season 5 on the ocean missions. We're going to your home planet, we're going to your ocean, this is your riddle, you get the gem, this is your guardian, and you're bonding with your Selkie, like all of that. This sort of started in Magix, went back in time to prehistoric Magix, and ended up she bonded with her fairy animal. So from this point on, the rest of the Winx will continue to bond with their individual fairy animal until all 6 of them have one. I'd give episode 5 about 15% brain rot. I'm not a big history buff, and I'm not a big fan of like prehistoric times or ancient times, aside from Egypt, so that's why I'm not a huge fan of this whole dinosaur stuff, but it was tasteful. We got the first Winx to bond with her first fairy animal, which we loved, and she also bonded with the dinosaur a lot too. We got to see another Butterflix special spell, Aisha's Magical Water Hug, which ate the house down. I think that there was a lot of brain rot with Butterflix, however, and also the slander to Squonk. I could not handle that. But another iconic episode. Episode 6, Adventure on Linfia. So we start off episode 6 with the Pixies. We see the Pixies looking after Squonk. It is so good to see them. I honestly forgot that they were in this season. Unfortunately, as you know, Kara and Cherie from Pop Pixie replaced Toon and Digit, the original Pixies, for Technomusa. They're still here, replaced, and it's like, okay, we're just gonna pretend that those two never existed for the first 4 seasons. Gotcha. But Cherie here is voiced by Lisa Ortiz again.
Tell me again why we have to take care of that thingy.
In season 6, the Winx pretty much voiced their own Pixies, except for Tekna and Stella, they voiced each other's Pixies. But Musa voiced her own, and now here, 4Kids Musa is voicing Musa's Pixie, which is really cool. It would have been so cool if Lisa Ortiz was Musa again, but For Kids, Musa is a whole different breed, so I feel like her voice would have matured in a different way. And Musa has evolved so much since 4Kids, so honestly, as iconic as it would have been, I don't know if it would have fit, but it still would have been really cool to see, of course. Whenever anyone is mean to Squonk, I actually want to fight them because it breaks my heart how sad he gets. Amore's voice is kind of meh for me.
She and the rest of the Winx are all in class.
But Amore says that the Winx are in class, so that's why they can't take care of Squonk. I'm just like, what class could they possibly be in? Genuinely, what is going on with their stay at Althea? They graduated in season 3. They were teachers in season 4. They came back in season 5 and 6. There's no explanation. There's no explanation, but I'm gonna assume that they're scholars and they're getting their doctorates in magic Winxology. Plug the podcast. But it is cute to see the little mascots playing around. The Pixies, Kiko, and Squonk. It's just so sad. Like, Squonk is just trying to be friends with these new friends of his, and they're all so sad. But the effects here are comical, like when Squonk is screaming at Cherie, the actual like wind blowing in the hair from his sound. But he's just trying to play, and I gotta move on because it's gonna make me sad. I thought it was cute how when they were making the shapes, Amore made a heart and Laquette made an arrow because her symbol is basically arrows. But then Piff starts crying and then Squonk starts crying, and it's like kind of iconic that they're both Aisha's bonded pixies. So they're playing and playing. Then we cut to the Winx in Whizgiz's class, and this is where we learn about wild magic. We saw Kalshara absorb all the wild magic in the Fairy Animals Hall, but we never knew quite what it was. So Whizgiz says that wild magic is among the darkest practices of metamorphosymbiosis, which is the class that he's been teaching since the beginning of the series. We're talking 2004. Bloom says that wild magic allows one to take the appearance of a fairy animal. Whizgiz makes it known that you must learn to control wild magic, otherwise one can be overwhelmed by it, and basically it can make the most positive, magical, happy animal negative and cursed. Wild magic is basically evil in this series. So all of a sudden, Squonk bursts into the door and runs up to Aisha's desk. He's jumping all over everyone. He gets to her and he starts crying because of Cherie and the whole game. And he starts crying. His tears are comically going all over everyone's books. The Winx are mad at the Pixies for not taking care of Squonk, while it is in no way their job at all. Bloom starts scolding Laquette, and I was actually about to throw hands.
It won't happen again, right, Laquette?
If anyone, should they not have left him with Roxy?
Hello?
Anyways, there's this really pretty, beautifully animated scene in the hallway with the Winx, and Aisha's talking about how she feels like maybe she shouldn't have left Squonk with the Pixies, which is true, but also that she feels some sort of invisible empathic bond with Squonk. This is going to be a common thing throughout the next couple of episodes with the Winx and other fairy animals. But the beauty in this scene is so good, and Aisha's pigtails are so cute. Techna goes, Roxy might have found out something new about fairy animals, which is such a funny sentence to me. Just in general, just something new, something fresh. And oh my god, when they called Cherie Sherry, girl, stop this madness.
Sherry?
Miss Who?
But this wild magic spell also sets up how not only animals can be turned into dark creatures, but also plants, such as ones we're about to see later this episode. So, in the next scene, we go to Roxy's dorm. The first time we've ever seen Roxy's dorm in Althea in the entire series. She has a cute room with these crazy intricate bookshelves, totally fit to her personality. So they go over the main premise again, Kalshara and Berphilius looking for the fairy animal with the first color of the universe. Roxy says that we can tell when there are certain species that are endangered from them. Not too sure what that sentence means. Maybe it's just the season 7 brain rot, but like, endangered from them? Like maybe they're the specific ones endangering them? Okay. But then again, if their goal is to just go after the specific ones that those two are going after, who's to say that they have a good lead on it? Like, I feel like if anyone, Roxy and the Winx would know. But anyways, Techna asks, how many species of fairy animals are there? And Roxy says, no one knows. But Roxy says that with the Yaffles and these magic planet orbs, they can tell when any species is in danger in the entire magic universe. There are these 3 cute little birds, red, green, and blue, that are floating around these cool magic orbs, and it's such a cool concept. Although the planets are clearly based off of ours in the solar system, the yellow one looks like literally the sun, and the blue one is Earth, but the others look like they could be recolors of other planets, although it's hard to tell, and it's not a big deal to me. Anything is better than Tekna's iconic episode, Season 2, Episode 9, when Griffin was looking through the telescope at literal Jupiter, Neptune, and other planets. Whether that was actual Jupiter or not, I'm just teasing. Like, it's probably whatever 3D model they had on hand. So the blue Yaffle notices a threat on Lynphia, and Roxy pronounces it Lynphia. Girl, the emphasis on the wrong syllable. So the thing points out that the next species of fairy animals that's in danger is the Magiwolves. So the Winx all go to Lynphia to try to save them. So basically, plot check here. The main plot is that the Winx are going after the endangered fairy animals according to these magic globes, all the while trying to find the fairy animal with the first color of the magic universe. And along that way, they are going to bond with some of the fairy animals. So we go back to Lynphia for the 4th time in the series. Season 3, Flora got Enchantix. Season 5, we were on a part of the Sirenix quest, and one where we didn't even get the gem, but we went to the Ocean of Flowers. Season 6, we went to Lynphia College to stop the treants, and now we're back again. And we have yet to even meet Flora's family. We met Flora's mom in a cameo on Mother's Day, but that's it. And again, love these outfits. So before we get a formal introduction to Flora's parents, we oversee them taking care of a Magiwolf. They've got potions going on. Flora's mom's got a washcloth. Stella, at 9 minutes, 35 seconds, goes, "Are they your parents?"
Are they your parents?
Yes. Flora literally introduces her parents to the Winx, which is it's just actually shocking. Like, okay, 11 years later, and Flora, one of the main marketable trio, is finally introducing the Winx to her parents. Like, what?
Mom? Dad? These are my friends, the famous Winx.
So Flora's parents are super nice.
I'm happy as a giggling zucchini to see you.
Bloom says, "I love your greenhouse. My mom has one too." And I love that connection to Bloom's mom with the flower shop. And then Flora's mom just loves Bloom and is like showing her all around the greenhouse, asking her to help her out with all these potions and stuff. She's helping her file the flowers in order of essence. And Flora's like, "I'm afraid this is gonna take a while." The magnifying glass scene sent me. And then there's a vine grabbing scene. This vine grabs Bloom and it doesn't make a noise, and Flora's mom can't even tell. But why does Bloom's mouth look like Baldi's Basics mouth? Am I lying? Like, am I wrong? So the Winx are like, "Actually, we have to save these Magiwolves," and they're like, "We know they're infected as well." Rotos, Flora's dad, says that they've been infected by these fungi spores. He says fungi. I always say fungi, but everyone says it differently here, which is just like, great, of course. It's just sad because it's like, you know, they're not all in the studio together. Feels very unfortunate in that way. 4Kids sometimes was not voiced all together too. But like, just that integrity of the show behind the scenes, like, is anyone even filming together? Like, is this just being scrapped together? I don't know. It doesn't all rely on just all being together, but sometimes it does. So, the 2 green Magiwolves are going to lead the way for the Winx to find this spore problem. Before they leave, Rotos, Flora's dad, gives them these magical seeds, just in case. And before they can finally leave again, Miele comes on one of the ladybugs. Now, I can't remember if these ladybugs appeared in Season 6. I think they did. All in all, it's such a classic reference to Season 3 and just all of Lynphia in its whole. I think they appear in Season 8 too, right? No one can say her name correctly though, which bothers me so much. Her name is Miele. It's Italian. Get it together. Season 3 Nick did not say it right either, but I never even noticed that until I rewatched it. At least it was 2 syllables. Miele, Miele, meal.
Hi, girls. Hey.
Quick rundown on Miele. Miele is probably a younger teenager at this point, maybe 13. When we first met her, she was super young in season 3, and Flora saved her to get her Enchantix. In season 6, last season, she is at Linfia College for Fairies. She's got her own transformation, and she saved Flora. So, of course, again, Miele wants to come with, and Flora's totally playing the "you're too young for this" card, and it just adds more and more onto this Flora rant that I have, especially onto season 7. Flora brings up the treants from last season when she tried to face them alone. When you were weak and you had no powers and you were defenseless, she tried to save you. So I don't know what she's going on about. I'm not sure if these flashback clips are reanimated or not, but it did make me so frustrated. And Bloom goes, "Your sister is right."
Oh, Lord.
Okay. And everyone else is like, I don't know what to say. So they don't want to have Miele come with because it's too dangerous. And Miele is like, "But I'm a fairy, so what do you want me to do?" And Flora's just like, "You need to be more grown up for this mission." And it's just the same old song and dance. It's frustrating.
Nothing new, nothing changed, same old.
I'm the oldest, so I can kind of see where she's coming from. But my brother's only like 20 months younger, so at the same time, it's not that too similar, but it's just ridiculous. Like, she proved herself a lot last time. You're gonna regret it, Flora, because, I mean, you're kind of gonna need her help, and it's only because of her help that you are saved. So, anyways, the Winx start to head off without Miele. So as we're walking through this forest, the forest looks beautiful. All these backgrounds are done. It's so green and fresh, and it just looks so pretty. It's more of Linfia that we get to see, and I am here for it. Stella says wonderful, and I think someone said wonderful earlier too, but I didn't clock it. If you don't know, season 8 Flora, she loves that word wonderful. She really loves it.
Nature is wonderful.
But then we get a little music montage with Children of Nature.
Close your eyes, feel the breeze.
This song is such a banger. I actually really like it. I think I like the verses more than the chorus, honestly, but overall this instrumental is so good and such a vibe, and it plays from time to time in season 8 as well, I've noticed.
Winx, don't move.
And it's really cute though, as they're all walking along, Stella's struggling with nature. It's very her, it's very on brand, and also appreciation for Rebecca Solar. She's such a good Stella voice, and I forgot to mention another 4Kids alumni. She was the voice of 4Kids Tekna from season 3.
31.2% in that suitcase and 29.78% in there.
So good. So good. So when the same voice does a British accent in World of Winx, it's kind of funny that she did one for real for Tekna.
We're looking for the master of the house.
So I really want to take this moment to soak in all the beauty. Like, yes, season 7 is unfortunate for it all, but objectively, there is so much detail and so much put into it. I mean, we're on Linfia for 2 episodes and we get all these beautiful detailed forest backgrounds. Roxy only had a time stone for like 1 episode and they gave her 1 whole custom animated chair sequence. Like, there's so many things that are definitely overlooked because season 7 is the way that it is. Let's just take a moment of silence to honor season 7.
Yes, you're what's wrong, Magic Winx.
Clap if you care. No, I'm kidding. Then we approach the fungi and we see some of these purple trees in the forest at this one opening. So we continue on into the forest without the match wolves, and the ambience is so good here. As they're walking through the forest, there are so many good shots, so many different angles, and so many just beautifully drawn scenes. We get another shot of Bloom's reference pose face. It never gets old. But I love how Flora had a little plot moment where she was like, everyone was like, what? And then she's like, I saw something. It's like something or someone is following us. Then Flora brings up what Wizgiz said about wild magic and how it can be used to turn any plant or animal into something mutant. And she's like, so these are not trees, these are mutant fungi. fungi. Oh my god, what is happening? And these sound effects of the fungi trees are so interesting. There's like a little cricket noise. It's really cool. The Winx are trying to dodge them because they're trying to trap the Winx. So then it's Butterflix time. We get a 1:40 sequence, which I'm not mad about, with 42 seconds being the actual transformation and 48 being the dance. Still eats. Just breaking down this Butterflix sequence real quick, I loved that Bloom got her eyeshadow scene. It was still the same order, although it was a little chopped shorter for each girl. And the verse was included, which we love.
Flora is a fairy of nature.
And you can so see the shots where Roxy was definitely supposed to be there, and they sort of kind of moved some people around, but there was still a clear hole where she should have been. And what a better time to reference the music video that this was referenced after. And this whole dance scene was totally inspired by the K-pop music video Sunshine by the group Rainbow. Even the little instrumental of that original song kind of gives me Butterflix vibes, just the little synths and the little sounds that they included. But the whole dance is the same, like the choreo. And there's 7 members of this K-pop group and 6 Winx with 1 Roxy. That could have made 7, but it is what it is. I love the Bloom Musa Techno shot. That's a solid Winx trio right there. I do love a good long transformation. Like, I would watch a 2-minute transformation and sit through it and be happy about it. The only thing is, like, most of this was dancing and most of the transforming part was not that thorough to begin with. So it's not like the best longest transformation to watch. I'd rather watch Sirenix 2D. Well, I don't know. But still, it's a transformation sequence and I love it. 25 seconds later, after the transformation, Musa gets trapped by one of the fungi. Oh my god. She's trying to get out, nothing's happening, and she detransforms. Another cool detransformation moment. We rarely see this throughout the show. So they're trying to save Musa. They're like, why isn't Butterflix magic working? And Flora's like, maybe since it's Butterflix, the essence of nature, it can't damage nature itself.
You're joking.
I'm just like, well, great. Okay, so like, what is the point? What can it do? So then it traps Stella, she detransforms, and slowly it traps everyone, including Flora. So Flora's flying around, she's almost getting trapped, but she's dodging it, and she has an epiphany. I'll use the seeds. So Flora's flying around, she's almost got them, ready to use them, and then one of the fungi things goes down and traps her. And one of the biggest gags of the season is they're outside of the fungi, and she can't use them. Then she detransforms, and she is like, what am I gonna do? And it's like one of the biggest Flora-centric scenes I've seen in the series, where it's like, it was all up to Flora, the camera's focus is on her. What are we gonna do? And this was an actual good cliffhanger. I'd give this episode maybe 15% brain rot. It really wasn't that bad, actually. It was a good watch. I think that there wasn't much brain rot. I think that the Pixie Squonk Kiko scene was kind of dull, but other than that, I think some of the Flora meeting her parents scenes with Bloom, maybe that was a little dragged out, if possible. And I think that just Flora with Miele was just so frustrating. Like, she's your sister. Relax. She's fine. In fact, she might save your life. Episode 7, Beware of Wolf. First, the narrator says that the Winx were trapped in vegetable traps, which sends me.
Vegetable traps.
I guess a fungi is a mushroom is technically a vegetable. I feel like she wasn't there. She didn't get the memo. So we start off the episode with this huge establishing shot with the entire forest being full of purple mutant fungi. We go to Flora and she's still awake. She's trying to fight this fungi stuff. And not only is it detransforming them, it's starting to put out some toxins that make the other Winx faint inside. So as Flora's passing out, we see her point of view through the fungi, and it looks at Miele. And Flora has passed out at this point, but the point of view is now on Miele. So she grabs the seeds and saves the Winx. And Flora calls her Miel.
Meow?
Girl, that's your sister. You should call your sister her right name. So she drops a seed by each of the Winx, and eventually they all bloom into beautiful flowers. And I love this music theme when Miele is saving the Winx. It's really pretty. Just from this quick shot, it looks like those 6 seeds saved the entire forest. And Miele literally saved their lives. Like, the stakes were so high, actually. So you guys should really be more grateful. And I love this quintet. No shade to Flora, but I do love this quintet. Of all the Winx except her. The Winx are like, wait, where's Flora? And then they find her, and Stella's like, thank goodness you're okay, which is so sweet to see her somehow personally involved with Flora, to see anyone personally involved, because it's like, she usually has no stakes, so there's no reason for her to individually be concerned like that. Miele says, perhaps someone should have had more faith in me. And yes, she should have had more faith in you, Miele. The camera goes back and zooms in on that creature that Flora thought she saw in the forest the last episode. So all the animals fled because they were scared of the fungi. And now that a big patch of the fungi is gone, a bunch of the animals are coming back, like the ladybugs. And so they come back, all the Winx are jumping on them to ride them. We see Flora jump on one. We see Miele's arm go to jump on one. And then Flora's hand grabs her arm. And all of a sudden, Flora is back on the ground, standing next to Miele. And of course, Flora scolds her like, you and I need to talk.
Here I come.
You and I need to talk.
Flora just needs to stop here. She is driving me insane. Miele's like, are you mad at me because I didn't stay home? And Flora's like, what do you think? You were hasty and reckless, but I'm proud of you. So they're riding the ladybugs, flying all around. Aisha and Miele are like racing on the ladybugs, which is kind of cute. Flora and Aisha are technically supposed to be best friends, although I think they just got the last pick. Musa and Tekna are obviously BFFs, and Bloom and Stella are obviously, so I hate that forced pairing. Like, Flora and Aisha don't necessarily have any serious one-on-one dynamic. Musa and Aisha do, I think, more than any other pairing with Aisha. Bloom and Aisha are both reddish-haired and somewhat of a leader, so Flora and Aisha, they just are the only ones without a default pick. So in a way, it's kind of cool to see Aisha race Miele, Flora's sister, but are they best friends? I mean, let me ask the audience.
No.
But Stella's still behind on one of the ladybugs flying around, and we get some amazing shots. One of her face with the shocked eyes, like, right at the camera. Linfia is just so pretty. Aisha says, Bloom, now that we don't have any more orchid seeds, how do we neutralize the fungi? And why don't they just go back and ask for more seeds? I mean, maybe it's too late. Maybe they've gone too far to turn back now. But still, like, I mean, just fly into Butterflix, fly over top all of the trees, and then grab some, go back, and deal with the problem from there. But no, we gotta make it more complicated. So they're now trying to look for those two Magiwolves that led them to the center of the forest. And they're looking for them. Bloom's like, they should be here. And Stella's like, they bailed on us.
Unfortunately, they bailed on us.
But then, all of a sudden, these spores are starting to multiply again. So the Magiwolves are still in danger. So Aisha's like, Bloom, let's transform. And Flora's like, it's useless, Aisha. The Butterflix power doesn't work on the fungi. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Even though wild magic attacked it, Butterflix, the magic that protects the fairy animals, can't protect this threat that is affecting the fairy animals. Oh, okay. But then we see some of the flowers are healing themselves with their own little magic pollen. At least it is trying to save itself, but it is not working. So we see the same shot of this flower turning into a fungi, very beautifully animated, but then it reverses. And then they play it again. And this rubber elastic sound effect that is playing with the purple fungi is so cool. The sound department was actually really good here, and it really did eat. It consumed. Flora realizes that the flowers don't have enough energy to fully heal themselves. So with this, she has an epiphany that she knows what to do, and she wants them to all follow her to the center of the forest. I thought they were at the center, but regardless, now she wants them to go to the center of the contaminated part. So they're running over to the center of the forest, and Miele's like, is this what we were looking for? And Flora's like, yes, the origin of the mutation. And we see more of the purple fungi spores, but we see this giant one and this puddle of wild magic. You should try it sometime. It's this beautiful puddle of this glowing, dark, purple, indigo, green magic, and Bloom points out that this tree's roots are soaking into the puddle. So basically, this contaminated tree is spreading these pores all throughout the forest. Flora and Miele feel weary of the dark figure that they felt was watching them, and we see his eyes through the shadows again. The figure finally jumps out from behind the trees, and it is a Magiwolf with glowing eyes. Honestly, I'm not sure if it was just actually angry in defense mode, or if it was was contaminated by the spores or by wild magic. I'm not too sure. This brown Magiwolf looks up and shows us that the other green Magiwolves have been captured by the spores. The Winx are really trying to avoid the spores now because they're almost getting trapped again. They are about to transform again, and Stella's like, Bloom, the Butterflix power doesn't work against the fungi. And Bloom goes, not directly, with the damn reference pose face. But it's Butterflix time. We get a shot of all 7 of them flying up, including Melee. Bloom points out a stone and tells Musa to use it. So Musa uses her magic, uses it on the water, and picks up the stone, and then throws it at one of the spores. So their goal now is to indirectly use magic on other things that are going to attack the fungi spores. Musa's second spell here is so cool. She's in the center of this puddle of wild magic with these ripples around her of water, and they are making sound wave things in the water. It's the coolest thing ever. She does this more to use magic on rocks to attack the spores, just as everyone else is doing. Flora and Melee are chasing this one around, and it's the classic tie the creature in a knot sort of thing. Melee almost gets attacked, but then as Flora tells her to watch out, the brown Magiwolf goes and attacks the spore and saves Melee. Then the Magiwolf almost falls down and Flora saves him with a spell. Flora's petting him and his red eyes fade into like a beautiful green. The Magiwolf leads them to more of the trapped Magiwolves. Flora says that he wasn't under control of wild magic or the spores, but he was just protecting his pack. So I think it was just like an anger sort of glow in his eyes, or just something for visual representation of him being angry. The Winx are continuing to defeat these spores, and we see this cool action shot of all 6 of them flying at the camera. There's more battle sequences as the Winx continue to fight these spores, and this isn't really brain rot. It's a bunch of actual action-packed scenes that I did find enjoyable. Now, I am not a shonen person per se. I am more magical girl, obviously, but I've heard this is a Naruto reference as Bloom is running on the fungi thing, and it is so iconic. I mean, look at the material. You can be the judge of it. And the Bloom Melee bonding, love that dynamic. But she does it so that the spore latches onto itself and it attacks itself. Genius. Melee does the same thing, but she makes 2 of them run and tangle into each other. And then that's how they stop that one. So on the ground, everyone gathers together, but a spore grabs onto the brown Magiwolf. Flora's like, oh no, we can't do this on our own. And she flies up. And then she uses her Butterflix special spell. Now she'd... Oh, now you're gonna do it? Oh, okay. But there is a really cool theme behind it. She uses her spell called Natural Whisper. She's like, nature, I need your help, but at the same time, I promise I'll be helping you. So this green pollen magic starts spreading throughout all of the plants. It also goes into the puddle of wild magic. So after this whole sequence, the forest is healed. The wild magic turns into a regular puddle, the big giant fungi tree turns into a beautiful flowering tree, and the rest of the forest turns into what it was supposed to be, a beautiful forest of trees. And the Magiwolves are saved, but a bonding sequence happens between Flora and this brown Magiwolf, so the 2 of them are bonded. The Magiwolf is being so kind and like playful, and Melee's like, I thought he was kind of mean, but Flora's like, appearances can be deceiving, Miel. Yeah, just like you. I thought you were a nice person. I thought you were a nice, grounded character. The Magiwolf adorably pounces on Flora. And it's cool to see Flora, Melee, and her parents all together talking like a family, and Melee's just telling her parents the story. So this Magiwolf is just kind of causing an entire mess with the potions and everything, and Flora's mom kind of seemed out of it. I think it might be her voice actor too, but I don't know. Maybe it runs in the family. I just don't like this family. So basically she deserved it. I'm just saying. It's also cool to see Flora with the Magiwolf and Musa coming up with the cat. It's like, Musa's definitely a cat person, and Flora's definitely a dog person. But there was a really cute transition of the Magiwolf going across the screen into the next scene. So we're back in WizGiz's class, and he's doing another lecture, and he wants everyone to be very still. And of course, as he's concentrating, Squonk bursts in and starts crying. WizGiz, his spell is making his body go out of control, and eventually he falls onto the cactus. It's a whole thing. Then Flora's Magiwolf bursts in, licks Squonk's face, and you'd think Squonk would be like, oh, but no, he's like freaked out too. Then Flora gets one of those action shots and is like, Amarok, sit down. So this wolf's name is Amarok. Then he starts obeying like a dog.
Sit down. Enough, I said.
I just cannot take season 7 Flora at all. She's too assertive. I just don't like her. I just don't like her. Then Stella and Musa have me gagged. Stella's like, Flora's trying to establish her authority. And Musa's like, it doesn't really seem to be working though. And I'm like, drag her, get her Jade. Then Bloom goes, eavesdropping is rude. Come on in. And the pixies fly in from behind the door. Whizgiz and Bloom are like dragging the pixies for not taking good care of Squonk and Amarok. But Bloom's like, it's obviously more than they can handle. Yeah, it's more than most of you guys can handle. So I'd really count my blessings, Bloom. Like, there's no reason that they need to be helping you with that. Yeah, let's have these 6 little flying creatures take care of this giant Magewolf and this cry. So then Amarok kisses Squonk, and there's this slow-mo camcorder instant replay filter happen, and they replay the scene, and I was just like, okay. Then Squonk cries, then Piff cries, and it's a mess. Musa is overwhelmed by the sound. She's like, please make this concert end. I'll give you that, okay. But no, I agree, like, I cannot stand crying children. As if that wasn't enough, Amarok starts howling, and that was actually funny. And Whizgiz says, when does the bell ring? Iconic. I would give this episode, again, maybe only a 15% brain rot. It really wasn't that bad. I think that this final scene dragged on maybe just a bit. Really, though, there was a lot of good combat and just a lot of good scenes. I don't think it was that full of brain rot. So if you haven't watched already, I have a video called Flora Rant, but it is pretty old. For a mini Flora Rant segment, here are my thoughts, especially with season 7. I am all for a grounded character in a show. They all have their importance, and they all have their own moments, but they do play a really important role in the show. Supporting the main cast with their grounded energy, being a voice of reason, being friendly with other characters. A lot of blue Cures from Pretty Cure play this role very well. Cure Spicy, Cure Fontaine, Cure Wink, like all of them. They exist to counteract the other characters, but they still have their own plot. But Flora has none of this. And I think season 7 further ruins her reputation. Her attitude, her new voice, her dynamic with her sister, it's all giving her an even worse reputation. It genuinely makes it so frustrating to like her. In season 6, she did have the greenhouse arc with the totem pole and Icy being the Ice Queen and saving Helia from Icy's spell. Yes, she did have Helia drama in season 5 with Princess Crystal, but overall, it was nothing compared to the rest of the Winx. And for some little misunderstanding, it seems surface level. It could go into like trust issues or just deeper implications of this cheating situation going on. Like, look into it. In season 5, she does have sensitivity to the pollution, to the ocean, and she even cries when saving Paradise Bay with the acid rain and everything, which was really touching. But additionally, side note, there's no magic cure like that to actually save Earth. And they did give her a moment in season 5 with Sky, with the pendant of Heracleon, and in a way, saving Sky's memory. So I'm basically asking for more and more and more things like that, but even deeper moments at that. It's hard to explain, but it seems like every Winx has something going for her except for Flora. She's very, very neutral. She sort of blends in. Every Winx has something that sort of either makes them stand out or is a very strong plot for them. Whether it be their personality, their hair color, their type of magic, their story, or something like that. They've all got something going for them except for her. Especially in World of Winx, when she fought her nemesis, Stony, I was done. Everyone had a serious obstacle to overcome or a clear change of action to do. But Flora literally just had an anime dig deep moment and was like, no, life is stronger than anything else. And boom, she's free and she defeated her nemesis. Honestly, in life, when in doubt, just say a monologue. You might get saved. I just want to see her sweat more. Like we saw in these episodes where she's actually the one main character in focus and is struggling. She does have boyfriend drama, but I want there to be more than that for her. Like, Musa has boyfriend drama, but there's still more to her than that. Arguably, Flora is basic.
Well,
We won't go there, but we can.
She has a natural shade of hair. It's not blue or pink. She has nature-based powers, not music or technology, or even fire at that. Everything about her is giving grounded character energy, not the main character, not the energetic side character, but somewhere in the middle. I would just love for her to have some sort of tragic backstory or something that happened back in her past that explains why she's the way she is, why she lays low, why she's positive all the time, or just give her something in the present. Make her angry, make her sweat. I want to see it so bad. I'm praying for this in the reboot. In season 1, she is pretty quirky, I would say. She's got her potions. She's like, plus, I really like to learn. She said something about witches' sadness spells, and that's why she's getting the cheerful gladiolus to cure them. I wonder if that could be a headcanon as to what's going on her home planet. Maybe it's an icy diamond situation going on. I don't know. And if she was the DL queer character the whole time, I would not be opposed to that. Moving on, episode 8, back in the Middle Ages. So we start off in the Winx dorm and we see Flora and Aisha with Squonk and Amarok trying to get them to become friends. Helia and Nex are also there, they're boyfriends. And it's kind of just a little slow-paced scene here. They're trying to get them to be friends, but they need a little motivation. Helia says, "You shouldn't force things, Flora," and she's quite literally trying to force him through the door because he won't fit.
I'm not forcing things.
Why are you gay?
They're kind of getting along, and then Amarok scares Squonk with his teeth, and season 7 Flora is back. She's like, "Apologize right now. What is wrong with you?" And then Helia and Nex share a look. In my mind, they're looking at each other, wondering where the heck Alejandra went and how fast can we call her back. Then Nex says, just like a girl, insists things go their way, whether it makes sense or not. Where did that come from? Like, what? Okay, lost all respect. Aisha, why did you pick him over Roy? Roy was clearly the better option. I just felt like those sexist jokes throughout this season were just stupid and just ridiculous. And then Nex actually calls Squonk ugly again, and it's the whole thing, blah blah blah, he cries. Then Nex falls into Helia's lap. I was like, oh, okay, that ship. I mean, wait, what? Flora's like, not the armchair, because Amarok is going crazy and knocking books over, almost knocks the TV over.
Bad magic wolf.
Helia's like, don't be mean to him, he was just trying to play. But Helia brings out his origami magic, which slays. And here's my mini theory of Bloom and Helia kind of liking each other or having some sort of thing. There are like 3 instances where they've interacted in the entire series up until this point. Season 3, episode 17, when they are saving Techna from the Omega Dimension, and Sky and Brayden hug, Timmy and Techna hug, and Bloom and Helia hug. The season 5 finale scene where Helia makes an origami crane and sends it over to Bloom on stage singing "The Magic of Tonight," and then she's holding his origami. Then here, when Helia's like, "We were just having fun," and Bloom's like, "Sorry to interrupt your fun."
We heard so much noise.
We were just having fun.
Sorry to interrupt your fun.
I don't know, guys, I don't know. Another appreciation for Bloom's hair here. Not only is it a high pony, but there's like a bun part with the bow. So it's time to go check back with Roxy. So Roxy points out that there was an animal on Earth called the quill cat that lived in the Middle Ages. And they said that its fur was magical, so that could be the animal they're looking for. They kind of give a quick rundown, sort of refreshing the plot in our minds. We have to use the Stone of Memories to go back in time to get this animal, because it has the ultimate power. Let's use our stones now. Activating sequence. So they activate their stones and they start the sequence. The only error I noticed was when it showed the spinning chair from the top down, there was 7 seats, and it's supposed to be only the 6 wings here, but the spinning sequence is the 6 of them. And before you know it, they're already there. So by using the Stone of Memories, they go back to medieval times on Earth. So they sort of teleported and went back in time. So they're looking around and they see the quill cat, the fairy animal Roxy showed them, on wanted posters throughout the forest on the trees. So the quill cat appears and claws at its own poster, and they're like, that was totally the cat. All of a sudden, 3 guards are coming and the Winx hide, and the 3 of them are chasing after this cat. It's the classic dynamic of one of them's the leader, the other two are following, but all three of them are different proportioned characters, and I love that. They could have easily made one, copy and pasted him, but they're very well drawn. So in order to rescue the quill cat, they have to act now, and only 6 minutes in, they get a transformation sequence. And they start this off with the 6 of them with headshots, which was pretty cool. And I just noticed in Winx Club Newsflash's video, they only use this sequence when they're in their season 7 casual outfits, which when they transform is not that often actually. The other couple times they were in other outfits. This sequence was very quick and they did not waste time with the dance. The 3 guards are trying to catch the quill cat, and believe it or not, it has quills and it pokes the main leader guard. The other guys are like, those things are very sharp. And as this guy's pulling them out of his butt, he's like, I'm aware of that. Flora blasts the main guard into the ground with her magic. The guards see the Winx and they're like, we're fairies. Just point blank saying it right out front.
We are amazing stylish fairies.
So the guards say that they have been ordered to imprison all users of magic, which would include the Winx. So now they are also on the guards' radar. And honestly, I don't think this interferes at all with the season 4 plot of there being earth fairies and everything. I think it still lines up. I also think this reminds me of ancient times with the witch trials when they thought certain people were witches and they wanted to attack them. I bet you there's some inspiration from that. So I love how the leader guard is like, seize them! And then the Winx simply fly up. They mess with the guards run away, but then Musa's like, oh crap, the quill cat got away. So they're following the missing posters and they realize that some of them have been clawed at. So they realize that's probably where the quill cat is headed. So Aisha reads out the wanted poster and it says,
Capture this feline on sight.
Bloom mentions that they better get this quill cat fast before Butterflix does. And we cut to present day with Butterflix and Kalshara. Butterflix has a little brainrot scene where he's just playing around with his glowing stone of memories, aka Roxy's, and it goes on for a bit. Kalshara's like, what is he blabbling on about? And then she's like, Butterflix, that means it's activated. So then he activates his stone and he goes to the present where the Winx are. But his spinning chair sequence is so funny to me because it's actually different. He falls off the chair, it's still spinning, he's like swimming in the air towards it. It's just crazy. It's like, I wonder what would have happened if he didn't fall back into his chair during the sequence. Would he have been lost in limbo or something? Like the tricks? I don't know. So cut back to the Winx and we're looking for the quill cat and we do actually see Musa more front and center. It's slowly being revealed that it is obviously a Musa based episode because this is going to be her bonded fairy animal. So Musa overhears this song of this guy singing about fairies. He's playing his little instrument and she overwatches this play that's happening. This is obviously about fairies and one of the characters says, well, who's gonna play the 6 fairies? And I'm like, okay, wow, I know where this is going, but iconic. Then there's this guy who is playing both the king and the queen. He has half his face painted with makeup, the queen, the other half the king. He is slaying. The narrator guy is like, well, someone has to play the 6 fairies. And he looks at the donkey and the donkey is like, no. The soldiers meet the creators of this play and the soldiers are like, you have to leave this place immediately. It is full of magical creatures. They're talking and then the narrator is like, would you guys like to play the fairies in our play? The 2 regular soldiers ask the leader, they're like, can we play? Can we please, Captain? And he does not allow them to. But this main guy, whose name is Orlando, is clearly not afraid of magic and clearly loves the quill cat. So Musa flies back to the Winx and is like, I found someone who's friends with the quill cat. His name is Orlando. In order to not draw too much attention, Stella turns them all into medieval icons. She gives them all these color coordinating clothes that are really, really cute. So the Winx walk up to the crew with their play going on, and there is this cute eye scene between Musa and Orlando, and the rest of the Winx are like, they know what's going on. They're so happy because the 6 Winx are like, fairies? We can help you be fairies. And it's so cute. So Musa and Orlando are riding on the back of the carriage and the rest of the 5 Winx are inside the carriage. And Stella's like, are we gonna have a dressing room? Which I thought was pretty funny from her. Musa and Orlando are obviously having this eye-catching scene and Stella jumps in the middle and is like, how long is it gonna be actually? And it will only take as long as a song. Okay. And as the Winx cross the horizon, we see the Quill Cat appear, following Orlando's song and Musa's voice. And that's the episode. I'd give this a 20% brain rot, maybe 15. It wasn't really that bad, although the Butterflix time stone scene was kind of dragging on. Other than that, it kind of was what it was, you know. Episode 9. The Fairy Cat. This episode starts off with the townspeople making their play. They're in the village and they're performing. We cut to Butterflix, who just arrived at the time the Winx are, and he sees a poster of the Quill Cat. He reads that any and all forms of magic are against the law, and he's like, good to know. I'm like, wow. His 2 brain cells are absorbing that information. So this guy, Orlando, in the play is playing the prince, and he sings this song, and he's a really good singer. It's like, winged creatures, where are you? You're fairies. And the 6 Winx with their iconic costumes appear. They are the most iconic costumes ever. They have these fake wings and their color coordinated dresses. Bloom has blue flowers in her hair, which is so cool. And Aisha looks so good with the teal. Stella's like, what about a small flight? But Bloom's like, we could have our cover blown. They might get scared. Then Butterflix uses his magic on the Winx to make them fly, and it causes a whole eruption of chaos in the village. And Stella's like, it wasn't me. So as they're flying from Butterflix's magic, the donkey sees this, gets scared, and runs off with the carriage. And behind the carriage was the guy playing the king and queen, eating a sandwich on his lunch break, doing his thing. But the leader guard looks up and sees the Winx flying and recognizes it's the same fairies from before who were trying to get the Quill Cat. Musa sees Butterflix in the crowd and realizes that's who's doing this. Butterflix is proud of the chaos he has caused and then decides to drop the Winx like that, like Charlotte from H2O when she dropped the main 3 girls. Their fake wings break off, but the guards are now after them. But Orlando blocks them and is like, you'll have to go through me. He lets the Winx get away and he causes a diversion with the donkey and the carriage. The donkey comes in, crashes into the guards, and then he and Orlando ride off. Again, Bloom with the face. Stella goes, centuries pass, but boys are always the same. And I'm just like, what even happened for that to be said? But whatever, go off. So now Orlando is taking them to the place that he first found the Quill Cat. Musa's like, well, what about your play? And he's like, we'll have to finish it another day. It's no big deal. Which is so cute. It's so cute. So they're at this lake and it's beautiful. It's this beautiful crystal clear water with even this little glowing pollen off of it. We get a flashback from Orlando and he shows us that even when he was a little boy, he would play the lute and the Quill Cat would still come. Like 10 years ago, let's say. He starts playing it at present time, well, past time, and the Quill Cat comes again. Butterflix sees this and then he puts a spell on the lake with his wild magic. So these 2 giant dragon lizard creatures appear out of the water and they're attacking Orlando, the Quill Cat, and the Winx. Butterflix is trying to capture the Quill Cat with this, and eventually the Quill Cat runs away, but now the Winx are left to deal with the monsters. It's a pretty intense fight, and now the donkey is involved and the guy's grabbing onto the donkey's tail, and I'm like, oh, that's not the way to really protect him, but whatever. And now it's Butterflix time. And this time the transformation order is Bloom, Flora, Stella, Aisha, Musa, Tecna. Which is kind of funny because here, Musa being second at least would have been the more appropriate time for her to be second, with this being a Musa-centric episode. But it is what it is. They realize that this is not a fairy animal of any kind. Butterflix must have just conjured this. Throughout this whole fight, they're hesitant to use magic because they don't want to hit Orlando or the donkey. Musa's like, leave it to me, and she uses her spells and does not hit Orlando in any way. And in fact, puts him back down on the ground gently. But then the monster grabs Musa, and she's like, don't worry about me. She sends Orlando off to go capture the Quill Cat. So he and the donkey chase after the Quill Cat. But then the Quill Cat runs right into the guards. They're about to capture him, but all of a sudden, this magenta purple bubble wraps around the Quill Cat. And this time, it's Butterflix who has captured it in some sort of magic. The captain guard is like, it's you who sent those girls into the air. Clocked. That is what happened, but they also were actual fairies. So Butterflix can't find the right spell to analyze the animal, and it's a bit of a brain rot moment. And before he can actually get it right, Orlando comes up and is playing his little song as he finds Critty. Cut back to the Winx. Stella gets her feet stuck in this honey yellow slime stuff as she's trying to fly up to get out of it, she literally can't because her feet are stuck to the ground. During this Winx scene, it was almost 40 seconds where Aisha and Tekna were not even shown. Musa manages to escape on her own, and then Flora decides to use her natural whisper to help tame these creatures. So I guess so far their special spells are different. Bloom can call out to other animals, Flora can call out to nature, and Aisha can use water to help her in any given situation. So Flora's spell empowers the willow and makes it really, really strong, and together helps defeat the monster. Cut back to Berphilius. Berphilius calls Orlando an earthling, which is kind of funny. At 17 minutes and 2 seconds, I love the perspective shot as Berphilius picks up Orlando and is moving him from left to right. You can see the literal background adjusting with really good perspective in mind. The sky and the mountains are moving slower and not as far compared to the foreground, which I really appreciated. But then as Berphilius is taunting Orlando, Musa comes in with this loud classic Winx sparkle. She puts Orlando down. Berphilius still can't figure out his analyzing spell. Before Berphilius can even try his analyzing spell again, Musa comes in with her special Butterflix spell, Melody of Fairies. Now, the sequence is pretty, the music is beautiful, but it's her Blue Mix background, which, it works. It's cool. It's a little Easter egg. You wouldn't really know unless you're like a super obsessed fan. Little Cardcaptor Sakura intro reference there. I mean, it's literally just a water drop, but I was like, okay. This sort of magic where she uses her powers to neutralize the enemies just by giving off a harmonious frequency is not used that often at all. I know it's used in Magical Adventure, and that's about it. You could also argue she used that on the whales as well in season 5. Musa's spell also puts Berphilius in a little trance too, and he doesn't make any sounds, but you could see his face was animated to be like relaxed. And then him coming out of the trance by the donkey kicking him was funny and well deserved. So Musa and the Quill Cat bond, and the Quill Cat is like, I am not the animal you're looking for, but they're bonded. And then Orlando's like, wait, so I'm a fairy. It's giving Aisha's introduction, it's giving like H2O, they realize they're mermaids, it's giving everything. And then Musa's like, it's time to finish your show. So everyone goes back to the village, and it's time for their play to have an end. According to the play, fairies did exist, and they used their magic to save the kingdom from ruin. And the prince presented the fairies with a crown that was his to inherit, and it is actually Critty just curled up into a loaf as a crown, and he gives it to Musa. This is so emotional. As the play is going on, clearly there's some real emotion between Orlando, the Quill Cat, and Musa. You can see Musa is sad that she's going to leave Orlando. The Quill Cat is sad that she's going to leave Orlando, and it's a whole thing behind layers of the plot. All the other Winx start going back to the present, leaving and going back to their kingdoms, but Musa is still there because she is the lead and she is finishing her lines. This blue-haired goddess is just serving on the stage, and she's like, it wasn't only the fairies' hard work, it was the prince and his music as well. And then Musa winks at him. She does a beautiful eye shot, and she fades away and goes back to the present with Critty. So I think it's cool to note that Critty and Squonk are from the past, while Amarok is from the present. By the way, this Quill Cat's name is Critty, if I didn't mention that yet. And the episode ends. I would give this a 20% brain rot, because again, it wasn't really that bad. Although some of the scenes were dragging on, I felt like it was still kind of tolerable. I feel like older concepts, like medieval times and stuff like that, are generally boring for me, like Renaissance stuff. Although it's cool, it's kind of boring for me. I am not a history fan. I love the Egypt arc in season 6 because I love Egypt and pyramids and all that, but this specifically was prone to be boring to me from the get-go, but I actually did enjoy it. Episode 10. Winx Trapped. So we start off in Kalshara's lair, and she is looking around looking for Berphilius, and we realize Berphilius didn't even find out if the Quill Cat was the fairy animal with the first color of the universe. Then we cut back to Althea in the music cafe from last season that Musa opened. The specialists are setting up a welcome party for Critty. She's just walking around being a cat, and the specialists have these iconic outfits. They look really good in them. And we see the first 3 fairy animals kind of having their own little trio dynamic, Amarok, Squonk, and Critty. Critty's hissing, Squonk is crying, Amarok is barking. It's a whole thing. And of course, they all make a mess of the food. So we are in the music cafe, but the camera pans in to the ballroom from season 1, episode 3, which is not the correct location. In season 6, I couldn't get a good shot of where the entrance is, but it's just in one of the hallways, and it's in a secret door on the wall. But this music cafe has actual doors, and when they open, you see those same windows like in the hallway in season 6. So I guess it was just the wrong establishing shot, honestly. And we also realize Critty is a girl. Timmy tells Nex he should calm down Squonk, and Nex is like, why me? And Timmy's just like, statistically, animals respond well to cuddling, so do your best. Oh, okay. Squonk kisses Timmy and Nex, and then I guess Squonk is like, cuddle up next to Nex, and Timmy gives him a look, and Nex is like, and like starts flexing again with the masculinity and the stuff, like we get it, whatever. So in order to stop the fairy animals from destroying the place, Helios starts doing some origami with the fairy animals. Kiko is also eating his waiter outfit, just saying, but now Critty is doing origami as well. Sky goes, wow, that's wonderful, stealing Flora's lines.
That's wonderful!
Helia builds a castle of origami and Critty's destroying it. It's like brain rot, we get it. I don't know what it is, but Helia is just extra fruity in this season. I think it's the new animation and I don't know, but justice for Helia. Please get away from Flora. She does not deserve you. So the fairy animals are causing a mess in the music cafe with the specialist and the Winx walk in. First things first, these are the iconic curly hair outfits. They all have curly hair and I love it. Bloom looks good in pink. Musa looks good in yellow, Stella looks good in blue. They all are slaying these colors. Musa's just being ungrateful about this welcome party that they, the specialists, were all helping them out for. They're all just being like, guys, specialists, we asked you to take care of the fairy animals. Look at the mess. It's tired. It's boring. And Musa's kind of like, this was supposed to be a welcome party for my Critty, but it's pretty much all ruined now. Did you guys ask? Did you guys ask? I don't think anyone asked. I also want to point out that Musa is the only one of them who does not have a boyfriend. So who is she to talk? No offense, Musa, like you're my favorite Winx, but they're really not that close with you at all compared to the other girls. So like, I really don't get what she's getting at here. The only thing that I don't like about these outfits is Flora's hair. Flora has looser curled hair, and I just wish she had the same hair. I feel like if they were gonna go for it, they should have just went all out and given Flora the same pattern curly hair. Some follow the mindset of like, oh, they all look too similar. For this outfit, I don't agree. I really think that they should have all had that curly hair. Even Techna has curly hair, and it's short, and it looks good. But then I noticed Flora actually blames Amarok and not the specialist. But then Helia comes in and clocks Flora. He's like, I feel like you should have a little more trust in Amarok. Gag. Then Roxy comes in and saves us from the brain rot.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Sorry I'm late. And has like a crazy anime, like wide-eyed moment with the action lines in the background. Then at 6 minutes and 46 seconds, we finally see the first full shot of Techna, where it's not a quick frame. We can actually take a pause and look at her, and she looks good. But then at 6:58, we have a Stella blue eye error. Stella is not this show's blonde-haired, blue-eyed character. She is a blonde-haired, brown-eyed icon. Yellow, hazel, whatever. She is a representation, and we stan. So I always loved that about her. So these errors are cool, but it's like, we know who you are. I know who you are. And I know what this is. And I know what you're gonna do. And then there's a second Stella Blue Eye error a couple shots later. Roxy's just like, you guys don't need to worry about these little incidents. And she feels like there's a bigger plan here that they all might meet fairy animals at some point and bond with them. Stella's like, you mean someday I might? And Roxy's like, yes, I feel like all of you are destined to meet your own fairy animal, which is true. And this bigger plan is a thing that happens. The only sad thing is they never mentioned once that they are in the music cafe. So It's kind of sad. And also Roxy does a limp wrist movement. So if you guys are going to complain that this animation is stiff and whatever, watch season 7 and then tell me, because the motions, everything is calculated. So then we cut to Kalshara in Gloomywood Forest as a bat. It is nighttime and she is flying all the way to Althea. Althea has its protective dome up, although it is the ice crystal dome that the ice monsters made in the Christmas special in season 5 episode 10. So is it the actual protective barrier dome, or is it just a copy of the asset that they used from season 5 when the dragons made the dome? Kalshara is allowed into the dome, I guess because she has fairy magic, and she goes right into one of the Winx dorm rooms, but it leads to the literal hallway with the chandelier. It's kind of hilarious. Kalshara flies into Tekna and Musa's room to get a hold of Critty. She detransforms, and we finally see Tekna sleeping in her bed that looks very uncomfortable to sleep in. Critty is curled up on the bed next to Musa, and as Kalshara is tiptoeing towards her, she literally steps on an electric keyboard. Critty notices Kalshara at the last minute, and before she can make a real sound, Kalshara puts Critty in a spell. And I forgot to mention, Tekna debuts the iconic cupcake pajamas from season 7. And of course, this happens with Amarok and Flora. Amarok notices this and goes to wake up Flora, but Flora's like, oh, go back to sleep. Come on. Like, oh my god. It's really not helping your case, Flora. It's really not. The only animals there are Kiko, Critty, Amarok, and Squonk. Amarok is in Flora and Bloom's room, and he just hears a noise. He's not sure exactly what it is. So he looks over at Bloom and sees Kiko sleeping on Bloom's lap. As he leaves the room, he sees Squonk also in the common area, and Squonk points at Musa and Tekna's room and is like, girl, that's where the noise is. So Amarok opens the door and they both see Kalshara with Critty. Amarok and Squonk approach the door while Kalshara goes back out with Critty in her hands. And Kalshara attacks Amarok. Kalshara opens the balcony door, turns into an eagle, and flies off with Critty. So this also confirms, like last season, Aisha is in the same dorm as the Winx. In season 2, it was kind of unconfirmed where she was. I think she was in a different dorm. But then season 3 didn't really show much at all of that. When they all couldn't sleep, Aisha was there with them. But regardless, I think in these newer seasons, Aisha has a room with the Winx. Finally, everyone's awake. Bloom's like, did you hear that too? Aisha is comforting Squonk, and then Musa's like, Critty's gone. So Amarok is okay, and finally Flora's like, Amarok wants to tell us something. He leads them to the balcony where Kalshara is flying away at a reasonable pace with Critty. They all bust out into action, and it's Winx Butterflix time. And one of the funniest Magic Winx sequences ever appears. They're all on the balcony. They're in their cupcake pajamas, which do slay. They do the thing, and Amarok is also on the balcony right there. And as they do it, the background fades, the balcony fades, and Amarok fades on the side. It just made me chuckle. It made me chuckle. They do a little dance in this segment, but it's also like, time is of the essence. Guys, Critty's waiting for you. Enter the infamous Stella ear error. This is one of the most iconic memes that I've ever seen in my entire life. When I tell you I loved this error so much that I put it on my 16th birthday party invitations, I was obsessed. Like, I really was obsessed. And if this invitation is not the epitome of Kevin at 16 years old, I really don't know what is. As you can see, it's dated back in February of 2017. I am a January baby, however, I pushed this back a month, and I even pushed it back another month and did it in March, but that's a whole other thing. Flora's like, Amarok, protect Kiko and Squonk. I'm counting on you. I cannot stand season 7 Flora. I cannot stand her. The Winx are flying off after Kalshara, but the next scene cuts to Kalshara at her lair. She's got Critty, and she transforms back into her normal form. So she brings it back, Butterflix is back as well, and he uses his power to check if it's the animal, and it's not. We cut to Critty, and she is sending off some sort of vibrational frequency, which Musa is picking up on. The rough translation here is rough, to say the least. Musa is like, this way, girls. Bloom's like, how do you know? And Musa's like, it's Critty. She's telepathically communicating with me. She intends to lead me to Kalshara's hideout. intends to. Who wrote this script? Who translated this? Girl, that is not English. That is not casual English. Honestly, it's not. I would never say that. But the ambience here over Gloomywood Forest is everything. The crickets, the wing sounds, the sparkles, everything. I think it's interesting that Musa is using that emergency means of communication technique where she emits low frequency sound waves as a form of communicating an emergency like she did with Galatea, the episode she earned her enchantix. It's right here with Critty. I love that. So Kalshara and Berphilius notice that Critty is giving off a magical energy, and they obviously clock like she's probably leading the Winx to our hideout. Kalshara tells Berphilius to enter into communication with her. He does, and she's like, I'm leading the Winx to your hideout. They're coming. Which is just so cat-like. If you own a cat, you know how they are. And that's how that one is. Kalshara goes, the little fairies want to rescue their animals. And the camera pans in at this yellow bird, which is, guess what? One of the main fairy animals in this episode. So it's cutting back to the forest where the Winx are, and Musa's like, my communication from Critty has been cut. I can't find her anymore. Bloom leads them into the right direction, down into this little cave opening in the ground. They enter and they're at a crossroads. There's two tunnels, left and a right. All of a sudden, that glowing yellow bird appears and comes out of the left cave entrance. Stella's like, it's beautiful and brilliant, just like me. And Aisha says, and every bit as vain. And Musa's like, oh, okay, moving on, let's go. And so they go down the path that the yellow bird came out of. That's the left one. But Stella and the bird are still, like, enchanted by each other. They don't instantly bond, however. This yellow bird goes down the right path, and Stella is like, I don't know what to do. I think she must have seen the Winx go down the left one, but she decides to go down the right one with the bird. We cut to the rest of the Winx who have entered Kalshara's main lair. The place is abandoned, but Tekna does point out that there is proof that they were fairy animals, and she points up to the ceiling and we see that all those cages were just recently emptied. Kalshara from the background is like, you guys fell right into my trap. And all of the fairy animals come out of the shadows and they are all spelled. Critty, the orange Digmole, and the rest of the fairy animals are all after the Winx. It's cool to see Stella and Musa sort of share the spotlight for this episode. Bloom is being the leader, Musa is leading the Winx to Critty because they just got Critty and they're trying to save her, while Stella is also bonding with her fairy animal. Musa's trying to stop Berphilius, but Kalshara jumps in and defends Berphilius and turns into like that lioness form. Cutting back to Stella, all of a sudden that yellow bird is now under Berphilius and Kalshara's control. Its eyes are glowing red and it's going back after Stella, and it's like just out of the blue. I don't know if she was spelled the whole time or what. So the bird actually shoots a beam at Stella, and Stella's like, don't you know I'm the fairy of the shining sun? She's like, how can I stop this thing? But she's like, its powers are based on light, just like mine. And we get a flashback to Roxy saying each of the Winx are destined to meet their own fairy animal. So she's like, okay, this is mine. And Stella goes, I have to trust its magic nature. Okay, it's suntan time.
It's suntan time!
Okay, let's move on.
So then the bird attacks Stella again. Stella sort of absorbs the attack and then shoots it right back at the bird, but in a positive way. And it looks like her spell actually healed the bird, and they have a sort of bonding moment. The background changes, but they don't say anything just yet. Side note, I noticed that Stella and Aisha have purple eyeliner on, while the others have blue. And while I think this is a great choice, I feel like it would have been cool if they gave Flora green. I love the blue eyeliner, but I wonder if they could have customized it a little bit. I think they all look great in the blue, but I mean, if they were gonna give two of them purple, why not give Flora green? I don't know. So Stella is about to use her Butterflix special spell, and she says, but to do it, I need sunlight. And thankfully, Shiny can recreate the sun's light even at night. So the bird's name is Shiny, by the way. So Shiny gives Stella some of the light, and Stella uses her spell. Stella's spell is able to help break the sorcery that is imprisoning the fairy animals. It can take away any sorcery that darkens their souls. I wish, however, she got the full special spell sequence, because it's kind of just regular shots, but it still sort of got that healing music moment. The way Musa says Stella broke Berphilius' spell.
You broke Berphilius' spell.
Well, no,
Stella's spell has freed all the fairy animals from Kalshara's control, and all of them, including Critty and Shiny and the Digmole, are looking back at Kalshara with anger. As you do. Kalshara says, we really didn't need this. And preach, girl, preach. Even after rewatching and coming back to this a bit later after my notes, I was shocked to realize, oh wait, this is when the lair is destroyed. Basically, Kalshara destroys her lair with the goal of destroying all the fairy animals and the Winx. This all happens so fast, so in the midst of the chaos, the Winx are looking around, we have to act quickly. They look at the Digmole, who is digging his way out. Genius. Aisha's like, well done, little one. Try to hurry up. And then it cuts to the Winx and the rubble and back at the hole. Then the Winx are flying through a giant hole. And I'm not sure if it's supposed to be that the Digmole dug that giant hole for the Winx, because that just doesn't make sense. But all the Winx, all the fairy animals, and the Digmole all escape through another hole that the Digmole must have dug. But whatever. If it did, good for it. Thankfully, in the end, all the Winx and fairy animals and the Digmole are saved. They escape and their lair is no more. So we cut back to Althea at the music cafe with the same establishing shot of the ballroom, and Critty's welcome home party is happening. And all the fairy animals that were trapped in Kalshara's lair are attending, and it's actually really cute. The Winx are back in their curly haired outfits, and Stella is taking some pictures with Shiny, her new bonded fairy animal. And Farragonda appears. Kiko's making the drinks. He's also making the carrot juice drinks from season 5, Fruity Music Bar vibes. And Amarok almost makes another mess out of the drinks and food, but he catches it. And Flora is like, oh, you. Shut up. And that's the episode. I say this episode had maybe a 20% brain rot. It wasn't that bad. Scenes were definitely slow, but I think the whole beginning specialist origami arc was just kind of ridiculous and dragged on. But other than that, it wasn't too bad. I feel like I'm being generous, but moving on, some of these episodes are pretty boring. Episode 11, Mission in the Jungle. So we first start off on Earth with a shot of these tigers running. We can't tell what they're running from, but there's some tigers and some cubs, and they're all running away from this thing. We see some shots of what looks like the point of view of some sort of monster, but we don't see quite what it is. We see it run up to the tigers start roaring at it, and then we cut to the Winx. We see Stella's face, angry and screaming. It's a perfect fitting transition from one plot to the next. Stella is angry at Shiny. She's trying to get all the fairy animals to do some sort of fashion show, and they are not cooperating. She puts them all in some clothes, and they actually look very stylish. Amarok is giving Gabriel Agreste realness with the glasses and the hats. Critty has this beautiful green dress on, and Squonk has this crazy dress with this headband and some makeup. And Shiny has this beautiful robe on. Critty rips up the dress, and then Stella's like, that was a gift. But then she's like, on second thought, your natural look is very you. I was like, oh my god, her natural look. Squonk goes over to the mirror and is looking at himself and then starts crying. And Stella's like, that outfit is perfect on you. And then Amarok starts to comfort him, goes over and gives him some kisses, and he actually is comforted by that this time and doesn't start bursting out crying more. Then we cut to Shiny looking at all of Stella's jewelry. Stella's like, it's nice to see I'm not the only one with good taste around here. And then Shiny proceeds to pick up all of the jewelry and eat it. As she is, we see the ring of Celeria fall into her mouth, and she eats it. And we have not seen that since season 3, and it's not even the Nick special one, it is the OG one. Shiny chews them up and swallows it, and honestly, this running joke of Shiny loving crystals and eating gemstones is so funny and low-key realistic. Like, they look good. That's part of the reason I think they're attractive in stores, is like, I would love to try to eat one. Like, they just look good. I don't know, is that weird? Also, note that we are in Stella's closet, which is on her second floor, which is so cool that she still has a second floor at Althea in her new room. Brandon comes up and is like, Stella, is everything okay? And Shiny gets a good look at Brandon and is like, oh my gosh, I love you. It's funny that not only does Shiny share the same taste in jewelry, but also she has her similar good taste in men.
I must agree.
I mean, wait, what? There's a funny heart scene covering the thing that is totally in the point of view of Shiny. Shiny is now trying to approach Brandon. Brandon's like, are you okay? While Shiny is trying to swarm him, and there's the cartoon kissy sound effect as she's trying to kiss him. It's so funny. And as Brandon's like, are you okay? We cut to Stella covering the entire screen with her face with flames in the background, purely angry. It is hilarious.
Is everything okay with your bird?
Then we cut back to outside, far away from Alfea, and we do another establishing shot, although this time we cut to the courtyard with everyone else. They're like, Stella's late again, and Nex is like, what's the big surprise? Stella is always late. I'm like, boy, you have not been around here for 7 years, so I would quit talking.
I don't give a how anyone else feels who's been here for 1 year.
Again, love the curly hair outfits so much, except for Flora. She could have looked so cute with the curly hair. Like, why didn't they give it to her? These loose curls are not enough. Then Sky walks on the screen and does the finger come here motion. Bloom and Sky walk off and are like, let's go on a romantic trip together. Oh, Sky. And oh my god, it's the thumbnail from Winx Club English's Bloom and Sky Love Story Seasons 1 to 7 video. So Stella, Brandon, and the fairy animals arrive while the rest of them are waiting, and they're all ready to start the fashion show. Then, the blue yaffle, that is one of Roxy's birds that watches the magic globes, goes and finds the Winx. Bloom's like, if the yaffle is here, this must be an emergency. So Stella's like, does this mean we have to postpone the fashion show? And it cuts to just the animals being chaos and Shiny still trying to kiss Brandon, and she's like, is that a yes? Girl, it's real. The struggle's real. Stella's just trying to make it through the season 7 contract. She did not want to renew, but she had to do it. So we cut to Roxy's room, and she's just sitting there by the magic globes with the other 2 yaffles, and the Winx enter her room. So there's more animals in danger on Earth, and Roxy's like, they're on Earth. I guess it is an emergency, but Roxy looks like she's just sitting there casually with no rush. Roxy says that there's more animals in danger, and Aisha's like, where are they? And Roxy's like, on Earth. And it's a big, big shock, because this time it's probably not a fairy animal, just a regular animal. So Roxy says that they're not being hunted by poachers, but some dangerous magical force. So the Winx and Specialists are off to Earth to stop the danger. So now, for the first time this season, all the Winx and Specialists are aboard the Owl, the Specialist main ship. And they are off to Earth to stop the dangerous force that is threatening the tigers. The tigers are in the Sumatra jungle. Bloom is deciding to take the fairy animals this time, because clearly last time was not a good time with the pixies. So I guess Roxy is supposed to just take care of Kiko here, but at the last second, Kiko jumps into the ship, and Bloom's like, Kiko. All the animals are enjoying themselves on the Owl. Critty is taking one of the seats, as usual, as a cat does, and Shiny is still trying to kiss Brandon. And Bloom's like, oh, Kiko, you're just in time. I need you to line up all the fairy animals. And they do this kind of funny army sequence where Kiko is like lining up all the animals like his soldiers with literal camo in the background. It's everything. Then Kiko does line up all the fairy animals, including Critty, which was shocking. And as they're flying, I'm just now thinking, are they literally flying to Earth through outer space? Because they're on Magix, and we don't see them teleport with the ship, so I guess that's what they're doing? Some of these interplanetary missions are crazy in that way. You're like, oh wait, they're actually flying to another planet. Okay. Oh, okay.
You can do it, Winx.
So Stella's like, this is gonna be a long trip. So to pass the time, she makes a disco ball to have like a little dance party. And Stella forgets that Shiny goes crazy after shiny objects, and chaos ensues. The disco ball crashes into the dashboard of the ship, and they crash. They also have a comical, oh no, Stella. All the Specialists are in their blue uniforms, while Nex is in his red paladin outfit, just like from season 6. Bloom does the face again. So Bloom, Musa, and Flora are going to split off in one direction to find the tigers, while Stella, Tekna, and Aisha are going to go the other way with some of the Specialists. Sky also goes along with Bloom, Flora, and Musa, and this kind of becomes their date. They're walking across streams on the rocks, and they're catching each other, and it's very romantic. It's not like they're endangered tigers or anything. Also, at 10 minutes and 27 seconds, there's a little Alfea theme going on. Kind of out of place, but whatever. It blends in. So Flora notices that the trees are unhappy, that something is wrong. And also, during this first shot, the sunlight is gleaming through one of the corners of the screen, and it looks really, really pretty. Apparently, it is something very dangerous and very close, but we don't see what just yet. It's also cool that she can just talk with the trees on Earth that are definitely not magical, while also she can talk with the trees on any other planet. I wonder if the trees on any planet in the magic dimension have more of a magical essence. I mean, most likely. So Tekna, Stella, Aisha, and Nex are on their own search for the tigers, and Timmy sends Tekna some coordinates, while at the same time, Aisha looks behind her and they see some tiger cub prints. So they go to follow the tracks, and it's really giving Dora, it's like, look, they went that way. Cutting back to Bloom, Flora, Sky, and Musa, we see this giant waterfall overflowing with wild magic. Flora says that this is what the plants and trees were warning her about, was this wild magic source. Bloom has a flashback to WizGiz's class where he shows wild magic and its effects on plants and animals. And Bloom's like, that must be a wild magic source. So they realize that whatever is after the monsters has clearly been enchanted by this wild magic. And we also cut back to that point of view of one of those monsters from far back looking in at all of them. At 13 minutes, I love this shot of Bloom and Sky. They're both like back to back with one in front of the other. The perspective is changing and Bloom is just giving cinematic genius, just looking from side to side. The animation is crisp and beautiful as ever. We eventually see these tree monster troll looking things jump out at the Winx and Sky. They're all dodging them and eventually it's Butterflix time and just Musa, Bloom, and Flora decide to transform. The order is Bloom, Musa, and Flora, and for one of the very few times in the series, Flora transforms last. Right after that, we cut to Nex, Aisha, Tekna, and Stella, and they are still exploring the footprints. And in the little bush, they find all these little tiger cubs, and it was so cute. Unfortunately, they're still really scared of the Winx because they're just scared in general. Nex decides to give them some berries to sort of help get them on their side. And they actually eat the berries. I don't know if tigers eat berries, but it is what it is. And Stella's like, that's good and all, but we need a little something more. And Tekna says, let's use our Butterflix powers, and the other three of them transform, but they don't get a Magic Winx sequence with their arms. I think because maybe they didn't want to animate one, or maybe they didn't want to without Bloom, but regardless, they transform, and the order is Aisha, Tekna, Stella, and thank God Tekna's not last. Tekna says that Butterflix is a nature-based form, so the tiger cubs trust them now, which is really cool and believable. Then Aisha makes a little drinking puddle with some water magic for the tiger cubs. Tekna asks them if they can show her where the trouble is that got them so scared, and without any sort of communication spell, they instantly understand her. Not gonna question it. We cut back to Bloom, Sky, Musa, and Flora, and they're fighting these monster things, and Bloom gets knocked out by a good old anime slash. Now this gagged me. Flora tries to use a spell to ask nature to help them, and before she can fully do it, one of those troll things grabs her and throws her to the side.
I'll ask the forest to help us.
Woo! Get her! Woo! Do it again! In one of Bloom's spells, she uses Flaming Attack, and it's just wild to me how Flaming Attack cannot hurt nature in any way, shape, or form. It's one of the biggest contradictions of this power, is that it's for nature, it's to protect nature, but it's not going to do anything at all against nature. I don't get it. And I love this shot right here. So eventually they all reunite. Stella uses her Flux of Light spell to heal those creatures that were affected by the wild magic. It's actually so beautiful. The magic light is glowing, healing the forest, turning the wild magic source back into regular water, healing the tiger cubs if they needed any healing, and then it hits those troll monsters and they turn into humans. They were humans. One of the guys goes, what happened? We were out hunting. And Bloom goes, so you were poachers. The tiger cubs are running up and jumping and hugging the Winx, and it's so cute. But then we get a flashback and it shows these poachers getting contaminated by the wild magic. So the poachers are like, we swear we'll protect nature from now on, blah, blah, blah. We get it. Same old song and dance. And that's not even the main issue here. I don't know if they were gonna get arrested or what, but we never hear from them again. So the Winx are like, this is not the end of our mission. We need to find a good home for these tiger cubs, and I know exactly where. So we cut to Gardenia. Bloom is driving, Stella's in the passenger seat, and Flora is in the back. As Bloom's driving, we pass by the flower shop. We also see Bloom's home, and we see a bunch of civilians from Gardenia. We see Mr. Rooney being one of them, just walking down the street. They actually almost run into him, by the way. It's kind of crazy. The three of them are going around shouting out their new animal rescue park. And we see some of the iconic car scenes from the intro. We see Flora stand up from the back seat and throw a bunch of papers into the air, magically advertising their show. And one of the papers flies right up to the screen as a perfect transition to close out the show. But this was actually reused in the intro with the Winx logo on it. The episode almost closes and Stella's like, the show's not over yet. It's time for my animal fashion show. So we go to this new location, the Gardenia Animal Rescue Park. Totally brand new, never seen, never been done before, which will play a big role for the rest of the series. We see the Winx and Roxy in these matching, beautiful, colorful, patterned outfits. It's very, very unique and very, very cool, and I'm so glad that Roxy got one of the outfits, and she looks really, really good with the high ponytail. We see the tigers they just rescued, as well as the poachers trying to be good and I guess redeeming themselves or whatever. The fashion show is just not going the exact way she would have planned. Stella tries to put clothes on the fairy animals and the tigers, and it's just not working. They're just having their fun in their own ways. But then she looks right at Shiny when she says that, and Shiny goes over to Brandon and starts to kiss him again, and Stella's like, you're supposed to be enjoying yourself with me. And the camera fades out, but it would have been a perfect shot for them to do that classic cartoon circle zoom in on the main character and then close back up. It would have been perfect. They've only done that a couple times, but here should have been one. I'd say this episode had a solid 30% brain rot. I think I'll give it that much because there were some shots where it definitely could have spared on the dialogue. There were definitely some filler scenes and some scenes could have been cut short. Although I loved the car scene at the end, and we only ever get that silver outfit for Bloom, Stella, Flora, and Aisha. Musa and Tekna do not get it at all. And it is so sad. But there are only 2 episodes left for this A-plot of the season. All in all, a decent episode. But wait a minute. They left the wild magic alone without healing it. Unlike last time, Flora did not heal it, and they don't have the unicorn at this point that heals it in the future. They literally let the wild magic sit there. That is so weird. What if more humans fall in it or touch it and turn into mutant monsters like before? That is so weird to me. Episode 12, A Fairy Animal for Tekna. So the episode starts out in Roxy's room. Roxy has called all the fairy animals to her room to have a secret meeting to talk about the special connection that she feels is between the Winx and all of their fairy animals. But one is missing. She does a classic Nick Jr. count. 1, 2, 3. One is missing. Where's Critty? Girl. So as Roxy goes over to the Winx Storm to get Critty, the Yaffles, Shiny, and Amarok are fighting. Shiny is trying to get a hold of one of those magic globes that are just so glowing and beautiful because she likes to eat all things shiny, but the Yaffles won't let her get to them. So they're all jumping around. Amarok and the blue and red Yaffle get classic cartoon goose eggs. Then we cut to Bloom in her dorm making some tea for everyone, and she says breakfast is ready. That's not breakfast, but that is tea. Okay. Work. That's not a whole balanced breakfast, Bloom. I thought this was Nick Jr. But then Kiko gets a giant carrot, and they have on the iconic cupcake pajamas, and Bloom is walking on her tippy toes in socks. Also, I don't know if we've seen this yet, but Roxy has her own set of pajamas, and she's got the little paw print. Oh my god, it's so cute. So, Roxy's looking for Critty. Everyone's doing their thing. Aisha's on her Morphix treadmill. Flora's reading a book. Stella's painting her nails. Tekna's brushing her hair. Musa's listening to music, petting Critty. And in comes Roxy. Critty gets all mad at Roxy and starts hissing. Then Musa sings her song that Orlando sang to Critty a couple episodes ago, where it was like, winged creatures, what are you? Bloom says it must be urgent to bother a quill cat so early in the morning, and I was like, oh, the subtle shade from Bloom, okay. But all of a sudden, we hear some commotion outside of the dorm. So we head over to Roxy's room, and oh no, one of the Technomagic globes is broken, and it's because of Amarok and the Yaffles and Shiny. Squonk was out of it. It's sad because he felt so bad, but then Flora's like, Amarok, how could that happen? Flora, shut up. Roxy says, the Technomagic globes only work if they're all active, and in comes Tekna. And we transition right to Zenith with a cute new Zenith theme.
So modern and hip. I love it.
It's actually so underrated and so cute. We go to Zenith, we go to Tekna's house, and also they are wearing the cutest new winter Zenith outfits. They are so cute. They are these cream shawls on top of their own color coordinated outfits with beautiful hair, honestly, beautiful hair. I especially love Bloom's. I just realized they don't have my butterflies in. So, we're at Techna's parents' house, and they knock on the door, and this little butler robot from last season knocks on the door and is like, "What are you doing, rascals? Scram." They're like, "That's weird." Then out from behind it is Timmy. Timmy is just at Techna's parents' house. She's like, "What are you doing here?" And they're like, "We invited your boyfriend to help with our technology." Okay. Techna's like, "Mom, Dad, I'm so glad to see you again." A keyword again. Because we've seen him before. And we haven't met Flora's parents before. Just saying. But I love Techna so much. I love her home planet. I love her character so much. So she shows them the broken magic globe, and Timmy has on these hilarious goggles with this giant magnifying eye, and they're like, "It looks like it should be repairable, so everything's good." Also, I love how Timmy says there's no structural damage, although literally that is what is broken, is the structure. So, like, did you mean the outside structure or what? So we cut over to Kalshara and Butterflix, and they are still struggling to find the animal. Is it just me, or is the background giving season 1 realness? I mean, look at the very, very back. The colors are so flat. It just looks like season 1 vibes. Is that just me? In 3 lines of dialogue, Kalshara and Butterflix somehow introduce that Zenith has no animals living on it. Now, Butterflix and Kalshara actually bring up a really interesting plot point. Zenith does not have any animals. In Season 1, Episode 5, when Sky's dog lady is jumping up on Techna, all excited to see her, she says, "That's a good Canis carnivorous. Go away." And Brandon is like, "They don't actually have animals where you come from, do they, Techna?"
They don't actually have animals where you come from, do they, Techna?
4Kids may not be canon, but regardless, I think that is such an interesting fact to point out. And it's true. We've never seen animals on Zenith at all. Until Season 5, Episode 9, during the Gem of Empathy episode. Not only do we see 2 seahorse pixie pets anchoring the ship, but we see 2 regular fish in the ocean in one of the establishing shots at the Data Bridge Castle. It is so frustrating that they overlooked this, and had they just deleted those 2 fish and maybe shifted those 2 seahorses to another ocean world, that might have been cooler. But hey, it's just this one instance, and technically by saying on Zenith, they might be inferring just the land, not the water. And in all honesty, those fish were just copy and pasted from one planet to another, and those seahorse pixies were more of an Easter egg than anything. I still love this headcanon that Zenith has no animals. However, it's a little unfortunate that they didn't even think of that in this moment. But also shout out to Season 5. I mean, look at the beautiful ocean of Zenith. Like, that crystal clear water. I love that. It's kind of forced, it's kind of unnatural, the way that they're like, blah blah blah, we'll start searching soon. Butterflix is like, if we search where all the animals are, it'll take forever. Kalshara is like, you idiot, we're not gonna search where there's no animals. But wait, Zenith used to have animals, but now it doesn't. So Kalshara tells Butterflix to go back in time to Zenith, to a time where tech corals lived. So Butterflix appears in the technomagic core of Zenith, on his throne. Love the detail. And I think it must be the same green chair that Roxy had in the original 7 sequence. Butterflix enters the core, and inside is this crazy chamber. There are gears, there are pulleys, there are levers, everything that you'd see in like a giant clock tower or something. And also inside, along all the walls, are these green vein-like things that also kind of remind me of circuits. They are glowing green, and inside the middle is this giant core. Now inside this core, which kind of looks like an atom with electrons spinning around the nucleus, are flying squirrels. There are these digital flying squirrels called tech corals, if you will. They all fly around in the core to keep Zenith in balance. I wonder if the present core of Zenith is like this today. I don't think so, but it's just weird. This I will add on to later, the whole animals being in the core thing, but it was something that I always thought about. So Butterflix takes one of the squirrels out, and it is purple and green and so cute. It has these circuit-like patterns on its body and its tail, and it is adorable. He also has these little goggles on his forehead. So cute. So cute. Easily my favorite fairy animal. And he's so sassy too. He's just sitting there with his arms crossed. Brofilius analyzes the tech squirrel and he does not have the power. Brofilius is mad and is like, it's all your fault, you flying rat. And then raises his hand to start to cast some sort of electrical spell onto the tech squirrel. Which I was like, oh my god, why are you gonna physically hurt this animal? What? So then right then, the tech squirrel uses his powers to electrically shock Brofilius. This tech squirrel starts flying around iconically with this green light that's following him, just literally taunting him, as he deserves. Brofilius is like, okay, I'm leaving, and he holds up his time stone, and all of a sudden, the tech squirrel snatches it.
Here's my return ticket to the future.
He takes a bite into it as if it's a nut, and it's not a nut, so he's like, whatever, and throws it into one of the broken pipes on the ground here. Brofilius can't get to it, so he uses his hat to try to move it out of the pipe. He moves the pipe and knocks it onto himself. As he's down on the ground, knocked out, the stone goes into another pipe. Meanwhile, the tech squirrel is trying to get back onto the core, but it can't because it's too unstable at this point. And from that are shockwaves that are sending things flying, including zapping Brofilius into a whole second pipe. It's like Flora with the seeds all over again. Cutting back to the present with the Winx and Tekna's parents and Timmy, Tekna's mom is like, how about some silicon juice while you're waiting? I thought Stella was gonna have a weird reaction like to the algorithm soup, which tasted like homework, which is genius writing, by the way. She's actually really excited. And more to the lore that Stella is a foodie. So one of the techno droids that brings out the silicon juice starts malfunctioning. It spills out on Stella, it starts trying to blow dry her hair, then goes out of control, and it's just a mess. So Tekna's like, what's wrong? I thought you fixed him. More blaming the boys. Stella is storming off. She's like, have fun with your techno junk. I'm going back to Althea. And I was like, oh my god. Like, geez. Like, it wasn't Tekna's parents' fault or anything. As she's leaving the door, she is just literally on the front porch and she almost gets hit by one of those flying cars. And Tekna grabs her hand and gets her out of there at the last second. And as they look outside, the rest of the Winx come outside too, and they see that the entire city of Zenith has gone completely haywire. Quoting Flora from season 5, they all look at their hands and their stones of memories appear, and that means that Brofilius went into the past. And I guess they figure out that he must have gone into the past of Zenith and messed something up, so they decide to use the time stones and go to the time period that Brofilius is at. I don't know if it was like this the entire time, but during the sequence, Tekna is at the center when they're all 6 of them lined up, and I was like, okay girl, get your center time. The spinning chair time sequence is so cool, as always. And have I mentioned, Tekna has a ponytail? So we go back to the same time period that Brofilius is at, and all those veins that were running along the walls and holding that core are red now. First of all, Bloom's hair looks really good from the back. Like, the detail is crazy, so shout out design team there. But Bloom points out that, look, there are animals in that cage. And no one else seems to be quite alarmed by this at all throughout the rest of the episode, or even brings it up at all. Tekna, in fact, is just happy right after Bloom says that and is like, they're tech corals. They used to keep the core of Zenith in balance. Tekna says that this one, Flitter, should be in there. And obviously something's wrong. So Flitter flies over to Brofilius stuck in the pipe and points at him. I don't know if it's the Nick Jr. in this season, but why does he remind me of Tico from Dora, the little purple lizard guy? I also love the fact that tech squirrels are flying squirrels, yet they don't need to physically fly with the flaps on their wings. They can literally just float like a magic creature, like a witch or a fairy. It is so clever and so creative. So Brofilius is pretty much harmless at this point, stuck in the pipe, so they're just literally talking to him, and he's not really much of a threat compared to Kalshara to begin with. So while they're talking, the core is completely getting out of control. Things are falling, things are breaking, and it is Butterflix time. Before the transformation, Brofilius mentions he lost his stone, and then Aisha claps back and is like, Roxy's stone, you mean?
Roxy's stone, you mean?
And I was like, oh my god! Shout out to Aisha, because she almost got jealous of Roxy at the end of season 7 when she joined Nebula for vengeance against Naboo and was like, see, it hasn't taken long to replace me. To Bloom, who thought Roxy replaced Aisha, like, end of season 4 was crazy.
Nice shot, Roxy. So I say it didn't take you very long to replace me.
So the Winx transform into Butterflix with the classic Season 7 order of Bloom, Musa, Tecna, Flora, Aisha, Stella. And they do the Butterflix sequence, they do a dance too, but I feel like of all episodes, they could have put a bunch more of the Tecna center scenes here. I mean, come on. Give me the fullest potential of Tecna ever. Give her her screen time. Give her her 10s. And I just was thinking, this season is literally like two little kids in a trench coat. It is the most beautiful visuals, the most beautiful animation, really good music, and all of the above, yet it lacks so much substance. It is slow paced, it is Nick Jr.ified, it's got all the opportunities, all the locations, all the transformations, and yet it fails in so many ways. So the Winx are all trying to use their spells to put the parts back together, like the gears, the tumblers, all the things, and it is just more and more chaos. Tecna saves Flitter with a shield spell, and they're all just kind of chilling for a second, looking at everything. Musa actually goes right up to Tecna and is like, how do we solve this problem? How do we make the core stable again? And I was like, oh wow, Musa chiming in at her BFF's mission, like, okay, work, love this for Musa and Tecna. So Tecna's like, I need to make the core stable again. And she uses her Butterflix special spell, Virtual Flow. As she recites the spell, she says, elements of technomagic, essence of nature, I appeal to you to save the worlds of the magic universe. So it sort of starts the spell, she's glowing with this radiation, and Flitter starts talking to her and is like, Tecna, you are brave, and I'm with you. I'll fly as fast as ever. And Tecna's like, yes, and I'll become a wave of positive energy. Sorry, what? So it's actually a really cool spell and sequence. Flitter flies super fast, creating these ribbons of energy around Tecna, and Tecna, quite literally, turns into a wave of positive energy.
Positive energy.
This glowing silhouette of herself in Butterflix flies over to the core, enters it, and then all of a sudden, the core starts to heal. And we also see all the other tech squirrels, and they look so cute. They all have different color patterns, but also different little attributes to them. Like, they're very detailed. They even have different hairstyles, and they're so cute. And Tecna saves Zenith. The entire core restores, and everything is back to normal. And Tecna and Flitter have bonded. Now, Tecna's special spell seems very situational, however. I mean, how many times is she going to need to turn into a wave of positive energy to save something of this magnitude and this specific situation? Like, not too often, I would think. Whereas Bloom's or Flora's or Stella's or even Musa's or Aisha's seems much more versatile. And I'm 99% sure this is the only time Tecna uses Virtual Flow in the season. It's kind of unfortunate, but at least they did give her something that was somehow arguably nature related and techno related, sort of turning yourself into a magic energy which could be related to techno magic or nature. Tecna has had some clashing concepts. I mean, water magic with Sirenix harmonics plus technology, plus Sophix and Butterflix with nature and technology. Crazy, but they still made it work, and I'm glad they did something. Unfortunately, the pipe that had the stone stuck in it blows a gust of air, and the stone lands right into the pipe that Butterflix is in, and he goes back to the present. They really should have grabbed that stone as soon as they had the chance. But after Tecna steps out of that spell, the energy drops, we see Bloom land for this beautiful pan shot that I thought was so cool, with Tecna in the foreground on the left of the screen. So the other tech worlds confirm that Flitter and Tecna have bonded, and this sequence was a little confusing at first glance because I first thought the first two lines were Flitter, but it was actually the other tech squirrels, I think, in the core saying all this stuff. And even Italian was like that with 4 different-ish voices, but yeah, they're bonded. So now, literally, Squonk, Critty, and Flitter are bonded fairy animals from the past, which is so interesting to me. I feel like their bond is destined to be weaker than that of Amarok, Shiny, and Elos. So the marketable trio, Bloom, Flora, and Stella, have fairy animals that are from the present and have a stronger connection. That is suspicious. So we go back to the present and we go back to Tecna's house. The mess is still there, and Magnithia is like, don't worry, we'll get this all tidied up by hand, Stella, I promise. I was like, oh, little Magnifius ass, okay. Timmy says he still wasn't able to fix the magic globe, but then Flitter picks it up and instantly fixes it, and it was so cool. He flew around it like a little Jimmy Neutron molecule thing, and then all of a sudden, it was fixed. Everyone's shook, and Timmy is also shook. He says, wow, that would have taken me like 5 technomagic lives. And as he says this, he steps on something and falls and has a clumsy moment, and Techna is like, but 5 technomagic lives wouldn't have been enough to invent you, Timmy, and gives him a hug. Then Flitter lands on Timmy's head, and there's an old black circle zoom in cartoon moment on Flitter, and he winks at the camera, and then the thing zooms out. It's so cute. And with that, episode 12 is done. I'd say I give this episode 15% brain rot. There were definitely some segments of slow pacedness. I mean, Roxy counting out 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's Critty? Like, girl, really. But the fact that it was a Techna episode totally made that up for me, because Techna is definitely my bias wrecker. I love them all so much except Flora, but Techna is definitely my number 2, I'd say for sure. And I love her home planet, I love her element, I love everything about this, and I love Flitter so much. And at this point, every single Winx except Bloom has a bonded fairy animal, and she's about to get one in the next episode. Episode 13. The Unicorn's Secret. One thing that bothers me is they never bother to address how the core of Zenith is able to function properly without Flitter. They're one tech scroll short, and it's able to function just as good without him. Why did that happen? Is it because Techna's spell sort of offset it so Flitter could leave and it would still function properly? But also, how did the tech scroll situation phase out? When did tech scrolls stop being the power source that powered the core of Zenith? When did all animals fade away from Zenith? I need to know. Episode 13, The Unicorn's Secret. So we start off outside in China in this bamboo forest, and we see the silhouette of a unicorn drinking from a pond contaminated with wild magic. We know from moments past that this is bad, and this is going to be the plot of the episode. After it drinks from it, we see it turn into this evil, fiery unicorn. But the camera cuts to Gardenia. Bloom and Stella are out and about. Bloom is in the car in the driver's seat, and Stella is looking into the window of a store and is like, there's a sale on everything that's on sale. The more we spend, the more we save. Which is like, I guess that makes sense in a way, but I am not encouraging overspending or anything. Again, comes these cute silver outfits that look so cute on the Winx, and it is such a shame that Musa and Techna do not get one. Stella's like, don't worry, I made a list, and she makes a giant long list appear, and it's comical. But Bloom says that Roxy is waiting for them. So we go over to Roxy and the rest of the Winx, and they are at Roxy's Animal Rescue Park in Gardenia. We get a more formal introduction to this place. It's basically a refuge park that Roxy has created for any endangered species, primarily non-fairy animals. I think we mostly see regular animals like the tiger cubs and eventually seals. And oh my god, one of these girls is the girl in season 4 who adopted the penguin online at the Love and Pet shop. Oh my god. And the pixies appear. Great. Laquette's like, don't you think we should have let the Winx know we were coming? And Chad says, don't forget, they said, don't call us, we'll call you. Which is hilarious, and clearly they probably were not going to call them. And trust me, if Kara, Laquette, and Amori sounded like that, I would not call them either. Now they're giving guests a tour of the park, and the main guest right next to Roxy is Mr. Rooney again from season 4, who started basically the Love and Pet shop by giving all the toys to the Winx, which they turned into fairy pets. Honestly, now that I look at it, his design is a little different, so it might not be him, but since we're back on Gardenia, and he's only appeared here as an Earth incidental, I would assume it's supposed to be him or be inspired by him. So the pixies are trying to prove to the Winx that they can be helpful, and in order to not get caught, they put Piff on the lookout. And iconically, Piff instantly falls back asleep. They're trying to help the tiger cubs in any way that they can, and Kara is like, I bet they'd like something sweet. And I love Kara. I love seeing her powers, but in this moment, I had a genuine shock to my core. I'm like, how in the world are Techna and Kara bonded? What in the world? I had a real confusion there for a sec. Seriously, those two, we're supposed to pretend that those two are bonded. Oh, okay. And so Kara gives the tiger cubs some little chocolates, which I don't know if that's good for them or not. Dogs are not supposed to eat chocolate. It is very bad for them. So I'm hoping tiger cubs are okay. Maybe it was Magic's vegan, non-toxic chocolate. I don't know. Now they got chocolate all over their faces, so Chad is like, how about a bath? So she makes a bathtub, but then Cherie is like, I'll take care of the water. She does a whole rain spell. Predictable. During the chaos, we see some floating shopping bags, and you can only imagine who those are from. Her spell got out of control, but she saves it at the last minute. And in come Bloom and Stella. Bloom's like, what are you pixies doing here? Bloom being annoying to the pixies once again. Laquette's like, we wanted to help out. And Bloom's like, well, I wouldn't put it that way. Stella cleans up the tiger cubs with the chocolate on their face, and eventually the blue Yaffle pops up, and Bloom knows to go to Roxy. Also, shout out to this random error, Chatta is in the foreground, while her pigtail is going behind Laquette and in front of Amore, but very few animation errors in this season, excluding the eye color changes and Stella's ear moment. So they know there's gonna be a mission, and the pixies are excited, but Bloom's like, actually, you cannot come. Obviously, you can't come, but you can take care of the tiger cubs. Wow, finally, trust. So they go to Roxy, and she has all her magic globes set up, and she tells the Winx that there are pandas in danger at the Qinling Mountains in China. It's also interesting that Bloom and Stella are still in these Silver Street outfits, while the other four Winx are in their crazy patterned outfits. Love this contrast. We get a Magic Winx Butterflix scene, and the same outfits are kept, which is kind of interesting. Usually every other time, their outfits are coordinated in some way. Like they're all the same outfit line. And this Magic Winx pose seems a little less quality in its animation. Just the fact that it's far away and there's less motion, but still it's not bad by any means. I wonder though if that outfit change threw them off. Just a random thought. The Winx transform, and it's the order of Bloom, Flora, Stella, Aisha, Musa, Tecna. So we get a little Butterflix dance as well. The Winx have transformed and teleported to China, while Roxy is left with the Yaffles, and they're telling her that there's still another animal in danger there, and it's ancient, like the unicorn. Since we're on China, what a better time to talk about the infamous Mandarin dub. If you are really invested into the depths of the Winx fandom, you may know that the Mandarin dub of Season 7, except for 2 episodes, is entirely uploaded in a cappella. The episodes are completely uploaded with just voices. Literally just voices. No instruments, no sound effects, nothing. It's actually insane. Even the transformations, sometimes you might hear a very faint English backtrack at like 1% volume, but that's it. Even the transformations have reverb on them, which is really interesting. Kai Wen, Bing Xianzi. So we cut to China and we see this girl May dancing with some fans. And finally, a girl with brown eyes. More representation. I'm here for it. So she's dancing with these pandas, and the pandas are all cute and animated differently, and they all have little fans of leaves themselves, which is so cute. They're eating bamboo. They are living their life. So the Winx appear, and May almost knocks out Stella with a fan. Bloom's like, we're here to help the pandas, not hurt them. And Stella's like, this is the proper way to use a fan. And the pandas cutely mimic her, which, actually really cute. May doesn't trust them, and all of a sudden, the fire unicorn walks out from behind the bamboo. And this fiery unicorn is so cool. His tail is literally fire, but like it has a shape to it. So now the fire unicorn is using wild magic to attack everyone. It's enchanting the bamboo around everyone with wild magic and attacking people with it. The Winx are protecting the pandas, so is May. Everything is chaos. They're using their shield spells, and they're trying to dodge this bamboo, which is literally just being shot right at them. So it's chaos. And May almost gets shot in the back by a thing of bamboo, and Bloom blocks it with her Butterflix shield spell, which all the shield spells and the bubble shield spells look really, really cool here, I must say. And May, I think, finally earns Bloom's trust from that moment. So more and more bamboo goes flying up in the air, and Flora gets trapped by it. Then Stella, then the rest of the Winx except Bloom. So May is an interesting character to say the least. She says that she's living here alone just to protect the pandas. It's crazy, like, from what? How long have you been here? Are you going to school? What is happening? Are you okay? If this thing falls one more time, Bloom's like, you're right. There are some people that don't care about saving animals, but not everyone is like that. And before May can get some sort of trust within this conversation, the two of them look over at the unicorn, and he is drinking from the same pond contaminated with wild magic. While Bloom looks away at the water, realizes this, she looks back, and all of a sudden, Mei Lee is trying to ride the unicorn's back. She's trying to, like, tame it or something, but then she gets flung off. And we cut to Aisha saying, these cages have magic that's stronger than ours. And looking at it, it's enchanted with wild magic, so I guess that's why they can't attack it. But it's so frustrating. Like, can they stop wild magic, or can they not? Or was that just a coincidental graphic choice with the color? Like, I don't know. But regardless, it's like, okay, great, Bloom's the only free one, now what do we do? Then I love this shot of Stella. She literally tries to give it her all. Like, she summons all her strength. We see the butterflies coming in and absorbing, and she gives this her all. She is doing the Lois Griffin scream, but it is not enough, unfortunately. So I was glad that we were able to see them actually try. The pandas are also trapped, and I guess they can't eat this bamboo or whatever, but they are terrified, and I feel so sad for them. Cutting back to Bloom, she realizes the unicorn has obviously been transformed by the wild magic, so she's trying to navigate this, trying to know what to say to it to get it to calm down and turn back to normal. She flies up, and she has this moment where she's like, maybe I can temporarily weaken the power of your horn. So Bloom puts her hands up to her head, and it does like her special spell background, but she doesn't use her special spell, and there's just like these ripples coming off of her, and the unicorn gets put into some sort of trance. Its horn starts to glow, and all of a sudden, it's healed. The unicorn turns back to normal and is adorable, and bonds with Bloom. And now all 6 Winx have bonded with the unicorn, and a big explosion appears and frees all the Winx and the pandas from the bamboo. The pandas have a dancing moment, and Stella joins in, and I was like, is it kind of cute? I think it's kind of cute, actually. So we head over to Mayu, and the unicorn uses his horn to heal her. He tells May, I'm sorry that I hurt you, and I can't tell if he said that in his mind or out loud through the magic.
I'm sorry that I hurt you.
But she understood, and she seems to have forgiven him. The pandas are jumping around and jumping on top of each other, and it's actually really cute. It reminds me of how pandas are actually really clumsy in real life, and honestly adorable. Bloom's like, the river was contaminated with wild magic, that's why the unicorn turned into the creature that it did. And Flora doesn't know how to heal it, neither does Bloom, but the unicorn goes up, puts its horn onto the water, and it heals. So now it's confusing. Were the pandas endangered from the unicorn? Because the unicorn just turned into that monster this episode. How long was Mei Lee there? If the problem was fixed to the point where she can leave the forest, was it just the unicorn that was endangering the pandas? Like, I don't quite get it. Also, I'm all here for Earth magic, but that's so rare that there was a unicorn on Earth in China, just randomly. But we won't question that. I'm here for random miracles. I don't know. So Mei Lee says an emotional goodbye to the pandas and decides to go back to her home, wherever that was. And the episode ends right then and there. I was also realizing this season, we have had like 0 group convergences at all. At all. Last season, season 5, season 4, oh my god, group convergence all the time. Sirenix convergence! Like, all the time. This season, 0 so far, and we're halfway through. This episode, honestly, not too much brain rot. I'd say maybe 15%, honestly? Maybe 20. Maybe 20, I'll say 20. I'll say 20, because I don't want to go too high, but it's definitely more watchable on 2 times speed. So, for that reason, I'll give it a 20%. Episode 14. TYNIX transformation. You guys, we did it. We're halfway through the season. If you're still here, Comment down below, brainrot gang, because you are a real one. So we start off at the Althea Natural Park. We are back on Magix. We have taken a break from the Animal Rescue Park in Gardenia, and we are just chilling. We are with Roxy, the Winx, and all 6 fairy animals. Roxy says that she has prepared a little game for everyone. Now, this is the first time that Flitter and the unicorn named Elos have ever met the other fairy animals. Flitter is just there, and he is not formally introduced, but Roxy goes ahead and introduces Elos to everyone, the unicorn. And Flitter is flying around and he puts on his goggles, which was so cute to me. Can someone make a Flitter plushie? I will love you forever. And again, noting that the 3 of them have fairy animals that are from the past is so sad. It's like a forbidden love. One is from prehistoric times, one is from medieval times, and one is also from ancient times. Like, they're all forbidden. Even if they wanted to, this bond can't really last that long. So Elos walks in, he is showing off, slaying as usual, and Roxy makes this magic carousel. The fairy animals have these action shots of like, with the lines in the background, all looking at this thing. So basically, all 6 of them have to work together to get all 6 lights on the top to light up. We see each one trying to work alone, and 1 light is working, and sometimes 2 of them are trying, and 2 of them are lighting up. I was trying to see which animal had which color light, but I couldn't really quite tell, because the petals are light blue, dark pink, green, purple, and then light purple. So there's so many like pinks and purples, it's hard for me to tell which one was which. So Flitter's trying to move this whole thing by himself, and he's doing so, but only 1 light is lighting up. Critty and Squonk jump into one of the hoops while Shiny starts pulling on the top of it because she likes shiny things, tips it over, and the whole thing is a mess. Then Amarok joins in and gets all tangled up with everything and everyone. Then Elos comes in. First, Elos frees Amarok, who's all tangled up in all the hoops. He's got Critty, Flitter, and Squonk on his back. Elos is carefully and kindly giving each of the fairy animals one of their hoops, while Amarok grabs onto his own and Shiny grabs onto her own. And together, they all slowly make the carousel spin and have all 6 lights light up. They all did it, and Roxy is so excited, and Stella's like, yeah, that's cool, but what about the surprise? And Roxy pulls the classic, what better surprise than knowing that you can count on each other for any situation? Now I know why you didn't get Butterflix. You do not deserve it. Really, Roxy? Really? All of a sudden, this magical blue background appears behind the Winx and the fairy animals. Everyone except Roxy is in this mysterious blue dimension of sorts, and all the fairy animals are casually talking to the Winx. Bloom says, what's going on? And Elos goes, Bloom, there's a reason why each one of you bonded with a fairy animal. And Amarok says, we are the guardians of the ultimate power.
I'm
sorry, what?
We are the guardian animals of the ultimate power.
This whole time? What? All 6 of you? This whole time we've been hunting? What? Stella's like, why didn't you tell us before? Asking the real questions here, Stella. Shiny says, we didn't know either before this wonderful magic occurred. Which I guess makes sense, but oh my god, the writing. Like, not saying their writing is bad, but oh my god, why does that sound like some dialogue that I wrote when I was 10 years old? The magic occurred, and the thing happened. Maybe it's a translation thing, but I don't know. This wonderful magic occurred is such a weird sentence to me. I can't explain it. So Critty's like, we must find the ultimate power before Kalshara and Braphilius do, and we must put it in a safe place. And Squonk says, and we must do it together. And Aisha's like, well said, Squonk. So Elos says, there's something else. And all of a sudden, the Winx get magic bracelets. Elos says they have the TYNIX power. And all of a sudden, it's transformation time. So the Winx transformed into TYNIX, and it slays. So now let's have a little discussion about TYNIX. Who let TYNIX be so... Why does TYNIX slay so hard? TYNIX is beautiful, divine, elegant, serene, like TYNIX is so beautiful. Who let TYNIX eat so hard? I'd say TYNIX is one of my favorite transformations in the series. It is so hard to rank them all, but I know for a fact it is one of my main ones. It is so good. I think it is such a curse that it had to be included in the brainrot of season 7. As beautiful as the season's animation is, as beautiful as it is, it does not deserve to be reduced to a brainrot form. It is so beautiful. So beautiful. I think that the crystal theme is so clever and unique that it's a shame we don't get to see more of it. Granted, it is used in 13 episodes. I think TYNIX has a lot of potential, and not that it was underused, but I think that it is so beautiful. It could have been used in the overworld and not reduced to a mini world, legendarium world type of situation. I think it could have been the main one, but I think it was still used correctly. I think we did get a good amount of TYNIX screen time. TYNIX is so good. There isn't really a lot of transforming, however. There's very simple scenes. The crystals sort of just appear in the outfits. The accessories and the hair appear, but from the get-go, the main outfit is on. The hair is already colored, styled, and longer. Then I guess the wings do appear on Bloom, but that's it. Most of the Winx only get a few shots, whether it's a kaleidoscope pose or a hair thing. That's it. Musa has no transforming happening. It's just posing. And the other Winx just have like a hair accessory or two. But I think if there were any transformation to have this format, it would be TYNIX. The crossfades work and the song fits. What's also refreshing is that there are no power lines. There is no Bloom, Fairy of the Dragon Flame. It's just them transforming. Sort of what happens with Dreamix and Onirix. I don't think this needed power lines, honestly. I think this ate on its own. And the way they put all their arms in that hexagon shape was just so cool. So we see the Winx and their fairy animals in this TYNIX crystalline universe. The animals then transform into this crazy evolved form with armor and their own TYNIX looking form. They then explain that there are dimensions very far away yet very close called mini worlds, and the TYNIX bracelets are the keys to enter them. So basically, their search for the ultimate power will go beyond the known worlds and into these mini worlds. And even though they are the guardians of the ultimate power, they still don't know where it is. So then, they come back, and their bracelets are gone, but they're just hidden from view. And they'll have them all the time. What was really cool is that apparently they were only gone for 2 seconds, according to Roxy, and she did, however, hear Ella speaking for a bit. And of course, it's a long story. We'll catch you up later. But now the animals can talk, which is really cool. So then we cut to Pyros, the island of dragons, the dragon world that Bloom went to in season 3 because she couldn't get her Enchantix, so she tried to train and get stronger and inevitably earned her Enchantix there. Pyros is a world full of dragons. It's very volcanic, it's very beautiful, and it's got the same exact atmosphere as it did in season 3, except in some ways better because there are geysers, it's HD, but it's the same sky and terrain as season 3. And it's really pretty. So Kalshara and Butterflix are basically explaining that they're here because the dragons have fire, and fire is the first magic of the magic universe. So they might have the first color of the universe. With the same logic, why wouldn't she go to Domino, which literally had the first energy of the magic universe? But who knows? I'm not complaining. We're getting back to an old location of the series. I am not complaining. So immediately there are some dragons with these glowing scales, and they get energy from the volcano. They immediately do not like Kalshara and Butterflix there, so they are using the magic fire of the volcano to get the intruders away. Kalshara turns into this crazy ender dragon form, and it's actually pretty cool. So the dragons make lava erupt from the volcano, and lava is going everywhere. Kalshara and Butterflix are having to dodge it. Then Kalshara takes a spark of this fire, turns it into this crazy cool shadow creature called a vampire of fire. It is this beautiful, very intricate creature. It is a 2D flat animated thing that is so powerful. Kind of reminds me of Darcy's Shadow Hand spell from season 5, and I think she mixed this with wild magic to create it. Basically, this creature goes into the middle of the main volcano on Pyros, and it eats up all the lava from the volcano, and all of the dragons are weak. Then she's telling Butterflix, we're gonna go inside the volcano to get the power. And he's like, inside the volcano? You must be kidding. And she's like, do I look like someone who's kidding? And I mean, just one look and I'm like, oh, no, you do not.
Do I look like someone who is kidding?
Woo, that'll do it.
So Butterflix is like, I'm going home. And then Kalshara is like, where are you going, Butterflix? We don't have a house anymore. It's kind of sad. Like, I thought about that all the time. Like, okay, the Tricks, when they're not in Cloud Tower, where are they going to sleep? Like, they don't have a home. They finally, like, break that fourth wall and are like, we don't have a house. And I wonder if they were just talking about their evil lair that they just got rid of, or if they literally meant, like, we don't have a house. So we cut to Althea and we go inside Roxy's room. We get a little shot of the magic globes, and the planet that looks like the sun has a little blip on it, and up pops a hologram of those magic dragons on Pyros. The apples are shook, and then we cut back to the Winx at the Valley of Fruits in the Althea Natural Park. So the apples fly all the way to the Winx and tell Roxy that the dragons on Pyros are in danger. So all the Winx and the fairy animals decide to go there, except for Roxy, because she's not a Winx. I'm kidding. OT7 fans, don't kill me. And second transformation sequence of the episode, it is Butterflix time. And we get the verse in this sequence too. So the Winx and the fairy animals get to Pyros. Stella's like, are you sure this is Pyros? This looks more like a beauty spa to me. We pan right to Kalshara in her Ender Dragon form, and Bloom's like, I don't think they'd have clients like those at a beauty spa. And they wouldn't. So the Winx go to fight Kalshara while the fairy animals go to fight Butterflix. Butterflix conjures up this lava rock monster creature, which is crazy cool. It's also flatly animated with all these 2D shades. It's very cool. They're all attacking it. It looks very strong. Squonk is even jumping up and down on its foot. So I'm like, oh, okay, it must not actually be hot then, if he's able to jump on its foot. In addition, one of them grabs Shiny and Flitter, and I'm like, oh, okay, it definitely must not be hot if it's grabbing them. So some of the Winx start helping the fairy animals, but then Elos is like, girl, just go back, defeat Kalshara, we'll be good.
We can deal with the elementals.
Not the elementals.
And at one point, Shiny starts going after the gem on Butterflix's head, and I was like, oh my god, that's hilarious. We love a determined queen. Go after your bag. So Bloom tells the Winx to go into the volcano. As you do. We do a big pan shot of all the dragons and the lack of lava in the volcano. Flora says, the dragons' vital energy is running out. Girl, English. I know possessive and plural, apostrophe S, whatever. You just say dragons. You just say dragons. Kalshara is saying that her creature is in the volcano and has taken the magic fire. And basically they are left with an ultimatum. Either they could team up and destroy her, or free the dragons, because it is her creature that only she can call back. Or at least that's what she thinks at that moment. Musa's like, we just want to destroy you. And love season 1 hot-headed Musa.
We just want to destroy you.
So then the episode ends off right there with that ultimatum. Overall, this episode, I'd have to give it like a 5% brain rot. It was actually really, really good. The only random boring scene I can think of was probably when Butterflix was dodging the lava. Otherwise, it was pretty combative. Also, the carousel scene at the beginning, some of that was pretty slow-paced and brain rot-esque. But overall, TYNIX, new transformation, and a Butterflix, and Pyros, an old location. Love it. Loved all of that. Episode 15. The Magic Stones. So they're still discussing this ultimatum of letting Kalshara go or defeating her. I thought this was a little confusing because all of a sudden Kalshara's in this giant Ender Dragon form looking all powerful, and according to them, she's cornered. It seemed like they didn't stand a chance in my eyes, but I guess they did. Cut to the fairy animals still trying to fight with Butterflix and his lava monsters. One of them steps on Butterflix's foot and he's like jumping ow in pain. And I guess in one way it's literally a rock that stepped on his foot. That's probably really painful. But also I was just thinking like, oh, so it is hot? Because it looks like it's lava. How is it not hot? But there was a cute little scene of Flitter with his eyes, like one of those anime like eye scenes. Love that. And I love how the circuit lines on his body are glowing. I just noticed that in this episode. LS destroys one of the monsters and traps Butterflix. Cutting back to the Winx, Aisha's realizing we can't trust her either way, whether we let her go or not. Then Stella addresses the actual lore of the show up until this point and says, Bloom, why don't you just use your dragon flame to reignite the Pyros magic fire? And we get a flashback to season 3 of Winx. So we cut back to season 3 on Pyros when Bloom was earning her Enchantix, exactly 4 seasons ago to this episode. We do actually meet Maya in episode 16 of season 3, but regardless, the Pyros arc basically starts in episode 15. So Maya is there, the woman who really helped Bloom train and thus get her Enchantix. That whole arc in season 3 was actually very explicit at describing the essence of Pyros versus the essence of the Dragon Flame versus everyone's personal essence.
This vial contains the magical essence of Pyros itself.
The magical essence of Pyros?
Every magical place has its own unique essence, and not just every place, Bloom, but every magical being too.
The dragon flame cannot be used to recreate the magic fire of Pyros. Its flame has a different nature, in fact, mysterious in many aspects.
In that episode, she's saying how the fire of Pyros is very different than that of the dragon flame. It's very different and mysterious, and that literally holds true as to why Bloom can't use her dragon fire to reignite the volcano of Pyros. In that flashback, Bloom is de-transformed into one of her civilian season 4 looks, which so cool. And it's animated so well that it's HD, it's sparkly, but also it has black outlines for the hair, just like Bloom's hair was in seasons 1 through 3, and the specials. So Bloom tells the Winx, no, it can't solve the problem, and Kalshara is like, Bloom's right. She says the Vampire of Fire is enjoying a tasty lunch in the heart of a volcano, and the Winx are like, yes! Thank you for the suggestion. We'll just use our TYNIX powers, go inside the volcano, and stop the Vampire of Fire from there. We have a flashback from literally the last episode where the Winx are learning about mini-worlds and all of that. And Bloom's line, where do we start, is actually redubbed, which I thought was funny. Some of the Elos lines might also be redubbed, I'm not sure. So Bloom's like, girls, let's go inside the volcano with our TYNIX power and show this Ender Dragon who rules. Kalshara thinks she's got a one-up on the Winx, like, I'll just stay here with the dragons and potentially harm them even more. And Bloom's like, oh, we'll be right back before you even know it. And I think that's a really cool feature, is like, they're not going back in time with this. It's just how the TYNIX power is that when they shrink down, time is slowed down so much for them that when they come back, it's literally like no time has passed in the real world. For the first time ever, Magic Winx, TYNIX. It's a pretty sequence. Again, there's not really many shots to begin with, but it does eat. And we get to hear more of the song. And we do get the complete shot of Bloom forming her wings and flying right into the final pose of all 6 of them. So we are now inside the heart, the mini world of the volcano, and it is beautiful. It is this crystal paradise. There are crystal waterfalls, there are murals, there are gems on the ground, there is like everything everywhere. It is so pretty. It is so colorful. We love it. This one shot in particular of Tekna's reflection on the ground is so pretty. Each of the ridges of the crystals reflects her in a different way. I think details like that are so overlooked in season 7 because it is what it is. We get one of Flora's iconic wonderful lines.
It's wonderful.
We have a comical scene of Stella grabbing some gems from the waterfall, like rubies, diamonds, emeralds, I think I'm gonna faint. Which, real, if I saw gems like that, that would be so beautiful. And their fairy animals joined right along with them. Their evolved forms are interesting. I think that Elas and Amarok can really get away with it, but seeing Flitter is kind of scary. Like, that is a evolved flying squirrel that is turned into a bird-like creature. Like, what? It's almost like that is not supposed to exist. Whatever that is should not be allowed. But Hey, it is what it is. I liked the fairy animals when they were cuter, but it's kind of cool. They evolve in some way. Squonk too? Just like, girl, what? Who? What? When? Where? Why? No one asked. But Shiny gets tough on Stella all of a sudden, like, Stella, may I remind you, we have a mission. I'm just like, that's 3% brain rot, thanks Shiny. So Bloom has this little monologue about the fairy animals, saying like, they look so proud, so self-confident. It turns into like an inspirational thing, like, this shows that this is the true nature of anyone, that anyone can be like this. What's weird is she says the last half of her last sentence out loud, and is like, girl, who are you talking to? Like, you literally said that in your mind this whole time. It's very weird. So I don't know what the other Winx thought she was doing. But then, it's time for another music montage. Elisa Rosselli, Shine Like a Diamond. This song is pretty good. It's got that emotional tinge, and it's definitely fitting with this scene and this season. This montage is detailed and not necessarily brain rot, but I feel so much brain rot from watching it because that damn game on the Winx website where this instrumental plays on loop continuously is burned in my freaking mind. From 10 minutes and 12 seconds to 10 minutes and 25 seconds, there is a 13-second long shot of just gems on the ground. It is got some perspective to it, where some of the foreground is moving quicker than some of the background, but it's also like 13 seconds, that's a long shot. This one dark purplish crystal cave reminds me of that thing in SpongeBob in Jellyfish Fields where Patrick was on the roof and fell onto SpongeBob. Gotta say, I love this shot of Tekna and Aisha. Do I ship it? Well, yes. So during the last bit of this montage, we see some creatures pop out of the ground. They have these crystal heads and they're called clankies. They have these little fiery tails, and it is so, so cute. This mini world being crystal makes sense for the first mini world, and the fact that it is fiery hot, condensed crystals, and it just makes sense in my mind. Although a fiery one would have also made sense because not all of the mini worlds are crystal themed, but I think especially considering the TYNIX power being crystal themed, this is what it is. Now the TYNIX power is interesting. It's not necessarily crystal elemental powered. It's more so just the power that comes along with using and accessing the mini worlds. But the crystal theme is perfect for that. That's why I think like it could easily have been another design for an overworld transformation. So I think they wanted to do crystals first, sort of to just show off the aesthetic that TYNIX has. But these little clankies are not able to talk and they're very scared. Bloom is playing with them with some sparkles of magic and she wins over their affection. Eventually, they are able to use their TYNIX bracelets to communicate with them. So Mib is the orange leader one and he is suddenly able to speak English because of the TYNIX bracelets. The way he's shocked and surprised, I would think that the bracelets are allowing him to speak English as well as understand the Winx. Whereas in other cases, it seems like the bracelets translating whatever they're saying into English for our ears and the Winx's ears. Sometimes the other creatures of the mini worlds are like, you can speak our language, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of confusing, but in the end, we're able to communicate with them in one way or another. The clankies take the Winx into the heart of the matter. Mib, the main clanky, tells the Winx that this is the forge that feeds Pyros's magic fire. Some of the other clankies inside are trying to use their magic to make it move, but it's not working. They're not strong enough. And so Tekna gives it one zap and it works. She's like, sometimes all you need is a little techno magic, and then the Winx have to steal her thunder, and all of them start using their magic on it, and it's like, oh, okay. Although Aisha has a little error where there are butterflies, just like her Butterflix spell, on her spell right here, and they're not supposed to be butterflies at all. If anything, they're supposed to be diamond shapes, which we will see in a bit. But they all use their power on the forge to make it move, and out pops the Vampire of Fire. Again, seeing this 2D creature is so, so cool. The way it's moving around in a 3D environment while being flat and 2D is so cool. And of course, all the others are in 2D, but this is like a solid color that is just masked to have this little texture on it. It's just so cool. So some of the Winx do their spells. Stella does diamond armor on Mib because Mib almost gets attacked. You can see these crystal particles coming off of her spell, It is so, so cool. Then Flora does her spell, Breath of Lynthia. Now, these planet name spells kind of are cringe to me. They just seem so random, so out of place. Why would they be using them for TYNIX on top of their fairy animals? It just seems like a random excuse to include their planet names, especially like Arrow of Domino, Voice of Melody, Lightning of Zenith. Like, they're cool, especially Lightning of Zenith, but it just seems like unnecessary to me. Then Aisha says, the TYNIX power seems to be less effective.
Baby, this is Kiki Palmer.
It's the first full episode with TYNIX and you can't even say the name. Okay, girl, great. But apparently it's not that the TYNIX power is not effective, it's just that the creature keeps recharging itself with the magic fire. So they need to do a stronger, more focused attack. And that's what Bloom and Elas end up doing. So Bloom uses her convergence spell with her fairy animal called Fire of the Unicorn. And the two of them destroy the vampire of fire like it's nothing. Mib takes the leftover fire, puts it in his gem, and then puts it back at the forge, and it is back to normal, and everyone is saved. So Musa runs up and hugs Bloom, and she's like, whoa. And Aisha does too. And Tekna's like, I'm gonna stay over here and cheer from here, and I'm not hugging you. That's what it was giving. And then Bloom's like, we were awesome. Right, Elas? Oh, gag me. And then Elas's horn turns silver because his powers have evolved. Mib says something and there's a little funny joke, and then there's an awkward silence, and then eventually Bloom and Elas laugh. So we cut back to Kalshara and Braphilius at the exact time that the Winx left, so no time has really passed here. All of a sudden, Braphilius comes up and is like, Kalshara, the fairy animals have literally just disappeared. And she's like, just find out if the dragons have the ultimate power, and guess what? They don't. Right after they find that out, the magic fire comes back, and they are shook, and the dragons are waking up and recharged, and it's about to go down. So the dragons start to spew lava at Kalshara and Braphilius, as they should. The Winx come back in their TYNIX form in the overworld with the animals in their evolved forms too. I was so shook. I never knew that TYNIX could appear in the overworld. Some people might think it's a mistake that it's only supposed to be used for the mini worlds, but I really, really like it. I think it works. I think it's possible, if you focus enough, to transform into TYNIX before you go into the mini world. I think it's the same way with Mythics too, but to each their own. So the dragons are like, thanks to you, how can we ever repay you for saving our planet? And Stella and Shiny are like, oh, I might have one idea. We cut to the last minute of the episode being a little getaway resort scene in the geysers of Pyros and the hot springs. And the Winx have on these iconic one-piece bathing suits with some cutaways. I'm like, okay, work. I see you. Iconically, Critty does not like to get wet. She's like putting her paw in. Then all of a sudden, Squonk completely soaks her by jumping into the water next to her. It's comical. It is what it is. And that's the end of the episode. Honestly, a really, really good episode. I'd have to give it 10% brain rot. I mean, there were some scenes with the little creatures, the Clankies. There were some scenes with Braphilius, but overall, not that brain rotty. Maybe 15. I'll give it 15, but it wasn't too bad. Episode 16, Back to Paradise Bay. So first things first, in the recap, the narrator calls Elas
Bloom and her unicorn Elas.
Girl, aren't you playing Kalshara? Doesn't Kalshara say Elas at one point? I don't know. But girl, it's so frustrating when the characters don't say the words the same way. Sirenix. Plot twist, the narrator and Kalshara also voice Flora. You're telling me Flora can't pronounce this. Regardless, the narrator should never mess up the names. Period. It's not the voice actress's fault personally. Of course it's not. But it's just so frustrating. So we left off the last episode on Pyros, but here we start off at Paradise Bay on Earth. This was a location that was saved in Season 5 with the Breath of the Ocean, a magical object that Flora used with her Flower of Sirenix spell to heal the area from acid rain and just overall pollution. I think this is an area by Gardenia, if I'm not mistaken. We see a shot of this magic shell that looks like it washed up on the beach. And this is so cute because this is one of those shells shown in season 5 when Bloom is trying to talk to Sky because he lost his memory. She's like, this is one of those shells.
I found half of a destiny shell. They say the one who finds the second half is destined to end up with the first one.
Whoever finds the two halves are meant to be together, and both halves are together right there. So like, how did it get on Earth? I don't know, but a good nod to season 5 nonetheless. The visuals are beautiful for a number of reasons. We see Sky and Nex surfing. They're one of the reasons. So up pops what looks like a shark fin from the top of the water. Nex and Sky are scared, but lo and behold, out pops a dolphin. It splashes them and knocks them off into the water. Aisha's like, it looks like you both lost. How disappointing for you, but how totally fun for us. So then the Winx come in all riding dolphins, and girl, it's so uncanny. It's just like this anime, I'm like, girl. Then Timmy and Helia sail in on their little ship that Timmy built from the last season, and oh my gosh, Helia this season, like, I don't know what it is.
You want to explore the island?
Timmy says, if you had my techno-magic boat, you wouldn't have fallen into the water. Girl, that is not techno-magical at all. Didn't he build that with his own, like, 2 hands last season? It's not techno and it's not magic. It may be, like, engineering and mechanical, but not techno-magic in that sense. Flora's like, but we're Stella and Brandon. And we cut to the beach, and there is the iconic season 5 music of the beach. Da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. Stella is just chilling on the shore, and this crab keeps trying to bite her toes, but as soon as it grabs on, before it actually bites, she throws it back into the water. The crab is struggling to get back to her, but it gets washed up by the shore again. Stella puts on her sunscreen, she lies down. Sunscreen is very important. And then these 2 turtles appear, and they start to bury their eggs, aka intentionally dig up sand onto Stella. Then we cut to Brandon, and Brandon is approaching this magical glowing lei. It's connected to the ground, and it's like this singular plant that is just growing. As he goes to grab it, this deer is holding back this branch and lets go, and it hits Brandon in the face. I thought the animation of him flying back was really good. It captured like all the angles, and clearly it's not just simple puppet line animation there. They really got to make every angle advanced for it to be that detailed. He tries again, and then that deer antelope thing, I'm not sure what it is, runs up and butts him in the head again, and they both get a comical goose egg. He almost grabs it again, and this bird starts poking at his head and pecking him really bad. He eventually falls back from the bird, but the vines connecting the lei to the ground are cut, and he's like, oh yes, I got it. So he goes off and he can't find Stella, but he looks at these 2 turtles who have actually dug up a hole and laid their eggs there. 2 moms? Okay, queens, go off. Anyways, the sand is all on top of Stella, and she finally wakes up and she's coughing, she like can't breathe. Brandon is scared because it's a sand monster, but we literally see her perfect snatched liner and her beautiful yellow brown eyes pop out, and it was kind of actually funny. Then Brandon uses his baton thing and blows, I can't even do that, that's like some advanced color guard stuff. He starts spinning it so fast that it blows all of the sand off Stella and knocks her back, and he's like, oh, it's Stella. Oh gosh, oh golly gee. He's like, surprise, and gives her the lei of the flowers, and she's just like, oh, these are so beautiful. Then Stella and Brandon are about to kiss, but everyone walks right up to them, and Nex is like, are we interrupting something, lovebirds? And then the 2 of them blush, but a little heart silhouette covers the screen, and I love when they do things like that. I love it. But in these few couple of scenes, I noticed that Helia's hair is really long in the back. They're walking through the forest, and Fruity Helia returns, my king. Muse is singing to the birds, and they're singing back, and then their little baby bird sings back, and she's like, I have never seen creatures like this, not even on melody, which is really cool. Bloom walks over to this pink lake, and it actually turns out to be full of flamingos. But it was now that I realized, what the heck are Tekna's earrings? Yes, they all have little flowers or whatever. Bloom has a singular leaf, but what the heck does Tekna have? These 3 little squiggles? Sis, what? Then Bloom gets a phone call on her season 5 iconic phone. She says it's Roxy, but on the screen appears Amarok. And again, all the animals can talk because of the TYNIX powers. So maybe it is like the bracelets give other creatures the ability to speak English? I'm not sure. And Roxy still has her flip phone. I think it's the same phone from when she tried to trick the wizards into coming to get her at her house, but already having the Winx. One of the wizards is like, how did she know? And she's like, ever heard of cell phones? So Queen is really stuck in 2009, which was only 6 years before this season.
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that
And now somehow everyone is just in this call. It cuts to Flora and Helia on the other end with Amarok. It's going all over the place. Then Shiny steals the phone. It shows Stella and Brandon on the other end when Shiny drops the phone and finally looks at it, and she's got literal heart eyes. And again, it's kind of comical because they're all a little clueless as to Shiny crushing on Brandon, but Stella does give a little look to him like, she must know Shiny likes him at this point. Then Roxy goes and picks up her phone. So the gag is, Roxy is like, the Yaffles have just detected a new threat on Paradise Bay. And they're like, what a coincidence. That's literally where we are. They're like, what species is it? And Roxy says, all the species. Oh! I also want to point out that the little light on Earth that lit up was right by Italy. So I'm wondering, does this confirm that Paradise Bay is by Gardenia, which is by Italy? Or is Paradise Bay in Italy, Gardenia's in California, and Mike and Vanessa and everyone went to Italy during that time? Or was it just an Easter egg that Rainbow put in there? So Bloom's like, do you guys hear that? I'm scared. And they're like, no, we don't hear anything. And Bloom's like, exactly. Musa's calling out to the birds and they're not responding. Flora calls out to the plants and they lead her in the direction of whatever the danger is. Bloom slips on this hill and comically crashes into everyone. One of the plants tells Flora that there is a deep mystery buried right where they are, which looks like the heart of Paradise Bay. And it's TYNIX time. During this Magic Winx sequence though, the background starts off black and fades into their transformation background. So I'm not sure if that was an error where they were supposed to have the real background fade into that, or if it was just cool. It honestly is just cool with the black background, but either way, the Winx appear in the heart of Paradise Bay, aka the Leaf Mini World. Now this is where TYNIX is sometimes confusing. Sometimes it seems like they're in a microscopic physical space, and sometimes it feels like they're in a separate pocket dimension. Sometimes it's a mix of the two. I think TYNIX is supposed to be a tiny world. TYNIX tiny, a mini world, a microscopic world. But then other times it's like on that microscopic level, those crystals would not exist, those creatures would not exist. But it's all fiction, it's cool nonetheless. We can see all the internal structures of this plant mini world. We can see like these tubes carrying energy and what looks like chlorophyll. We see little sprouts poofing off little bits of pollen looking stuff. We even see these leaf butterflies flying around. And then the fairy animals come to find the Winx. So we're flying along and we see these two giant bug looking things attacking this little purple creature. Flora says that they're plant mites, but Techna's like, how is that possible? And Bloom's like, remember, we're really small right now, which makes sense. But at the same time, I would think plant mites are visible enough as to where the leaf butterflies and all that stuff is not. Again, you gotta suspend some belief here. And here we go with the planet name spells. Arrow of Domino, Tide of Andros, Lightning of Zenith. Now, Tide of Andros is pretty clever. I mean, considering her 4Kids planet name was Tides and her regular planet name is Andros, so Tide of Andros is kind of clever. So the Winx are blasting their spells at these plant mites, which are now flying. You can really see the crystals on the spell, which is really cool. Then Stella says, you bugs are really starting to bug me. Light of Stellaria, which had me gagged for a second because that is a spell she used in the specials. Light of Stellaria. I don't think it was used anywhere else, but then Bloom and Stella high five. So the Winx land, the purple creature jumps out of that little pit thingy, and she's like, thank you guys so much for saving me. The TYNIX bracelets let them communicate, and Bloom says that we're the Winx. And this purple creature's name is Chloe, and she is a Leafy, and she is voiced by Lisa Ortiz. Iconic.
I'm a Leafy!
At 17 minutes and 50 seconds, I recognize that Stella's TYNIX bracelet is gone. So, Little error there. Chloe says that the mites were trying to steal the lymph from the chlorophyll sources and that they're always greedy for it. Flora is talking about how we don't want anything to destroy Paradise Bay, while Stella names off all the beautiful things that it has, like the sea, the nature, those flowers growing on the beach. And Chloe's like, wait, what do you know about the flowers growing on the beach? And Stella says, my fiance gave them to me as a gift. Hold that thought. Fiance?
My fiance gave them to me as a gift.
Does this confirm that random scene at the campfire in season 4 is actually Brandon proposing to Stella? Regardless, fiance is crazy to me. I guess they're engaged. But then Chloe is freaking out. Chloe is gagged and says, Leafy sisters, these are our enemies.
Wait a damn minute.
What? So apparently picking these flowers disrupted the balance of nature on Paradise Bay and in turn affected all of the nature on the island just from picking up that lei of flowers. Stella's like, she can't be serious, can she? Elos is like, we should get out of here because all the Leafies are like shooting at the Winx and now they're all flying away. And they're like, what did we do? Even though Flitter looks insane, I love the circuit pattern on him. It is so creative. Just had to say that. So they're all like, why are we running away? We did nothing wrong. And Techna goes, try telling that to them while her bob is bobbing. Look at that. Look at that.
What's up? You know the kind of TOB, so they call you Bob.
It's crazy. Season 7 eats for the art. I'll give it that. So one of the Leafies actually zaps Aisha. She falls off of Squonk. Then Musa catches her with a musical aura bubble shield. And the whole thing has diamond motifs on it. Stella's about to throw hands. Bloom's like, no Stella, we can't. But it just goes out of control. The Leafies start to use magic on the walls. And these green worms try to wrap around the Winx and their fairy animals and just try to stop them. But they're too fast. Flora's using her magic on the things and they're stopping. And then the Leafies give up. They're like, your natural magic is too strong. So bitchy Flora returns and she's like, we need to talk about some things. All together. Raising an eyebrow, I'm like, stop talking. They're like, why are you attacking us? We're here to help. And Chloe's like, no, that's not true. You're here to hurt us. And the episode ends. I'd give this episode, I want to say 25% brain rot because the Leaf stuff is, it kind of drags on, but this is nothing compared to some of the upcoming episodes. Episode 17, Lost in a Droplet. This is where I really started to get burned out taking notes. It was hard here and there, but here especially, I was so bored because the brain rot is so intense that there's really nothing to take note of during the scenes. Not even brain rot, but just sometimes just the pure slow pacedness and the true lack of action is actually crazy and is part of what makes the season really difficult to watch. But here we are, we start off right where the last episode left off, and the Winx are in front of the Leafies and they are trying to get to the bottom of this misunderstanding. Bloom's like, why do you think we're the threat to Paradise Bay? We came to save it. Chloe says not only is Paradise Bay becoming a desert, the Leaf mini-world is dying too. She says, one of you is responsible, and it's you. And she points to Stella, and Stella is gagged. Stella's like, I didn't do anything. Not this time, at least. And there's a flashback to Brandon with Chloe talking on top of it, and it's of Brandon uprooting the gems of life, as Chloe calls them, the flower lei that he gave to Stella, that the antelope and the bird were trying to keep from him. When Bloom says, it was not our intention to hurt the Leaf mini-world, her deadpan shot with the wings is beautiful. The wings are glistening, her outfit is slaying, her pastel hair is eating. So Flora goes, everybody knows the Winx would never harm nature. And she makes this spell that makes flowers poof up and float into the sky all around, and Chloe catches one of them and she's like, okay, I believe you. So they're all like, okay, what do we do? How do we help Paradise Bay? How do we fix this? So Chloe decides to lead them to the heart of the matter, and we see all these Leafies floating down the complete network of this Leaf mini-world. All these tubes are also slides that the Leafies are sliding down like water slides, and in these tubes are the lymph. LYMPH, this liquid that gives life to the Leaf mini-world. Each of the channels is vital, and any of them sort of getting in the way completely disrupts the flow of the lymph. Flora again says wonderful.
Wonderful.
But some of the tubes are empty and running dry. So because the gems of life were uprooted, now the lymph is starting to cease to flow. So this becomes a big teachable lesson. You can't disrespect nature, blah, blah, blah.
Now I realize how important those uprooted flowers were.
Ugh, gag me.
I guess that was the lesson of this episode. I don't know. So now they're like, what are we supposed to do? And Chloe's like, you can help us plant new gems of life. So Chloe gives all the Winx these pink flowers, which are seeds, and they have to place them in the cradles of life, which are in the water drop mini world. And Aisha seems visibly excited, which is cool because that's her element. So all they have to do basically is ride these water slides down into the water drop mini world, and there they will find the cradles to plant the seeds in. So Stella is hesitant and she's like, I don't want to get my hair wet. But then Aisha pushes her off into the water. I haven't been on a water slide in so long and I'm low-key jealous. So the Winx sort of like make their seeds disappear, and it was a little unclear, but I guess they put them in their magic inventory because they summon them effortlessly later. But Aisha does surf on hers for a little bit, which is actually really, really cool. I have to say the animation here is really, really good. So at the end of all these channels is a green waterfall, and they go down into where the waterfall ends and they enter the drop mini world. So there's bubbles flying around, it's very beautiful, and Bloom says, these bubbles have such wonderful colors. And Flora says, they are the true colors of nature. I'm like, okay, it's bubbles, and it's rainbow. Chloe says, welcome to the drop mini world. And Aisha's like, we're inside a water drop. And I'm just like, little English critique. I mean, it's a water droplet, I think, but regardless, I know what she means. Maybe it's probably not a big deal, but I was just like, a water drop? Okay. And Aisha says, in the drop mini world, swimming and flying are kind of like the same thing, which is kind of cool. So they're in water, but I'm assuming they can breathe perfectly. They don't seem to struggle at all. So there's a little bit of brain rot here for sure. There are some bad puns. Musa and Flora cringed me out here.
It's the flying backstroke. I'm swimming hang glider style.
Nobody asked.
So then they have to ride the ascending bubbles down, ironically, into the cradles of life of the drop mini world. I guess somehow they're moving upstream, but it just looks like they're falling down. Then all of a sudden, Elos and the other fairy animals come. Yay. Whoop-de-doo. And Elos has literal treading noises as if he's walking on the ground. I get it, you know, they need to make him sound like he's there. Then there are these magical fish animals that look like puffer fish, but also look like bubbles. And Chloe says they're fishables.
Fishables.
Can I be done? She says, look what they can do. And they fuse together into one. A red and a blue turns into a purple one. And I was like, oh, okay. Squonk says, I've never seen anything like that. And I've seen a lot of strange things. Is this foreshadowing to some events later this season, near the season finale? But then the Fishables are playing with Squonk, and it's really cute. And the Fishables, I just noticed, make a Winx X symbol from the logo, which was so cute. There's a little bit of brain rot while Squonk is playing with the Fishables, but it is what it is. And so they finally go to the source of the matter. As they're flying down, it's darker and colder, and Chloe says that they must hurry and plant those seeds of life. So they're almost there, they see the water cradles, and Aisha's like, that was almost too easy. And of course, these scary bubbles appear. And I love these close-ups of Aisha because it's essentially her mini world and her elemental focus. That was probably why they showed so many clips of her. And that might have been why Squonk was playing with those Fishables too. So the bubbles completely take out the fairy animals in like one shot. Everyone's trying their spells to destroy those bubbles, but they are not working. Even Aisha's. I was even shocked by Stella's because light, hello, darkness, she is OP at any shadow creature. Why is this not working? The Winx are all trying to swim away from them, but they're all getting caught. Thankfully, Aisha is still fast enough to avoid them, and she says, I am so sick of this big ball. Excuse me. She uses Tide of Andros, thought it worked, but it didn't. And also there are butterflies on her spell here instead of the crystals, so they must have forgotten to switch that. Aisha is stuck in this bubble and she tries to have this anime, no, I must believe, I have to free myself. And the power is like radiating off her like Stella did with a bamboo a couple episodes ago, but it's not working. So then Squonk appears from the darkness and he is able to protect the fairy animals in good bubbles. Then each of the fairy animals uses their powers to zap the bubbles that the Winx are in, and each of them are freed. And the iconic Sirenix earning OST is playing in the background, and I am dying, but also living for it. Aisha's like, Squonk, that was so brave. How did you do it? That was so powerful. And Squonk is like, your Fairy of Waves power strengthens me, especially when I touch water. And I died, laughing inside. So they head over to the cradles, and Chloe's like, quick, put your magic seeds into the cradles. And I counted them, and there are 7. 1 for Roxy, perhaps? I think so. But Chloe ends up just planting the 7th seed. Could easily be an excuse for her to cover up Roxy's. But at the same time, I really love the OT6 grouping of the Winx. As sad as it is for Roxy's sake, I think having 6 is really iconic, and seeing how they get to bond all 6 of them together. Not at all am I against Roxy, but I think the 6 of them is such a good dynamic. I mean, girl groups like Stacy and Cat's Eye, that group of 6 is such a strong number, whereas 7 is just branching off into so many, like Current Kepler and Mix at one point, just all of them, it's like kind of branches off into a lot. So they all take their seeds out of their magical inventory and plant them into the cradles, so nothing's happening, and then Chloe says, we arrived too late. But then Techna points out that some of those black bubbles are still appearing over in the corner. So Aisha decides to do a convergence with Squonk, goes up and is like, cry cry drops.
Cry, cry, drops!
So, of course, it's a convergence with their fairy animal's name, which is really cool, and the spell was really cool, honestly. These magical particles are raining down, and the seeds are actually blossoming. And now, the mini world is actually healing itself. Chloe's like, it was wonderful meeting you, Winx, but it's time for me to go back to my friends, and the Winx have to go back to where they were too. So Stella's like, it was wonderful meeting you. Stella and Chloe smile at each other, and it was a cute little moment. And then Bloom says, our boys are waiting for us. So we cut back to Paradise Bay in the overworld, and the Winx and fairy animals are just walking along. And nature is back. Brandon says, welcome back. And Shiny is like blushing, and he's like, Aisha asks, have we been gone long? And Nex is like, actually, no. Bloom, again, confirms to the audience, thanks to the TYNIX power, the movement of time slowed down. Thanks. We get it. Sure, Jan. Also, where did they all go? Where did these animals go? Like, I can see the plants dying or disappearing, but like, did the animals disappear? Did they, like, hide somewhere? Did they actually pass away? Like, what happened to them? The fruity meter is still off the charts because Helia is being as fruity as possible. Shiny is still flirting with Brandon. And what is with Sky's voice? Honestly, what is with Sky's voice? Matt Shively, we need you so badly.
The island is healthy again!
What?
So the lay thing on the ground grew back, and Brandon's like, a little present to celebrate. And Stella's like, stop right there, Brandon. And then Stella has this iconically animated scene. Learn to respect flowers, learn to respect plants, learn to respect nature. And there's like the anime like lines in the background. It's like crazy. And the Winx are gagged, Brandon is gagged. The same Brandon scene was actually used like 3 times, I noticed. He's like, okay. And Stella's like, trust me, Chloe will thank you for this, with her finger on his chin. And then he's like, who the heck is Chloe? Rightfully so. Then the camera moves down, and the bushes make it transition into the Leaf mini world, where Chloe is looking up and she winks, and it's iconic. And that's the end of the episode. Brain rot wise, I would definitely have to give this at least a 30%, maybe 40, because this was pretty slow, honestly. And there was no transformation this episode. The Winx were already in their TYNIX form and did not transform at all, other than that. So I'd definitely give it a solid 40 with the slow pacedness of the water drops and the fishables and floating down the water slides. Some of that was just normal filler stuff, but some of that was like actually genuinely boring. Episode 18. Banana Day. Going into this episode, I thought this was going to be the most brain rot of them all, just based on my memories, but it actually wasn't that bad. So we're back at Roxy's Animal Rescue Park in Gardenia, and we see the specialists posing, looking like they're getting ready for combat with these really cool shots. Then on one of the animal playground pieces, we see a bunch of lemurs, and they are going crazy after bananas. Sky is holding this weirdly shaped banana. I know bananas don't always look like the modern ones, but like this was actually weird. I wasn't sure what this was, but I guess it was a banana. So this whole scene is pure brain rot. The lemurs are chasing after the specialists are going crazy, bananas are being thrown. It's brain rot. So in come Elos and the fairy animals, and they bring in these bunches of bananas for the lemurs to eat, and they all go crazy. The Winx just appear, and again, Roxy is slaying with that ponytail. So all this must have happened off screen. They must have had to capture the lemurs at one point to rescue them from a specific threat. And now the lemurs are ready to go back to their natural environment. And as Roxy says that, the camera cuts to their natural environment where Butterflix and Kalshara are. Kalshara is like, we could find the ultimate power here. Butterflix snaps and is levitating with a drink and some sort of magic hammock, and he is chilling as one should. It actually does look like a magic hammock because Kalshara is like, what is missing from the lemur's forest? Butterflix is like, a real hammock. She spins him around in what looks like a real hammock, and then he falls, and basically, if you didn't guess the answer already, it's lemurs. There are no lemurs in the lemur forest. So it's more brain rot. I stand corrected a little bit for this episode, but bear with me. So the specialists fly the Winx and the fairy animals and the lemurs all the way to the lemur's forest again to drop them off. They're all excited about the bananas, but Butterflix and Kalshara freeze the animals with their magic. Kalshara mentions that without the bananas, the lemurs will not survive. So I guess her goal is to destroy the lemurs? I don't know why? What's the point of that? Like, that's actually just to make the animals suffer? Might as well at least check if they're the animal with the ultimate power, but besides that, like, what are you wasting your time for? Then it's time for Butterflix. It is the classic Season 7 order: Bloom, Musa, Techna, Flora, Aisha, Stella. And we get a little dance sequence too. But we did get a shot of Techna winking, which I love. Butterflix spells look amazing here as always, and Kalshara tells Butterflix to cast a spell on the bananas to help them fight. And there's this funny like shot on Butterflix and Kalshara, and she's like, cast a spell on the bananas. So Butterflix casts a spell on the bananas, which turns them into little mutant creatures which scare the lemurs. And Timmy says, this is the first time the banana wants to bite the monkey. Okay. Helia is again very fruity here. This guy's like, specialist, let's protect the lemurs. And I just had a moment of like, the stakes are very low in Season 7. Let's protect the lemurs from these mutant bananas. Where in Season 1, we were fighting these mutant creatures made of pure rot, which were really destructive. There were citizens of magics, like, wrapped in these webs. It was crazy. And here we are fighting banana monsters on Earth, protecting lemurs. So Flora has a blanket of leaves shield spell, which was pretty cool. Then Timmy and Helia have a scene where they slip and fall, and it actually is their feet tied together with some vines. And then the two mutant bananas are in the foreground and they high five. At first I thought it was a comical slip on a banana peel, but it wasn't. Total missed opportunity for this entire arc. But the way Helia is posing there is very fruity.
Gay.
Brandon has a blue eye error. My king is missing his brown eyes. So Timmy and Helia are stuck on the ground trying to undo the thing that wrapped their feet together, while the mutant bananas are running after them. Techna is trying to zap them with prismatic ray, while these slow-mo shots take place of the bananas dodging them. All of her spells miss, and then the bananas are like sticking their tongues out at Techna like, it was cool that you could see the spell's effects in slow motion too. It was really well done. Flora does Natural Whisper, her special spell, but it doesn't work. But good thing she tried. Stella tries Flux of Light, and it actually works. However, it destroys the bananas entirely. Not really her fault. I guess the bananas were just too far gone from the spell. So now, they have to go back in time to a time where more bananas existed because bananas can't regrow from seeds, which is very clever. And I have to say, I love the ribbon and Flora's hair right here. Now, I'm not sure how entirely true this is. Classic human engineered bananas, I don't think their seeds work. But in the jungle where natural bananas are, wouldn't they regrow naturally, I would think. So in the midst of Raphilia still having one of those bananas attacking him, Brandon says for them to just go back and do their thing. And they do. All the Winx go back in time, and there is the spinning chair sequence, slaying as always. I forgot that they still do have their time powers at this point. At 10 minutes and 25 seconds, however, there was another Brandon blue eye error. So when they're back in the past, they don't immediately see any bananas, so Flora says, "Follow me, I'll lead you in the right direction." So Stella is trailing behind, but she sees what looks like a lemur's tail from behind a rock. She's like, since when do rocks have hair? Come out, little one. And it's very much giving SpongeBob, oh, the whole thing is the worm. The entire rock and the tail were a giant lemur. I guess prehistoric lemurs were huge, and this giant lemur likes Stella, and he even has heart eyes. Then pops up my favorite scene of the episode, if not the entire series, when the lemur has his heart eye scene. There's a shot of Stella, like, posing in his dreams, and Stella pushes the entire frame off of the screen. It was hilarious to me. Basically breaking the fourth wall. I loved it. So the Winx are like, child. Anyway, so the rest of the Winx, except for Stella, transform into Butterflix. Again, second transformation of the season. Not complaining at all. And it's a very brief one. It's the same order, except without Stella. And that's easy for them to do because Stella was at the very end. So this giant lemur is now carrying Stella in his grasp and running with her, running away. She can't get free, she can't transform, so the Winx are just trying to set her free. Here is my second favorite scene of the episode. It is Stella going, "Let me free, you giant monkey!" And she can't move her arms at all, but she bites his fur and then is like, bleh. Her voice actress is actually really good. Rebecca Stoller is so iconic as Stella, and she really makes up for the lack of the Nick voices. I really like her voice here. It actually makes the more childish scenes better than maybe if Amy Gross did them. I feel like Amy Gross, the iconic Nick voice actress, would have slayed if Winx was still more mature, whereas Rebecca Stoller does really shine here. I don't know. I think any of the iconic Nick cast could do any Winx, but I think Rebecca Stoller specifically does shine here. So then Musa decides to use her special spell again, Melody of Fairies. Clever, and it almost works, but it doesn't. Again, Musa's special spell had the Blue Mix background. Never forget. He is like in a zen, then breaks out of it and is like screaming. Musa is like, ah, and has this very expressive face because, you know, our queen is hypersensitive. Then Miss Flora, she says, "Step back, Musa. I'll trap him with creepers."
Sorry.
What?
And it doesn't work. But then they realize bananas can lure him. So they finally find the bananas and then start to try to lure him with them. So cut to the lemur's cave and Stella is like, "Is this your house?" And I'm just now noticing all the fruit in prehistoric times is huge. The apples are huge. The bananas are huge. Everything is huge. Stella's like, "This definitely needs a woman's touch." Then Stella low-key serves. He puts her down in his bed and she's like, "Thanks for the hospitality, but no thanks. Never see you again." And walks off to the exit of the cave and he grabs her back. But then this king gives her a tailor-made dress of leaves along with a leaf scarf and a leaf hat. That was crazy. That's definitely the way to win Stella's heart, honestly. She's like flattered, but then he starts singing the wedding song and gives her a bunch of flowers and she's like, "Are you gonna marry me?" And it's just awkward. She throws the flowers at him. He's like angry, but then picks her up and starts to kiss him. And she's like, "I bet you haven't brushed your teeth ever," which was really funny to me. Then Bloom comes in and is slaying with that animation, if I do say so myself, and is like, "Hey buddy, look what I got for you." And the bananas are sparkling yellow and huge. So Bloom is luring the giant lemur out of the cave and back to where the bananas are. She's like, "Stella, girl, you gotta trust me." So then when he's surrounded by all the bananas, he's like in heaven and lets go Stella and is eating all the bananas. Stella's like dumped for a banana, and then Stella transforms without a sequence right there. And that was so cool. That's one of the few times we've ever seen that happen. So then the unexpected happens. As soon as they're ready to use their time stones to return to the present, the giant lemur grabs onto Stella and returns to the present himself. More proof as to why Roxy could have just held Bloom's hand and gone back in time with the Winx. Just like in Speedix when she was able to fly super fast, and Zoomix when she was able to teleport with the Winx, simply by holding Bloom's hand even though she herself did not have the super wings powers.
Let's use our wings to teleport. I'll take Roxy with me. Now!
But I guess in order to write her out of season 7, it does make sense to give Braphilius her stone and pretend that none of that can happen. I get it. But it's still like, girl. So now we gotta deal with the giant lemur in the present. So all the Winx are flying with the giant lemur, and then the giant lemur falls, and Kalshara's like, the Winx! And Braphilius is like, wait, who's that one? Pointing to the giant lemur.
Who is that one?
Almost reminds me of when Icy called out Helia and was like, I almost forgot about this one. What a catch. And she's not wrong. So the specialists notice that the Winx are back, and Brandon is like, oh, the Mega Lemur has Stella. And classic Stella, she's like, Brandon, do something. And he says, let my girlfriend go. Wait a minute, girlfriend? I thought you guys were fiancés? I mean, if you're fiancé, you're at least girlfriend, boyfriend. So I don't know. So the lemur doesn't let Stella go, but he is eating the rest of the monster bananas. So Kalshara tells Braphilius to use his dark diamond to scan the giant lemur to see if it's the fairy animal with the ultimate power. He scans it, and it's not. As soon as he's done scanning it, the lemur knocks him back. And then Kalshara says, for once, maybe it's time to make a strategic retreat. And she turns into an eagle and flies off with Braphilius. And now they're left to deal with the giant lemur and the bananas and everything. So Flora uses her spell on the giant banana to regrow all of the good banana trees in the present. So this time, Flora's spell wipes out all the rest of the banana monsters, whereas before, her special spell couldn't do that. Maybe it was a mix of the new bananas energy was able to wipe out the monster bananas, I'm not sure. But whatever the case may be, they're gone. So the giant lemur is happy, and Stella's like, I guess he's fine now that he's realized our love wasn't meant to be. Then a song plays with a little montage, Mon Ami, My Friend. I love this song. It's almost giving Crash Bandicoot a bit. It's pretty good. Although I wouldn't typically play it randomly throughout my day, I would listen to it during this episode, I'd say. So Stella and Brandon are dancing. Sky is cutting up some bananas for the lemurs, and they keep wanting Sky to do that. It's kind of cute, like a little babysitter, and the kids are like obsessed, or like your dog wants you to keep playing with you, like a whole thing like that. And they're all dancing, but it looks like Bloom and Sky sneak off. I'm not sure to do what, but the lemurs do follow them, and they are busted. And then the episode ends. So I don't know if the big lemur ever goes back to his normal time period. He seems to just be stuck here in the present. But, I mean, hey, if he's happy, he's happy. And that's the end of the episode. I'd have to give this, maybe, considering everything, a 25% brain rot. I've rated these pretty low, but considering just the banana scenes and everything, but also the double transformation, technically triple with Stella, and the time stones and all that, I think it's only 25%, honestly. But that's the end of the episode. Episode 19. The Magic's Rainbow. So we start off on Appositus with a beautiful establishing shot. This is a planet, again, we have not seen since Season 3. We actually have not seen as much of this planet as we have until this very opening shot. We see shots through the village, through alleys. We see so many shots of these guards that were just like the guards in Season 3. So we see Braphilius running, chasing this little beautiful tiger cub with half a black mane and half a white mane. And we see the Appositus guards chasing Braphilius. They look exactly like some of the ones from Season 3, although they all look very similar and not opposite to each other. They're very much the same build and everything. And they even have that little belly on the armor. I wonder why, because I think the joy of it before was that some of them were a little short and chubby, some of them were tall and muscular, but now they're all kind of in the middle. Brofilius is trying to see if this is the animal with the ultimate power. Brofilius is cornered, but he uses his hat to blast himself off the ground and go onto the other side of the dead end of the alley. And on that other end is the little tiger cub and Kalshara. So Kalshara picks up the cub and Brofilius scans it with his dark diamond, and it is not the animal with the ultimate power once again. Another useless mission according to Kalshara. However, the little tiger cub's collar starts to glow. Appositus's symbol is this Gemini symbol where it's like two capital I's together, half black, half white. And that's kind of clever they used that symbol because Gemini is the zodiac of the twins. Perfect for this planet. It was also on those scrolls in season 3 to begin with, and apparently this collar holds the magic of Appositus. So Kalshara and Brofilius take off with the collar, and all of a sudden we cut to Domino. Yeah, Domino inside the castle, like it was nothing. Kind of giving magical adventure where it made no sense in any of the main plot to go to that, whether you watch it before or after episode 24, wink wink. So Bloom and the Winx and Sky are there along with Bloom's parents, and Bloom introduces the fairy animals. I feel like Winx has lost the plot so much that being back on Domino is insane to me. It feels like this is another cinematic universe at this point. Oh, Daphne is also there, by the way. And Thorin. So Oratel says, "Now, let's get this party started." And it's hard to even imagine what the heck this planet used to be, flashing back to season 1, 2, 3, or the first movie. It's wild to even believe that. These are the same chandeliers, the same thrones, the same ballroom, the same anything that was once frozen in ice in season 1. But it is. So Daphne and Thorin are dancing, and then the fairy animals start to dance too. So Amarok is going crazy, he's crashing into everything, Squonk is crying. It's what you'd expect. When Amarok crashes into the table though, we see some of the same cupcakes that Kara made in the last season. I also forgot to mention that the Winx are in their iconic season 6 gowns with the wings. Shiny and Stella are immediately in the zone of princess vibes, but Shiny notices the chandeliers and she is obsessed with them because, as you can remember, she eats diamonds. Flitter steals some pineapple slices from the table, and that was hilarious. And Shiny is in her princess mode, slaying the day away, but immediately gets distracted by this giant emerald on this woman's neck. Shiny finally gets a hold of it, and then she eats it. Then there was another funny Stella moment where the background was flames and she was so angry, and she says, "Don't worry, we'll return it fairly shortly."
What?
Is that a poop joke?
Don't worry, we'll return it fairly soon.
Critty says, "Look but don't touch," and this delusional Domino woman touches her and tries to pet her. Girl, she just said not to. Can you not respect that? Respect that boundary? Then all of a sudden, she is pinned to the ground with quills and has this delusional laugh and these crossed eyes, and it was kind of unsettling. And it just really emphasized the delusion and the brain rot that is this season. Muse is like, "Oh no, Critty, stop," because she's like clawing at the curtains. But then Marian and Oratel are like, "Oh, what a beautiful pattern." It cuts to the curtains and Critty has made this beautiful cutout lace design. All the Winx are like, "Oh my gosh, these fairy animals are not used to formal settings." We see Fruity Elos just very excited for the first time, kind of talking with Sky. More on this next episode. Then Bloom calls out to Kiko and says, "Kiko, please." He's about to eat a carrot with a bow on it. Is this not for him? Imagine telling a rabbit to not eat a carrot at a party. Why are they there then? And Kiko should be the most trusted of them all. And he later is when she tells him to take care of Elos. So we cut away to Brofilius and Kalshara on Graynor, and they are at the magic ruins where I think we've seen before in season 5. Regardless, we've been to Graynor before. It's a place on Magix where the creature of the rainbow mantle exists. This rainbow unicorn that disguised itself as a regular horse, and this was the very last time Butterflix was used. Brofilius and Kalshara point out that there is wild magic in the water, but fairy magic in the rainbows on top. So I'm not sure if this wild magic is particularly negative, but it certainly is existing right there. So Kalshara's plan is to put the collar that was on the Appositus cub onto the creature of the rainbow mantle to see if she can get its power. Kalshara's like, I'll be twice as powerful. But then Butterflix says, or twice as dead. Gotta love Butterflix. Kalshara puts the collar on the creature and it's all chaos. There are like worms coming out of the wild magic in the lake. They are mixing with the rainbows. The rainbow is all mixed together and the creature of the rainbow mantle is trapped in this wild magic purple and green dome. Kalshara is like, what's going on? Why didn't it work? And then we cut back to Domino with the Winx dancing. So Roxy pops up in a hologram out of nowhere. She tells Bloom that there's problems on Graynor with the creature of the rainbow mantle, so they get ready to go to Graynor, and they transform. It's Butterflix time. And the order this time is Bloom, Flora, Stella, Aisha, Techna, Musa. Musa being last before Techna is a shock. The Winx appear on Graynor and they see the chaos before them. They try to attack the worms, but nothing's working. Even Stella and Techna converge for one of the first times this entire season, and it does not work. But their two fairy animals, Flitter and Shiny, are trying to be very clever by flying around trying to tie the worms up into themselves. And it's kind of working, but not for long. Elos tells the creature of the rainbow mantle, we're here to help you. And up until this point, the creature was a female because the ancestor of nature was like, she has heard your call and she sees you're worthy. And then here comes this male voice.
She has found you worthy.
It's useless.
The creature says it's useless attacking them. The worms are guardians of wild magic, while I'm the guardian of fairy magic. Kalshara takes from that they are not opposite magics, and that's why the collar didn't work and did not give her all of their power. And Butterflix actually shushes her, which I was like, go off, king. So it's revealed that the creature of the rainbow mantle is trapped because of that collar, and he can't break free from that bubble. Then Bloom gasps and is like, Kalshara! And the camera zooms out at Kalshara and Butterflix, and he's like, oh, she's talking about you. Which made me laugh. So Bloom's like, maybe we can fix the rainbow if we use our TYNIX powers and go into the rainbow mini world. And it's time for TYNIX. I think the scenes are kind of extended here. There are no crossfades between each one, so I think it's the maximum length of each scene. And this mini world is so cute. Immediately, the scenery is incredible. The soundtrack sounds like it's got this pure harmony behind it, and it's going to be this beautiful, delicate world. And we see all these monochromatic cats walking on a color matching ribbon, all in the same direction. Unfortunately, the paths are tangled and it's making a mess. Every time some of the cats from different colors crash into each other, it makes a loud, dissonant sound, and Musa is the only one who can hear this difference and is actually affected by it. Everyone else just thinks it's cute. We continue to see shots of them crashing into each other and Musa and Critty being completely overwhelmed by the sound. When Musa tells them to listen, like, girls, listen to the chaos, everyone thinks it's cute.
Adorable! No.
But Musa's like, no, this is chaos. Can you hear the dissonance? Bloom tries to listen in and she can actually hear it. So then we see this rainbow cat with all the colors of the rainbow on it. He also has rainbow eyes too, and he is adorable. So Stella uses the TYNIX bracelets to communicate with them, and this cat says, I'm Rebel, queen of the furries. I gagged for a second. I was like, oh, we're just gonna call you furries. Okay, work, slay, lit.
Rebel, queen of the furries.
Now the wiki says Rebel, R-E-B-E-L-L, but I think it's supposed to be Ribbo, R-I-B-B-O-W, like ribbon and rainbow. So I'm gonna go with Ribbo, hence the rainbow and the ribbons in this mini world. So Ribbo leads the Winx to the heart of the matter, and as they get closer to the center of this ball of all the ribbons of the rainbow tangled up, we see that each of the ribbons are tied in bows with each other down the line. And it is creating so much disharmony. And Musa is so sensitive. Ribbo even points out that Musa is maybe too sensitive to disharmony. And she's like, it's only gonna get worse from here. So Ribbo casually mentions that if they don't fix things soon, the rainbow will disappear and all fairy magic will be destroyed. Oh, okay.
All the fairy magic will be destroyed.
All fairy magic? Everywhere, forever, in the entire universe? What about the Tree of Life on Pixie Village? Like, what about anything else? Like, this is it? This is it? So Musa's like, Critty and I will go to solve this problem, But Bloom's like, you guys are too weak. Inevitably, of course, they're the only ones that can solve this problem. I'm loving a Musa-centric plot, by the way, especially completely unrelated to Riven or anything like that. I think it's a great representation of overstimulation, autism in a way. I mean, completely being overwhelmed in terms of misophonia, like noises completely overwhelming you. I think that's a great representation. Musa's like, we have to go. Fairy magic is at stake. And I really wonder, like, okay, is this really going to affect all fairy magic forever? This random filler season 7 episode? But I guess, I don't know. That's the only thing I can say is I guess. So the two of them are slowly approaching the heart of the matter. It is pushing them back and they are struggling, and it feels like genuine struggle. And it's not too like copy and paste, boring. It actually feels like a good pace. So they eventually are charging into the heart of the matter while Musa is singing, sort of creating a barrier in front of Critty, helping the two of them together out. It almost sounds like Musa's voice actress is singing the TYNIX song a cappella. Regardless, it's so cool that her voice actress is singing. Hello, we needed this. Fun fact, in an old interview by Valerie Pierce with Romy Dames, I think she mentioned that she sang Return to Me in season 5, as well as she provided her own monster noises for season 5 episode 8 when she got turned into the monster. But I guess they decided not to use either of those. Love that video. I wish Valerie didn't delete it, but it was iconic. And then they converge and use Harmony of the Quill Cat. And casual TYNIX appreciation here, Musa's effortless half up, half down, messy-ish bun with the blue hair, the pastels, her blue accents with the tulle top as well as the magenta dress. Like, it's so beautiful. TYNIX is so pretty. I love TYNIX so much. Thank God TYNIX was not 3D. I will give you guys that. TYNIX being 2D here, I mean, there's no way this could have been 3D, and I'm so glad they did not do that. Because I know they like to make their second transformation 3D sometimes with Cyranix and Mythics. Not needed. Not desired. Unnecessary here. I do like 3D Cyranix, but none of that was needed in season 7. So the bows and the ribbons are coming undone, and it looks like harmony is being restored to the rainbow. Although there is still a ball at the end of the rainbow completely tangled up with all 7 colors of the rainbow. Theoretically though, shouldn't that also be untangled and it all be continuous lines? I don't know if they missed that or whatever, but that seemed a little off to me. So Musa and Critty saved the entire mini-world and all of fairy magic at that, and the rainbow is starting to turn back to normal. We cut to Galshara and Butterflix being like, oh, the rainbow's turning back to normal, what is happening? The worms go up to touch the rainbow, and as soon as they do, they poof and disappear. And so does the bubble around the creature of the rainbow mantle. The Winx reappear with their fairy animals in their Butterflix forms, which I was kind of hoping to see TYNIX again in the overworld, but it's cool. It is what it is. And they appear in a 5 formation blocking Flora, which I low-key stan. Considering her behavior this season alone, I stan. And again, I love seeing Bloom and her horse fixation. Wait, Bloom? Horse girl? Furries? Bloom's a furry? I'm totally kidding. No discrimination against furries. The creature is like, how can I ever repay you? And Bloom asks the creature of the rainbow mantle about the animal with the first color of the universe. So he uses his oracle power to try to tell them any information that would be helpful. So he says, in your research, you'll cross all the magic dimension, and in the end, you'll find that the animal with the ultimate power is closely related to that of the fairy's power.
Okay, whatever that means.
Episode 19, 12 hours after my shift. What do you mean? You know what? I think I'm out. I think my contract's up. Oh, we have 7 more episodes after this? You're kidding. So now from this, Galshara takes that in order to find the animal with the ultimate power, it might be related to the Winx's fairy animals. Now I don't know if she has lost her memory because she checked nearly all of them before, right? With Butterflix's stone. So how could it possibly be any of them left, right? Up until this point, they know that it is not Squonk, Critty, or Flitter. Musa, Tekna, or Aisha's animals are not the animal because they've already scanned it and it was not those animals. But they have yet to scan Elas, Amarok, or Shiny. Although Shiny was already captured from the get-go. So why did she not scan it before? We may never know. And that is the end of this episode. This episode was kind of... I'd have to give this episode a 25% brain rot. I mean, scenes were very slow, but it really got to the point and it had nothing really too much to prove. We visited Appositus, we visited Graynor, we saw more of Appositus than we've ever seen before, and in HD, although yes, the Appositus guards lost their charm by being all the same, which was kind of the point of the planet, but we saw new lore behind it, and it was very, very cool, I thought. Stella is me and is like, what does that mean? I don't know. We need to think about it. Now, when we find out truly what the fairy animal with the ultimate power is, you will be gagged. Because this whole season has led us to this point of delusion where we have lost the plot so much that the singular riddle the whole season was relying on falls so flat. But we still have 2 full episodes before that even happens. Episode 20. Baby Winx. This episode is actually so good. From this episode on, it feels like we're entering a more final arc of the season, not only number-wise, but just plot-wise. I don't know, it feels like that. But this episode is actually so good, as childish as the name is. It's actually quite enjoyable, especially what they do with the art and the magic of it all. Definitely not my least favorite in the season. So we start off on Earth in the Arctic Ocean somewhere, and the Winx are saving these seals from the melting ice. There are 7 lone baby seals and they each pick one up with their bubble spells. But one of them looks a little familiar. It clearly kind of looks like all the animals Kalshara has disguised as. So Bloom picks her up and they all take them back to the animal rescue park on Gardenia. Then we cut to Bloom, Stella, Flora, and Aisha in that car in Gardenia. The 4 of them have these iconic silver outfits on. They actually used this scene for a commercial for this car being a toy. So we cut to the Gardenia Animal Rescue Park with Roxy, and the Winx, the specialists, and some kids are there watching, as well as Roxy, because she's not a Winx. I'm just kidding. So Roxy mentions that the Winx saved those baby seals on another mission while she's giving these kids a tour of the park. The Winx are in these cute outfits with long pants, they're patterned, and it's actually a pretty cute line of outfits. Bloom's like, now for the real stars. The fairy animals come out and they're playing. Flitter spins around one of the balls, like one of those atoms like he did in the core of Zenith. They're all playing with the seals, and then it shows some of the kids trying to pet the Kalshara seal. How did they not see the blue, red patterns along with the fur on the collar? Girl, it's right there. The Kalshara seal is like, are you kidding me? And then Roxy's like, don't scare it. It's almost giving the mummies in season 6 were about to attack the Tricks disguised as fairies, and they were like, don't even think about it. So Roxy says that the animals will return to their natural habitat once they are healed and grown up a bit. Stella mentions that later today will be a special Winx fairy animal show. Roxy asks the Winx to look after the animal rescue park while she gives the tour, and the specialists are like, why don't we stay and walk with you? And Sky's like, so we can be together. And I'm like, oh gosh, okay. This voice is iconic, but somehow I miss Buster Baxter from Centerloom. And Bloom and Sky are about to kiss very slowly, and then all of a sudden Elas breaks in between them because he's jealous of Sky. Wow. And in some ways, Elas clearly started this. The way he's looking at Sky like, Bloom, did you like my show? And Bloom's like, oh, Elas, you are just simply unique. I don't know what's happening. Elas thinks he's eating everything up, but Bloom's just like, you just kind of interrupted our moment. I'm 22 years old. I've been doing this for too long. It's 2015. What is happening? So the Winx and Specialists are walking through the park and Bloom and Sky are holding hands. It's actually cute. And I think it's actually interesting to see these backgrounds in this greenery Like, it's actually all redone. Maybe this is a stretch, but I can see some of the similar art techniques with some of the flat colors for the trees in the background, like the scenery used to be in the early seasons. So they're walking along, and Sky keeps looking back because he keeps hearing something in the bushes, and it turns out to be Elos. He was following them the whole way there, and he's honestly adorable. Like, I love his color palette. The way his eyes were so animated and like expression-y, his eyebrows, his eyes, the pupils, the lashes. It's very, very well done. I think if there were any season for him to be drawn in, it's this one, because he looks so good. So he's like all friendly, like happy to talk to Sky. So now he wants to be friends with Sky. He's asking Sky all these questions like, when did you and Bloom meet? Are you a reliable guy? Like, what? Which is kind of funny, because it's like, yeah, they met a long time ago.
Why are you not laughing?
Because it's not funny.
So Sky reasonably is like, look, I like you, but can you leave us alone? Like, dang, he just wants to walk through the park with his fiance, girlfriend, wife, queen, and be alone. It cuts to Bloom, and she's like, Sky, are you jealous of Elos? And then Elos goes off and does a dramatic walk away, and then Sky's like, is he more important than me? The drama is crazy. At one point, I noticed Bloom had slightly colored pupils, like they sometimes drew in the earlier seasons. She also had gray outlines around her arms and skin. So we cut to the sky, and this poor pelican is carrying Butterflix in his beak. He is just literally comically carrying him. Then he drops Butterflix, as he should, in the pool part of the seal area.
I tried to change.
He goes in the water, then pops back up as an ice cube, which is hilarious. Very much Crash Bandicoot vibes, very comical. I love it. Of course, Kalshara, disguised as a baby seal, is right there and is, of course, glaring and just over it. She breaks him free, turns back to her normal form, so she then puts a little spell on the seals and makes the rest of the seals sick. And this actually made me so sad. I wanted to go and hug my dog so tight real quick. But don't worry, they're just fine. At this moment, the three little girls who were trying to pet the Kalshara seal somehow are walking around and end up in the seal enclosure of the exhibit. They see the sick seals and then are like, oh gosh, we gotta go run and tell the Winx. Kalshara sees the little girls and is like, those little pests gave me an idea. The little girls tell the Winx, and they're all at the seal exhibit. Tekna's like, thank you girls for telling us, and Bloom cannot find Elos. The girls are sad, like, oh no, now the Winx show is cancelled. And Bloom's like, of course not, but please go now. Which sends me.
Of course not, but please go now.
So Aisha clocks that one of the seals is missing. There were 7 to begin with. Amarok decides to go sniff out that final seal. How did he not smell that seal was the same smell as Kalshara the whole time? Maybe she was able to use wild magic to change her smell also, but I guess with typical writing and stuff, I would assume the thing would smell the same, especially a Magawolf. Wouldn't it smell its magic scent, which would be universal no matter the form she chooses? I don't know, but they go off, completely unsuspecting anything's wrong, and Flora heals the rest of the 6 seals in one simple spell. Told you, they're fine. It's okay. Then in a matter of 30 seconds, the craziest thing happens. Butterflix and Kalshara are around the corner, and Butterflix quickly steps out. He summons his time stone, which activates all their other time stones, and he puts a spell on his. He says, invert time spell. The Winx, I think they're looking at him, but it's all so quick. They look up at their stones, which all appear above their heads, and they all turn into babies because he twisted the time power. And I guess they're not babies, they look more like 3-year-olds, but oh my god, it is adorable. Not only are they babies, but they're drawn in the same art style that babies were drawn in earlier seasons. Season 1, and same for Stella in Season 5 when she was turned into a baby during the Gem of Empathy era. They all have like the purest form of their personalities that you would imagine they have as children. Tekna's like, I'm the smartest, and Stella's like, I'm the most beautiful. And Flora is chasing a butterfly, which is actually cute. Flora, I give you some grace here. They're all just adorable. And Bloom is bossy as the leader.
Shut up! It's my turn now!
It's just so cute. Like, even the voice acting is so good as babies, especially Bloom's. And it's cool. It seems like Bloom is the most aware of the situation of all of them. Maybe because she's the most powerful, or because she is just mature, or she's the leader. But regardless, it makes sense. So the Winx all run away because they're playing and they're kids, and Bloom's like, guys, we have to like find the seal. We have to fix everything. So we cut to the specialists and they're like, I wonder where the Winx are. They might need a hand. And I cannot get over Brandon's deep voice. Brandon asks Sky, are you still angry with Bloom? And all of a sudden, the Winx run across the screen and Bloom's like,
you're all nasty!
Which I love. Lot of great lines in this episode. Just saying. The specialists are like, those children shouldn't be on their own. Let's take care of them or let the Winx know or something. And none of them recognize their girlfriends as literal babies. Have they not seen baby pictures? Do they not recognize patterns? 6 fairies, redhead, blonde, brunette, honey blonde, blue, pink. Do we not see the material? And Brandon saw Stella as a baby in season 5. Would he not recognize her? The Winx start to play with the specialist, like Techna's running through Timmy's legs. And it's just so cute. It's just so wholesome. And the expressions on their faces are so cute. I've already clocked like 5 of them that are adorable. Techna with the eyes, like, cute. Love. Slay. Timmy's like, girls, you should never leave your guide during a tour. And Stella's like, but it's way more fun that way. Real. Flora's like, we are the Winx, the real ones. And they're all just like not even considering that a fact to be real. Girl, do you not recognize it? Like, a face is a face is a face. You would recognize it. I would think. Bloom's like, Sky, I'm Bloom. I turned into a little girl. And Sky's like, of course you did. This continues their plot this episode of like, I knew it! You never believed me! Meanwhile, their outfits that they were wearing, those iconic long pant outfits, are modified and babyified to their little selves. It's adorable. The long pants are now like little shorts. They got chubby arms and they're just like, they're adorable. But the fact they also have slay long fairy hair to their waist, like almost as tall as they are. Stella has this giant messy bun. It's giving. And of course, Techna's bob is bobbing. The specialists are like cornering them now. They're like, you can't leave this place without an adult. And then the Winx are like, what are we gonna do? So they all hold hands and Bloom's like, I'm just not sure if it'll work. And she's like, Magic Winx, Butterflix. And they actually transform. They literally transform into Butterflix. No sequence, but they do it. And oh my god. Before we get into it, the scene where all 6 of them are standing is really well done. There are 2 other times where I've seen this setup and it go poorly. What I don't like is when they're in a circle facing each other, the 2 people at the back or the front of the screen, sometimes since the glow is coming from the middle of that group, they would be purely backlit and it would ruin the whole effect. I'm thinking of one time they did an Enchantix or Fairy Dust Convergence and Bloom and Aisha were in the front of the screen facing the back. They were being highlighted by the glow almost, not being part of it. One other time that was worse was in season 1 when the tricks were converging and Stormy was just in her casual outfit like this, glowing, almost like standing out from this spell. But here, it was done totally well. But back to the Butterflix, it is so well done. Number 1, they are in completely babyified Butterflix forms. They have the same long styled hair with the butterfly clips, but their dresses are babyified. Their wings are smaller and unique, but still similar to their original, completely babyified. Same for their wristbands, same for their shoes. It is so adorable. They did not have to draw and reanimate all this, but they did. It is so cute. I also love that they are still in Butterflix but baby form because I don't think a callback to Magic Winx was necessary at all. I think that them being babyified by the time stones, yet still having their current level of powers is so OP in a way. I love it. So now Sky believes them, but there's no time to explain. Now they've got to go and take care of the seal issue and or Kalshara. The only problem for Bloom is now her rambunctious team has the ability to fly. So now they're just flying, doing whatever they want. So now we cut to Kalshara and Braphilius. Kalshara turns back into her disguised seal form just in time for Amarok to find her and catch her. All of a sudden, Braphilius makes a giant circus tent right in the middle of the park. And the Winx, at the same time, run up and see it, and they're like, oh my gosh, a circus! And they go inside. As the Winx enter, they realize all their fairy animals are trapped in cages. The fairy animals do recognize the Winx because their bond goes beyond time and space, which we love. But I don't see Elos in a cage here at this moment. Braphilius says, welcome to Cirque de Braphilius. Love. So now the Winx are trying to attack Braphilius, and they are basically powerless. Bloom tries flaming attack, and it's just like, poof! Nothing happens. Musa says sonic percussion, and a little baby drum with 2 little drumsticks goes and is like, so clever. So clever. Braphilius is finding this so funny, and then Aisha is like, you won't laugh at this one. And she makes a tiny Morphix dart, which was another unrelated spell of hers, and shoots it at his butt, and it actually attacks him. So creative, why is she not doing this all the time? Then the 3 little girls walk in and are like, hooray, the Winx show has started! Do they recognize the 6 little girls as the Winx? Or what? I'm not sure. But regardless, maybe they just think it's all part of the show. They're like, oh, fairies. So now the Winx are basically shooting Braphilius back and forth in the middle of the circus with little bursts of energy. And Elisa Rosselli's Winx We Were Born to Fly is playing. Winx Club, we were born to fly. And it's an okay song. It's not my favorite, but it is a cute little montage. And now the baby seals are pushing Braphilius around too, which we love. So then, out of nowhere, at the end of the song, Braphilius blasts Shiny's cage, and it's now unlocked, so she goes out of it, and Stella's like, Shiny, go free the other animals. Was Braphilius freeing them on purpose? Why did he do that? I wonder if Braphilius just missed his attack. I think that might be it. But yeah, otherwise, Shiny is one of the 3 animals he did not scan with his Dark Diamond. So, of all of them, what was the point? So Shiny goes around and frees all the other fairy animals, and Bloom blasts Braphilius out of the circus. I want to make it known that all their baby Butterflix spells still have the baby butterflies, which... so cute. Also, it sort of seems like the perfect setting for Braphilius and Kalshara. With their wild magic, it makes them, especially Braphilius, look like circus performers. So it almost seems like Braphilius is finally in his grand finale final form in this moment. We cut to Sky and he's like, where are those little pests? Like, dang, okay. Now he knows it's the Winx and he's still calling them pests? Okay. Sky then sees Elos and is like, maybe I should go talk to him. So Sky walks up to Elos and he's like, have you seen 6 little girls that look like, who are the Winx? Then we cut to Kalshara, who sees the unicorn and she's like, my last missing animal. But first, let's get rid of this meddler. She turns into a little mouse and her goal is to attack Sky somehow. So she goes up right behind him and all of a sudden, here comes Braphilius, crushes her. She's fine, unfortunately. Kalshara turns into an eagle and carries Braphilius home. And again, they flee the scene. Sky and Elos make up and he's like, so we're friends? So we cut to Roxy with the rest of the kids from the tour and she's telling the 3 little girls, how many times have I told you to stay with the tour? And they're like over it. Then she's like, this circus, where did it come from? And the Winx are like, Braphilius did it, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, girls, now come with me. All the specialists run up and say that those babies are the Winx. Sky and Elos show up and Elos uses the power of his horn to activate the time stones and reverse the time spell. And they turn back into adults. It feels weird to call them adults, but they are adults, right? Yeah. Bloom's like, did you figure out what happened? And Roxy's like, yes, I figured out I can't leave you alone for more than 2 minutes. And that's the episode. I'd have to give this episode, honestly, a 10%, maybe 5% brain rot. I really enjoyed every bit of it. It was just the Sky and Elas stuff that was like a little boring to me. But other than that, it was pretty solid. I loved all the Easter eggs and everything, and that's to me what made it really good. Episode 21. It's a crazy, crazy world. So we're back again at the Gardenia Animal Rescue Park, and everyone is entering. And here comes Kalshara and Butterflix disguised as a woman and a dog. Butterflix being the woman and Kalshara being the dog. And I can't be sure, but is this the same big gate that used to be in Gardenia Park? Is this also Gardenia Park, or is this a separate park? I'm not sure. And again, we see Mr. Rooney, we see all the Gardenia incidentals, very detailed. So we're in the middle of the park and Bloom introduces the Winx. And these outfits are interesting. They're cute. The giant poofy skirts are cool. Their dresses, I mean, I don't really have an opinion about it, but I love the tops. I love the colors. I think Flora's pink and green striped sweater looks really cute too. Off the shoulder, it's giving Sweet Frog. And oh my gosh, in this line of outfits, Flora's hair is the same curly texture I was hoping for in that other line of outfits. I wish they just put it on that one. I love Aisha with the purple and the teal, Stella in that reddish, and Tekna looks good too, and Bloom looks good in pink. Musa looks really good in blue, also with that light pink lip. It really brings out her eyes and her hair because she is blue. I am not personally one who believes that Musa has black hair and brown eyes, and it's just a stylistic thing. I mean, I totally logistically understand that, but like in my mind, she's a blue girly. She's got blue hair and blue eyes. And she's an alien, so I mean, it's very likely. Also, I should mention Bloom and Flora have crop tops, one of the very few that continues to be released throughout this show. Also, Roxy in her casual form, the first couple episodes, total crop top. Total crop top moment. So all the animals are being introduced by their respective Winx member. Critty's making designs in the paper, Amarok's running around playing with the kids, Shiny and Flitter are flying around, then Elas shoots a little burst of magic into the sky, it poofs down and sprinkles onto all the kids, and all the kids grow wings, and they are able to fly. This has only happened one other time where one creature was able to give a bunch of humans wings. Last season, when Bloom used her friendship flame, gave all the people of that land magic, which gave them wings and gave them actual powers for a crazy ultimate convergence power. Totally underrated. And Squonk does his little scream too, and all the kids are happy. Love Squonk. Bloom says this is the last show that the fairy animals will be at because soon they're gonna return to Althea, which is crazy because this season is picking up. Although this episode was so forgettable, just off the bat, I had no idea what happened because also the story is very blurry, but once I skimmed through, I was like, oh, okay, I guess I remember this. Kalshara and Butterflix are also there, disguised again, and they are like, oh, so they're gonna be at Althea soon. Okay, good to know. So out from around the corner, this little itty bitty bulldog pops out, looks at Kalshara disguised as a dog, and gets heart eyes. Then we cut to a shot of Kalshara with the same heart silhouette cut out on the screen, and she's like, what is happening? Butterflix's dog, Kalshara, growls at the little bulldog, and he's like, Kalshara, I think you got an admirer. And then the bulldog's owner, another woman, walks up and hits Butterflix with her purse. It was giving Abby and Kathy all over again.
Because I didn't mean to do that either.
Not the woman-on-woman crime, not in 2015. So no one notices Kalshara shapeshifting right out in the open. She shapeshifts right to her normal form. What bothers me is sometimes Kalshara's transformation sequence shows her cat eye being a perfect triangle rather than a typical narrow cat eye shape. The pupil is a literal triangle going all the way to the edge of the iris. And I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. But that's 9 times out of 10 what it looks like. So everyone's at the central base where Roxy has her magic globes and their seats and cushions and everyone's chilling. Elas is like, that was so fun. And Roxy's like, thank you. You were a huge help. For what? I'm not too sure. And all of a sudden they were just having these random regular animals from Earth. I mean, the lemurs and the tiger cubs and the seals. This all sort of happened out of nowhere. But go off. go off. So they admit that this place is not safe for them anymore because Kalshara and Butterflix have already tried to capture them once, and they'll probably do that again. Which is fair. They're probably always going to be after them, but why not go back to Althea where they will all be safer? So they're all ready to go back to Althea. Roxy says, I'll take care of the park while you guys take care of the fairy animals. And before they go, the blue Yaffle notices a problem on Earth. Apparently, there is danger in Ethiopia affecting the cranes, and it's snow. And they're very confused, like, what is happening? Something's altering the weather because it's usually warm in Ethiopia at this time. And out pops Cherie. She's like, weather? Did someone say weather? Nobody asked.
Then you need the pixie of weather.
Like, do you?
Bloom underhandedly gags her by saying, Cherie, what a nice surprise. And you could be right this time.
And you could be right this time.
Oh my god. And then Kara appears and she's like, wait, we're here too.
Wait, we're here too.
Kara's voice actress. First of all, Kara and Cherie, don't even get me started.
Double homicide.
But her voice actress could not care less. Her voice actress also voices Daphne and Alyssa, Flora's mom, in this dub, and no one cares. None of those three women care about this. From rumors, I heard her voice was not directed very well. That could all be a rumor, but overall, it's just crazy. It's like, first you replace Tuna Digit, now you replace everyone, and then you got people replacing Daphne. Maybe it's just like, if you go from Liz Gillies to anyone else, it's a big shock.
Daphne, nymph of Cyrenics.
But still, like, anyone else that didn't sound like a mature woman? Anyone? Actually, side note, before I drag them too much, imagine a Cherie cosplay. That would be so simple. Just a pink little dress with the rainbow stripe and the poofy blue hair. Someone get on that. Someone get on that. Then they're like, all right, Pixies, you can come, but no trouble this time. Magic Winx, Butterflix. Yes! Another Magic Winx sequence, iconic. And we get a little Butterflix dance. And during Stella's shot here, we get the infamous ear error. Uncanny. This was actually a pretty long dance sequence too, and it looks like everyone got a solo shot except for Aisha. And she does have one made, so I don't know why they put everyone in but her, but I don't know. The scene right after Butterflix, Bloom is like, I'm sorry, Elas, but you'll have to go to Althea on your own. And this whole little scene felt so much like they were just trying to drag it out a little bit for time because it's so quiet and almost irrelevant of a scene.
On your own.
They're like, Ethiopia, here we come. I don't think I mentioned it yet, but Piff, I'm sorry, who is that? Because the whitewashing is crazy. Who is that? So we cut to Ethiopia and it is so cold. But also, Musa points out that the sun is so hot. So something is making the weather go completely out of balance. The cranes are so cold, Aisha uses her shield spell, Dance of the Tides, and it makes a huge bubble shield around the cranes, pixies, and the Winx. It's a perfect, safe, warm bubble for everyone. Bloom goes ahead and tells Cherie to try to fix the weather with her magic. Cherie does, but it just keeps getting out of control. Whatever she does, it changes the problem too much, or it makes a whole nother weather phenomena happen. She tries to make it hot, but then it gets too hot. Then she tries to add some rain, and it turns into a hurricane. She cannot fix the balance because it's not that simple. There's something deeper rooted to this weather problem. I'd have to say the scenes here are pretty comical and actually funny with the pixies struggling in this weather. Not only do we get Kara trying to swim through the brutal wind, she then whips out some candy canes trying to like literally pull herself through. I actually thought that was funny. I think that almost redeemed her middle-aged woman voice. Piff is enjoying this. She's like flying around. She's enjoying this. And the pixies are just scrambling for their life while Cherie is still trying to figure this out. During the rain scene, all the pixies are huddled together under a little umbrella. And comically, the lightning strikes and fries the umbrella. Love that. But also, why does Piff look exceptionally small in this scene? She's supposed to be like the same size as the other pixies. Also, how is Piff a baby? All the pixies come out like normal aged from the flower of life. Unless she is like the pixie of babies? with baby magic? No, but she has sleep magic. I don't understand. Now we sort of see a split between the seasons. On one half of the area, it's so hot. And on another half, it's so cold. Kara is like on the hot half, like dying. She runs over to the cold half and grabs some snow and makes a little ice cream cone. We finally cut back to the Winx, and the Winx are like, oh my gosh, there's a tornado. This is crazy. They're like, if Cherie can't fix this, this has gotta be some sort of deeper rooted issue. And then they're like, but what could it be? Tekna points out the obelisk, an ancient Ethiopian ruin, and we look at it and it's glowing with wild magic. They're like, we have to go inside it, and there's only one way to do that. Magic Winx? TYNIX! I don't know what it is, but I love this show and the lore so much. And again, there are more parts in this sequence without crossfades. So good. I could eat this up all day, every day. More TYNIX, please. We then enter the Sundial mini world, a crazy cool mini world that is so underrated and does not deserve to be in this forgettable episode. This mini world is split up into 4 sections, each corresponding to a season: summer, winter, fall, and spring. Each of these sections are so cute and detailed. They have their own little theme and respective animal. There are animals called fluffrims for spring, and they're these little lambs. They have floaties for summer, and they're these cute little seahorses. We have these unnamed dog animals for fall, and we have pump bears for winter. These cute little bears with little sleeping hats on. All the animals are attacking each other. They're like, we're gonna rule the Sundial mini world. No, we will. The bears are throwing snowballs at the lambs, and they are like, oh, it's so cold. The dogs are turning into tornadoes. They're going crazy. It's a mess. One floaty tells Bloom that none of these animals have ever been awake in the same season before, and it's causing chaos. Also, cool to note that this might be the first mini-world on Earth that we've pointed out. I lied, I completely forgot about the leaf and droplet mini-worlds on Paradise Bay a couple episodes ago. Those were on Earth too. My bad. That's cool that there is still some magic on Earth in a little Ethiopian ruin. So everyone's fighting, the girls are fighting, the Winx are fighting the animals are fighting each other, and it is chaos. Some of the Winx feet are stuck, trapped in ice, and then the fairy animals come to the rescue in their crazy, crazy forms. It's a crazy, crazy world. They don't know what to do, and then Tekna realizes that there are 4 suns in the sky. There's one normal one, but then 3 others in the other remaining seasons that have a glow that is the same as wild magic. She points out that with 4 suns, there are no shadows, so that's obviously causing tons of chaos. So we need to put out those other 3 suns. So she's riding Flitter, the giant flying tech coral, from hell. Then the dogs are like, we won't let you touch our sons. But the Winx decide to block those attacks and protect Tekna and Flitter while they go and take care of it. And oh my god, the damn planet name spells. I don't know why these bother me. They just feel so forced and unnecessary and cringe. But I guess shout out, like, counterpoint of melody. Bruh. Then Tekna has her convergence spell with Flitter. Tech Squirrel Flash, similar to Virtual Flow that she used in episode 12, where she sort of turned into a ray of light, merged with Flitter, and was able to heal the core of Zenith. This time, they converge, and they both turn into another ray of light almost, and go super fast, zoom around each of the wild magic suns, and they cease to exist. Now all the other seasons except summer go into hibernation, and the Winx celebrate. The floaties are the only ones awake because it's their season, summer, and they're like, yes, the floaties are awake, it's all good. And Stella's like, this is definitely my favorite season. And I have to agree, I love summer so much. I am a January baby, and I always loved winter growing up. I really love that cozy aspect of winter, but I mean, summer is just so fun as well. As long as it's not too hot. Like, Ethiopia hot is probably very hot compared to my summer, where it barely goes above 90, 95, if that. So for a brief moment, we cut back to the outside in the overworld, and we see the wild magic fade away from the obelisk. We see the ice break away from the flowers. We see it break free from the waterfall, and the waterfall starts flowing. It's all green and naturey, and it's really, really pretty. The pixies are cheering that the Winx must have saved whatever was causing the problem. Also, Cherie calls Amore, girl, Oh my god.
They never would have made it without us and more.
Miss who?
Then we cut back to the mini world, and the floaties are thanking the Winx. The floaties say, thanks to all you guys, the Sundial mini world is now at peace, and a special thanks to you two, Techna and Flitter. So the Winx go back to the overworld in Butterflix form. Wah wah. I wish they showed back up in TYNIX, but it is what it is. There are so many wing color errors throughout this whole season, but here is just one of them. In this one shot, Blooms and Floras are like a bluish teal, and Technas are a more greenish teal. The cranes give the Winx a salute in the shape of a W, slay, and then comes the animal that takes us to the last arc of the season. Frickin' a Digmol in Ethiopia appears, and oh my gosh, it's the orange one. The Digmol says that it's looking for its bonded fairy, and Bloom's like, can you tell us the name of your fairy? And it says, Farragonda, and the Winx are gagged, as they should be.
Farragonda?
But guess what? If you couldn't tell already, this is Kalshara. Not only is it Kalshara disguised as some Digmol, it's her specifically disguised as the orange Digmol that was bonded to Farragonda that we've seen already. Crazy. The Digmol that started this all. And how sneaky was Kalshara? While Bloom got out her TYNIX bracelet in Butterflix form, very cool by the way, to communicate with it, it didn't need to do that at all. It's Kalshara, she can just talk, but she had to pretend like she was using the TYNIX bracelet for her to be able to communicate. That's master manipulation right there. Overall, this episode, I'd have to give it a 25% brain rot. No, 35% brain rot. I mean, a lot of the scenes were comical, but also the episode was just sort of irrelevant and forgettable, but it did continue on the story and tell us why the Winx are going back to Althea and why we go back to meet Farragonda in the first place. Now this leads us into the final answer for the riddle of the ultimate power, which is so underwhelming, you will not believe it. But we learn that within the first couple minutes of the following episode, so be prepared. Episode 22. The Kingdom of Diamonds. So we start off immediately with a flashback of Farragonda finding her Digmol as a child. This is the same orange Digmol that we've seen at the very beginning of the season and the one that we saw in the past. So this Digmol is like 150 years old at least. That's not an age joke. That's like Farragonda is confirmed to already have been headmistress for 100 years. So just saying. But also, she is a flop. So we cut out of the flashback and we are at Althea in Farragonda's office and she is looking at the orange Digmol. Mind you, it's Kalshara. So this again is where all the craziness happens. So Farragonda's like, Winx, did you find the fairy animal with the ultimate power? Bloom's like, no, but we learned its power is closely linked to that of the fairy's power. She's like, is it one of your animals? And they're like, we're sure that's not the case. Farragonda says that Althea has the biggest concentration of fairy magic anywhere in the entire magic dimension. Good to know. Basically, they're like, if it's linked to the fairy's magic, it could be at Althea. It would make sense. They're like, well, such enormous power could be anywhere, and Stella's like, or nowhere, which is kind of clever. Like, maybe it's in a whole nother dimension, and this whole time, Kalshara as the Digmol is like, gagged, like, wait, what? Wait, what? And then Bloom glances at the glowing crystal Digmol statue, which just so happens to be struck by a ray of light and glow even more rainbow. Bloom's like, Headmistress, do you know where you got that statue? We've only pointed this out one time before. I believe the last time we were in her office, where they were like, since we changed the past, we must have changed the present, and that's why she has that statue. So in this moment, Bloom asks Farragonda, do you know where you got that statue? So we have a flashback of young Farragonda walking into the Fairy Animals Hall, which used to be the wild magic source at Althea, where Kalshara stole all the wild magic and transformed for the first time. Farragonda walks in, and we see the destruction of what once was the Fairy Animals Hall. All the wild magic and every crystal statue is gone except for the one Digmol statue. And she decided to pick that up with her the whole time. Why did she do that this time and not before in the previous timeline? I'm not sure. The lighting in this scene is heavenly and beautiful and deserves an Emmy and an Oscar and a Grammy. In two lines, I am gagged in pure cringe energy, and maybe you will be too. Flora says, it's made of all colors, just like light. And Bloom says, this is the first color of the universe. What?
This is the first color of the universe!
What? No! I'm out of here.
She then puts it down and says, let's go. The adamantine mini world is waiting for us.
What?
Magic Winx TYNIX, and they go inside the Digmal statue. What?
You are stressing me to hell. I can't. I'm done.
Let me get this straight. Let's take a run down the whole ultimate power thing, because I'm so confused. First, we meet Kalshara, who stole the Digmal in the Althea Natural Park. We have no idea why, so we try to ask more Digmals to find out their secrets, but that was the last one. So the Winx go back in time to where more Digmals lived to ask them their secret. We then find out, after saving them and earning Butterflix, that the Digmals hold the secret to the ultimate power. So they tell us to look for the fairy animal with the first color of the universe. Over 10 to 13 episodes, we go on and bond with 6 fairy animals. We meet so many earth animals, and we realize that none of them have that ultimate power. In episode 14, the 6 fairy animals tell us that they are the guardians of the ultimate power, but they still don't know what it is. 7 episodes later, here we are, and the fairy animal with the first color of the universe is the Digmal statue that was at Althea. For me, this is so underwhelming and anticlimactic. Maybe it's just me, but this is so ridiculous. That's what makes the stakes of the season so low and so underwhelming. The animal behind this riddle the whole time was indirectly the same animal that started it, yet not even at all. It was the Digmals who had the ultimate power, yet not them. It was their crystal statue from the Fairy Animals Hall / Hall of Memories. This is so confusing to me. Maybe this makes sense to you guys, but this whole riddle is just like, oh, okay, so I guess that was the answer. It's very cringy to me. It's just like, are you kidding me? That's what we've been after this whole season? Whatever. And the fact that Bloom knows the name of this mini world? Okay, whatever. But the lighting is gorgeous. The animation is outstanding. So I do have to pay her some 10s. At least one. While I have my temper tantrum, I'll watch TYNIX and calm down. And I have to say, this mini world is probably my favorite one. It's another crystal themed one, but it is so, so pretty. They're flying through what looks like outer space with literal diamonds in the sky as stars as they approach a diamond castle. They basically know that the ultimate power must be somewhere in this statue mini world, so they decide to start their search at that castle. In this mini world, there are little Digmal creatures called Digsies. They are all lined up in front of the castle carrying presents. There are these cool French guards of the castle that are a golden fork and knife. The Winx can't get in because they don't have an invitation, and Stella's like, here is our present for the king and queen. Bloom's like, what? And that was the invitation. So the guards let them in. Bloom's like, how did you know? And Stella goes, everybody likes presents.
Everybody loves presents. Everybody loves presents.
Season 5 tease. Love to see it. TYNIX appreciation moment number 69. This transformation is so beautiful. Eugenio, you really ate with this one. So they walk in and the king and queen are sitting on a throne in this beautiful throne room. It's all glittery, it's all glowing, it's all crystalline, it's gorgeous. It is a feast for the eyes. And it's going to be a feast in just a bit, actually. So all the Digsies leave their presents for the king and queen, and the king and queen look like they're their own species. I'm not sure, but maybe they are Digsies. But regardless, the presents are taken out and Chef Cookie, another Digsy, walks in and is showing them their feast for the day. I'm not sure what sort of celebration it is, but there's at least a feast. And all of these dishes have diamonds in them. There are appetizers, entrees, and desserts, all featuring diamonds. Techna's like, do they eat diamonds? The big final cake, however, is not to the king and queen's standards. They are like disappointed because it barely has any diamonds on it, according to them. He's like, but I used all the other diamonds for the rest of the dishes. They kick Cookie out until he has enough diamonds for like 100 cakes. And he's so sad. Then the rest of the Winx come in and they present their present to the king and queen. Stella's like, here is our present. And the queen is like, you have such puny diamonds at Althea. And she's like, but it's a 3,000 carat diamond. Stella almost crashes out at them, but Bloom's like, your majesties.
Your majesties.
She's like basically telling them, we need the ultimate power because there are some fairy animal hunters who are after it. We need it to protect the entire magic dimension, including your kingdom. And so they're like, oh, the ultimate power. But it would be such a waste of a beautiful diamond like that. And Flora, along with the rest of us, are like, wait, the ultimate power is a diamond? 12 hours after my shift, watching the season, whatever. So the king explains that the only place it could grow is the royal orchard, but it's all a Digsy legend at this point. The Winx go with Cookie, the chef, to the royal orchard. He shows them around and it is breathtaking. I mean, not only just the art itself, but also like the textures and the sparkles that they add on top. It feels like such a detailed place, and it's so sad again that this was bestowed upon the brainrot of the younger child demographic. Stella steals Flora's lines and says, this is wonderful. Flora is intrigued by the plants and she says, this is so cool. It's a perfect mix between nature and diamonds. And I completely agree with her. That is so cool to me. And wouldn't it be so cool if we had Diaspro in her TYNIX form? That's a huge long shot, but I mean, she's already the fairy of precious stones. Her TYNIX would basically be her in her most representative form. It would be cool to see Diaspro and Flora converge and maybe control this problem better than how Flora does it alone later this episode. This whole place so far is not the royal orchard, but just the entrance. So they walk over and see this giant crystal gate into the main area. There is a total drought in the royal orchard and no diamonds are growing. Barely any at all. Apparently, watering them won't work and make them grow better. We see the beautiful greenhouse, which has so many cool plants, even crystal hedges made out of little thin crystals that are green, all stacked together, even crystal soil, it looks like. My audio did not record from my mic for the past hour, but it is what it is. Flora points out this giant tree, and it looks so strong, but it has no leaves. She's like, this tree looks strong. How did it come to be this way? Flora communicates with the tree for a brief second and is able to tell that it's fine, it just doesn't have enough energy to grow. So Flora flies around the orchard and gives energy to all the plants, and they all grow diamonds. Then, for the final act, she decides to put all her energy into the tree. It slowly starts to grow, and slowly the ultimate power diamond grows, and we see it for the first time.
It's the brightest diamond I've ever seen!
It is a very, very cool diamond that is like two classic diamond shapes on top of each other. The tree keeps growing because the ultimate power is amplifying her spell, and Flora cannot stop it because the plants are only half natural. The entire cave is starting to collapse, and the Winx are trying to grab the ultimate power diamond, but it keeps slipping right out of their grasp. But during all of this, the chaos is crazy. Rocks are falling, and they're like, we have to focus on protecting the Digsies first. We'll worry about the diamond later. Maybe they could split up because it's kind of a very important thing. I don't know. Whatever. The Digsies are fine, thank goodness. But chaos is ensuing. Flora tries to use magic on the roots on the walls of the cave to try to support the cave ceiling, but she can only use her magic to make them grow so much. Bloom's like, hurry up, Flora, and Flora's like, I can't. These plants are only half natural. And boom, she gets crushed by a rock. The Winx can't get it off of her, and she is stuck like that for the rest of the episode. Bloom says, Flora, hold on, my friend. We'll get you out of there. We cut to the real world, where Farragonda and Kalshara, disguised as the Digmal, are chilling in Farragonda's office. Mind you, no time, supposedly, has passed because time slows down so much inside the mini-worlds. So this must be like right after the Winx went inside. The Digmal statue is shaking, and all of a sudden, the ultimate power diamond poofs out of it. Farragonda's like, oh, the Winx did it. They found the ultimate power! And Kalshara as the Digmole jumps out of Farragonda's arms and grabs it. She shapeshifts into her normal form and she's like, Farragonda, you've always been a step behind me. She knocks Farragonda on the ground and then she disappears with the ultimate power. Gagged. Farragonda is the villain theory, part 67. So we cut to a clearing in Gloomywood Forest where Butterflix is just chilling. All of a sudden, Kalshara appears. Kalshara tells Butterflix, so the magic bond was with Farragonda the whole time. Okay. I feel like they're just saying random lines, but they're actually confusing the real lore of the story for me, and I don't appreciate it. Like, the magic bond? Like, as in the bond of the riddle? I'm so confused. So then again, Kalshara calls Butterflix useless once again, which will be a little bit of a theme these last couple episodes. But Butterflix is not having that. So he snatches it with his hat. They're like fighting over it. Now Butterflix is really holding on to this as his own. Kalshara keeps trying to jump and grab it, but it keeps shooting her back. She's like, Butterflix, what are you doing? Together, we can't... And he's like, no.
Together we can...
Together? I've never heard you say that word.
Harriet!
I've never heard you use that word together, so I'm gonna finally do what I want and make my own army. So he decides to summon the most powerful fairy animals from all the magic dimensions and beyond. As he's holding up the diamond and casting the spell, this crazy aura bubble is going all the way around him. Kalshara turns into a lion and is clawing at the bubble, being like, I won't let you get away with my diamond. And I was like, oh. Steven Universe tease. She actually breaks through that bubble and knocks Butterflix on the ground, and he drops the ultimate power, and the diamond breaks.
I waited so long, and you broke it.
You okay, buddy?
Yes. Yes, I'm okay.
Oh, for a sec,
If those rocks that they couldn't get off of Flora can't break because they're as hard as diamonds, why is this ultimate power diamond so fragile? It completely shatters, as if it was made of, like, chalk or something. Anyways, the glow from the ultimate power goes into Butterflix, and he is basically one with the ultimate power. He starts glowing like crazy, and he goes, I can feel the ultimate power inside me. I was like, what?
I can feel the ultimate power energy inside me.
What?
Wait a minute.
Then, all of a sudden, his spell finishes and those three animals appear. 2 giant lizards and 1 giant owl. Of course, going off of the color schemes of blue, purple, and pink. And who appears but the TYNIX? They jump up from behind the animals and jump on top of them. Butterflix is like, who are you?
Who are you?
You mean there's still someone who doesn't know the tricks yet?
As for the TYNIX voices, they're okay. This Icy has grown on me from this season and season 8, but Icy's voice in this dub is the same as Farragonda. And Stormy's raspiness really fits her too, and I love that. I remember first finding out that the TYNIX came back in season 7. I found out a bit later because when I first watched it all, it was fall 2015, and I don't think this episode came out, at least in English, until like January of 2016. That's when I found out, and I was gagged. I did predict that they would come back, and I was right. And I am glad that they came back. I always love the TYNIX. I would never get tired of them. I'd have to give this episode, honestly, a brainrot level of 5 or less. It was so beautiful, and I think it was more disappointing than brainrotty. Disappointing in terms of the riddle, in terms of the entire season-long quest to find the ultimate power. It was in the statue of the Digmole the whole time. It wasn't an animal. Like, ugh. But other than that, this episode was beautiful. I feel like this is where TYNIX shines the best, honestly. Episode 23. Secret of Althea. So Kalshara and Butterflix are talking to the TYNIX, and Kalshara is like, the TYNIX, I've heard of you. I've heard that you are the most feared witches in the magic universe. I love when the villains are interacting. It's almost like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's just so cool to see them working together, especially last season when Acheron was freed, and Stormy's like, well, at least he's on our side, right? Like, Oh, the dynamics are so cool. Stormy's like, sisters, our reputation precedes us. And Darcy's like, even though we were stuck in the dimension of legends for so long. Now, this is canonically correct. Like, the series makes sense if you watch season 6 and 7. Although they were in the Legendarium world, which was a book of legends and had its own dimension inside with like a 3D environment. It was actually shown in 3D in the series, but the tricks were locked up in the book at the very end of season 6. And I guess now this loophole of Butterflix summoning the most powerful fairy animals in the magic universe was able to pull the tricks out of there because they were linked to it. It's not exactly 100% making sense in my mind, but I will take it. I mean, yes, it linked to their powers, but how were the tricks that famous and powerful that they would be connected? I don't know. So the tricks and Butterflix are bickering, and Butterflix is trying to attack them, but it can't do anything. And Kalshara again is like, you can't do anything right. And I am like, oh my gosh, Kalshara is insufferable. So Icy turns him into a little puppy. And she's like, you can keep the ultimate power, but what I'll let you do with it is another story. Kalshara is like, it won't be so easy with me, and she turns into an eagle. Stormy tells her bonded fairy animal, Ocula, the giant owl, to go after her. And Icy's like, just let her go. She can't do anything when we've got the ultimate power. Which is true. It's crazy. After all this, Kalshara lost it in the matter of seconds. So we cut back to the Winx, and the cave is still collapsing. Stella tries to summon her most powerful spell, blast it at the rock that Flora is still under, and it just bounces off and makes the ceiling crumble even faster. They don't know what to do, and in come the fairy animals. Amarok is able to use his strength and moves all the rocks off of Flora, and she is fine, unfortunately. Cue the Sirenix earning OST. Yet again. What is this with calling Flora my friend? Amarok again calls Flora my friend. Okay, so Flora and Amarok decide to do a convergence spell called Strength of the Magiwolf, and they use this power to create very, very, very strong vines to support the greenhouse's ceiling from collapsing. The ceiling stops collapsing, and the Digsies are safe, and everything is happy and peachy keen. Except for the fact that they just lost the ultimate power to Kalshara. Oh! Great.
What?
So the king and queen arrive in the orchard. They traipsed all the way down there, and they're curious what happened. Bloom says that we saved the entire orchard. You're welcome. Also, Cookie was a big help, too. And so the king and queen are very, very thankful. The king and queen even try to eat some of the diamonds. They look good. Like, I want to eat diamonds. Like, a ring pop? Like, oh my gosh, like, come on. The king and queen invite Cookie and the Winx to the party, but they're unable to because they have to save the magic universe once again. The king and queen are like, okay, well, thank you so much, and they leave. So the Winx and the fairy animals leave, and they say goodbye to Cookie and the king and queen and the other Digsies, and we cut to an establishing shot of Althea. The shot is really cool because it slowly zooms in on Althea. It almost does the Althea theme, and then it cuts it halfway and does the Cloud Tower theme. And it shows the Tricks and their fairy animals flying towards the screen. I forgot to mention Butterflix in his puppy form with the ultimate power is with them. So they're like, Althea, it's finally time to conquer that college. And as they almost fly into it, the protective barrier appears and blocks them from entering. They're like, what was that? And Darcy's like, the same old magic barrier. Basically how we feel about the barrier. So the Tricks decide to do a convergence spell, and before it shows the Tricks actually breaking in, we cut to Faragonda's office. The Winx appear, and they're all happy, but they see Faragonda on the ground, and they're like, oh crap, let's go make sure she's okay. So they run over to her, and Faragonda's like, Kalshara was the Digmole, and she grabbed the ultimate power. We are screwed. Stella, as comically as ever, has to say, well, on the bright side, things literally can't get any worse. And what do you know? The Tricks appear. It got worse. Right after Stella says that, Althea is shaking, and Griselda walks in and is like, the magic barrier collapsed. The Winx and the fairy animals run outside, and they're like, the Tricks!
The Tricks!
Weren't they trapped in the dimension of legends? Aisha sees Butterflix as a dog form and is like, look at that dog they have with them. That glow is the same as the ultimate powers. And before they can even sit there and figure out that that is Butterflix, it is time for Butterflix. And again, since they're in their Season 7 casual outfit, they have those random headshots before the transformation. So crazy how little they transform into their main transformation in their main casual outfits this season. This time, there was no dance. This is also the first time the Tricks are fighting the Winx with Butterflix, so they haven't seen them evolve since Bloomix. Darcy has a really cool shield spell. I love this. And Darcy goes, we haven't introduced our animals to you yet. So the Tricks introduce their fairy animals' names: Frostbite, which is Icy's lizard, Chemi, which is Darcy's lizard, and Ocula, which we know is Stormy's owl, and they tell them to attack the Winx. Stormy makes a double tornado, trapping Techna and Stella, and again, it's classic Winx. Stormy with the tornado spells, they break free and they are fine. The Winx fairy animals are attacking the Tricks' fairy animals, and there was actually a cute scene with Flitter and Ocula. Flitter's like smug because he escaped Ocula, and as he's flying, he sees this giant shadow cover him. He looks up, and there's Ocula. Love Flitter so much. Bloom says, come on, Winx, let's do it together, because together, we are stronger. It's very much magical adventure. We're back, and we're better than ever. It shows Bloom, and then it shows the other 5 Winx with these little action shots, and Techna is the center. So Icy tells Butterflix to lay the veil of dark mist.
Whatever that means.
So all of a sudden, Butterflix makes this giant dark mist appear and cover all of Althea. In a matter of seconds, the Tricks are gone, and the fog clears, and the Winx have no idea where they went. Stella's like, does that mean this is over? And Bloom's like, unfortunately, I don't think so. So we immediately cut to the Hall of Memories, and we can still see all of the rubble from where all the other animal statues used to be on the walls, as if no time has passed since Kelshara stole the wild magic. Faragonda, the Winx, and the fairy animals are all there, and Faragonda says that the Tricks are attacking Althea where its magic source is kept, in sort of like the heart of Althea. They're like, what do you mean? And she casts a spell, and all of a sudden, we are in this room with this giant rotating heart. I wonder if this is the same exact room, but in a different pocket dimension of it, because this specific area is definitely not a mini world. The wiki says that it is in the Hall of Memories, just hidden from view, and that would make the most sense to me too. So apparently the Tricks already got into the heart of Althea, and that's why Althea is weakening. So the Winx have to go inside the Althea heart mini world and try to restore the balance. Stella and Shiny have this weird little moment. Shiny goes up and touches the heart, and she glows with this yellow bright light. Shiny touches Stella, and she's glowing with this bright yellow light, and she's like, what's happening? Faragonda says, your magic is in harmony with that of Althea's. And Stella's like, I'm irresistible, don't you think? Shout out to Irresistible Winx, a really good song from this season. And I guess that was just to show that the Winx are in harmony with the heart of Althea. The scene didn't really add that much, but it's cool. Bloom tells them to go into the heart of Althea's mini-world, and all of a sudden, it's TYNIX time. At first glance, the Althea mini-world is so cute, it's almost giving vibes of Kepler's Galileo music video. There are pink hearts everywhere, it's very soft and aesthetic, and there are these giant heart-looking bushes on strings that look like bushes, but they're actually little butterflies with these really cute wings, kind of Butterflix inspired. And Flora confirms that the Althea mini-world is a world of butterflies. Go figure. Fairies, animals, butterflies. So we then meet this little green firefly creature who's called a flyby, and she says her name is Lucille. Lucille leads us to the power source of this mini world, and we see the same exact rotating heart thing, and it's like, oh, this is the middle of the Althea heart. It's really pretty, as this is all inside of a lotus flower on top of the lake. Just as they get there, we hear Icy evilly laughing from above. The Tricks and their fairy animals and Butterflix are all above. This shot of Bloom eats so hard. So the Winx try to get the battle away from the heart of Althea. Bloom and Icy are fighting. Aisha makes this giant diamond shield, which I loved, and calls it break magic. Not sure what that has to do with water, tides, or Andros, but Love it. Stormy is taking on the non-princess trio all by herself, Flora, Musa, and Tecna. Musa does counterpoint of melody at Stormy, and Stormy blocks it with a simple lightning shield, which I actually thought was really, really cute and cool. Again, love the Musa and Stormy dynamic here. And Bloom almost recognizes Butterflix in his puppy form, but not quite.
Animal is familiar somehow.
There's a beautiful Bloom eye scene here. While Bloom is almost figuring this out, Icy zaps Bloom right off of Elas's back, and as she's falling, she zaps Icy off of Frostbite's back. It's kind of tit for tat. Their fairy animals catch them, and then we cut to Darcy, who does her final dark spell on the heart. Stella totally faints because the darkness is just radiating out from the heart, and Shiny is like, no, not today. So she uses her magic to wake Stella up, and together the two of them do their convergence spell called Shiny Greed Enchantment. And this is able to fix Darcy's spell and bring light to the entire heart of Althea. Unfortunately, they didn't fix it entirely, and they still need to find something that can help heal the heart of Althea. So Lucily tells them that the only way to do that is to find the golden butterfly, but it's a creature that lived such a long time ago. Thankfully, the Winx can go back in time. So the Winx get ready, and then this episode ends. This episode, maybe I'd give it 20% brain rot. It was pretty good. The tricks came back, and the animation was beautiful. Flora was freed, unfortunately. Just kidding. And they used Butterflix and TYNIX this episode, and we got to see the tricks fighting the Winx in both of those forms. So can't complain there. But I'd have to say, if I didn't watch this on 2x speed, again, this would bore me to death. Episode 24. The Golden Butterfly. So we start off with Lucily recapping the plot from the previous episode. Lucily is telling them about the Golden Butterfly, which is the only thing that can bring light back to the heart of Althea. But they can't immediately go back to the past right in this moment in this mini world. What they have to do is go back to Althea and then go to the past from there. The tricks stay behind in the mini world and are like, you know what? We don't need to worry about it. We've still got the ultimate power. We're good. In the courtyard, we see all Althea's fairies, including Roxy and Daphne, along with all of the teachers. Griselda is preparing them for battle. It's funny, some of these background fairies have been at the Magic Winx level since season 1. I mean, we've known Amaryl since the beginning, and she has not evolved since. Daphne is back with her stale-ass voice.
I've just called for backup.
Not giving as much as Liz Gillies did. It's just like, not my Roderick. It's not my Roderick all over again. Even though this is happening,
I didn't know that that was happening.
Daphne is still slaying in Sirenix and in season 7. Probably my favorite transformation in the best animated season ever.
She's a cute girl, you know, cute next to gorgeous. Gorgeous is gonna, you know, devour cute.
And instead of just regular sparkles, there's also bubble particles coming off of her wings. So cool. This makes Sirenix the only fairy form to appear across at least 4 seasons. Season 5, 6, 7, and 8, if you count the season 8 forms and Crystal Sirenix. Then Believix technically appears in 4, 5, and 7. I don't think Roxy transformed in season 6. And Magic Winx only appears in seasons 1, 2, 3, and 7 with Bloom's flashback at the beginning. So Sirenix is pretty neck and neck for some of the forms that I thought would be present throughout the whole show. I love the fact that the tricks are still in their Dark Witch outfits that they got from season 6, and they still have that iconic crow transition whenever they teleport. The tricks appear in front of the staff and the students, and Roxy is basically leading the troops, which I love. And critiques aside, it is so cool to see these background fairies transformed once again and in HD. I think the last time we saw them transformed was season 3, episode 10, when the witches of Cloud Tower were spelled by Valtor and they were attacking the school. And there's this one fairy in the orange top and skirt with this little gem crown on top. I think she might also be a fairy of stones. Actually, yes, Mickey, M-I-K-Y, is the fairy of rocks. I stand corrected. Even though we have all these background fairies, unfortunately, it's only 8 of them. Their poor, sad army of these 8 background fairies. I feel so bad. Come on, Althea. You had all these fairies in the courtyard at the beginning of the season. I commended you for that. Where are they now? I am dying how in this one wide shot, some of them are just in their basic reference pose. So the tricks send their fairy animals after these fairies, and the fairies are fighting back. Throughout this crazy, well-animated fight scene, unfortunately, all of the background fairies have the same powers. It looks like they're just casting basic light spells at the animals, not at all relying off their personal magic. Now, in the comics and some of the card games, we know that these fairies all have their own unique power, and they are like specifically written incidental characters, especially Amaryl. But none of them are showing that here. Ocula uses lightning attacks at Kimmy, who is the fairy of thunder, but she does nothing. And it's just like, oh, missed opportunity, even if it was just one little spell that could have confirmed their authentic powers, like, ah. But of course, Roxy and Daphne have their powers. And this is the first time, I think, that Roxy is attacking the Trix. She was present at Althea probably during Christmas, although maybe she went home early. She was present in season 6, but she's never fought one-on-one with the Trix. And here she is going toe-to-toe with Icy. Daphne comes in, she's using her elemental spells. It's crazy, it's chaos, and I'm living for it. I do have to say, I love that all these fairies have crop tops and are not afraid to show midriffs, and I guess that goes to say, like, this whole season is not entirely about censoring the girls and making them too revealing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have all these slay outfits here. Amaryl is using light powers. She is the fairy of starlight, but again, they're all using light magic and blasts and stuff, so it could easily just be convenient for her. Whizgiz turns into this giant flying lizard and is attacking the Trix's fairy animals, and it is iconic. Finally, the teachers are doing something once and for all. Griselda's like, how will we save the college? And Timmy flies in on the owl and has an iconic glasses scene to the camera with a wink and all. Apparently Thorin, Daphne's husband, is also in the owl with them, and as Timmy is flying around, it shows Thorin giving a thumbs up to Daphne. And she goes, Thorin, thank you for responding to my call.
Ugh, gag me.
Actually, all the specialists are in that ship, and they're now all going after the Trix. The Trix then converge with Berphilius's power to make a huge explosion. Sky says they're too strong, and Icy says we're invincible. So we then cut to the heart of Althea, and the Winx have just returned from the mini-world, and they notice the light has completely gone out, so they are in desperate need to go back to find the golden butterfly as soon as possible. Bloom says Headmistress Mavilla will know where the golden butterfly is, which is valid, very insightful. So they get their stones out and they go to the Althea of the past. And it is time for the iconic chair spinning sequence. So we cut to the past and we see Headmistress Mavilla looking at all the rubble of the other crystal statues in the Hall of Memories / Fairy Animals Hall. And she is just about to do her memory wiping spell. But the Winx get there just in time before she does anything. Bloom explains to Mavilla what they need, and this is the same canonical moment where Farragonda walks in and finds the Digmole statue that she goes to keep. So that still holds true to the present, because she still grabs onto it, but in this timeline, she decides to help the Winx find the golden butterfly. It's so cool to see all these timelines interacting. It's giving Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. The fairy animals also meet Farragonda and Mavilla for the first time. Mavilla tells Farragonda to take the Winx to the secret garden of Althea and consider it her direct request. I don't know if that's Mavilla trusting Farragonda or just trying to show off for the Winx. But also, mind you, they didn't discuss the golden butterfly at all, at least to our ears. Maybe that was when Farragonda was having her little flashback moment, but regardless, the Winx are being led to where the golden butterfly is. Meanwhile, we cut to the present for a bit, and the Trix are still relishing in the invincible power that is the ultimate power. The specialists, the other fairies, are literally not making a scratch on the Trix. Daphne uses her old spell Dome of the Ocean, which was a cool little shout out, and captures the specialist before they fall to the ground. Icy is casually dodging these fairy attacks. She's like, are you serious? Icy says, this is magic. And all of a sudden, Berphilius does get knocked by Daphne's spell, and as he's spinning, his Stone of Memories falls out of his pocket and starts levitating and glowing. And Icy's like, well, what is this? And Berphilius quite concisely does a TLDR on these stones of memories and says, it's a stone of memories used to go back into the past to where all the other stones are. He's like, oh, darn, shouldn't have said that. Oh, shucks. Icy's like, so who has the other stones? And he's like, the Winx. So now the tricks go with Berphilius in the time stone to where the Winx are. We cut to the Winx in the past at Althea, and Faragonda is leading them to the iconic mural of that fairy on the wall in the stained glass. Behind that is a magic portal that takes them to the secret garden. I'm trying to think, was there anything else there before? Wasn't it the aviary or something in Season 5? According to the map of Season 5, it looks like the aviary was another door somewhere down the hall, but wasn't the secret garden. However, later Stella confirms that this is pretty much the aviary from Season 5, but it is not the greenhouse from Season 6 that Flora takes care of. Throughout all this, Faragonda is like, maybe someday I'll be able to be the headmistress. And Stella's egging her on like, oh, you will. Trust me. Like, you will. Like, I can see it. And Bloom is like, shh, you are not supposed to tell Faragonda anything about her future, or else you could mess up the present. Stella iconically says, hypothetically though, don't be too harsh on your future students. Especially me. Great. Okay. I mean, honestly, if I were Faragonda at that time, she seems a little naive. At least she's portrayed that way, so I wouldn't be too worried. But I do get where Bloom's coming from, because it could literally alter the present forever. And then Bloom puts a little duct tape on Stella's mouth. Bloom's like, that's a big dream. Have you ever told anyone about it? Faragonda's like, I did tell my roommate Griselda, and then she fainted. Which is so sweet that they used to be roommates.
And they were roommates.
Then Stella comes in from the side, rips the tape off her mouth, and is like, hold your dream tight. You never know what could happen in the future. And then she looks at Bloom. It's crazy the fire fairy does not have an angry look at the camera with the fire in the background like Stella. But Bloom gives this crazy look to Stella, and it is so iconic. This shot right here completely makes me love the Season 7 casual outfits, along with the entirety of Season 7 and its animation. I still don't get how some people cannot like these outfits. They are so good. And the high ponytails, and Aisha with the pigtails. Are you for real? So they then enter the secret garden. Stella says, it's been a while since I was here. Faragonda's like, do you know it? And Bloom gives her a look, and Stella's like, only by hearsay, you know, the usual magic dimension rumors. From around the corner, we see those flowers that were in the aviary in Season 5 that the Winx used to camouflage themselves with their hair from the dangerous birds. So altogether, this must confirm that this is in fact the aviary as well. Faragonda points out to those flowers, this is a rare example of the spotted petunia. Smell it, it's wonderful. She smells it and it stinks. And Flora's like, that's a stinky rose, actually. So, were they camouflaging themselves with stinky roses in Season 5? There's a little brain rot segment for about a minute where Faragonda is lost in the vines, and then she's got the flower on her head, and Critty's like, and she's like, oh shucks. 10% brain rot, at least. So, we cut to another shot of them all still walking around, and Stella's like, are we at all close to finding the golden butterfly? Faragonda says, to be honest, I'm not sure. No one has ever seen it. And they're all like, what? Musa's like, so what are we doing here? Where are we going? Faragonda's like, well, it has to be somewhere. And the college's only completely natural area is there. And I guess the only completely natural area in the secret garden is another patch of flowers. I don't know how that's more natural than the rest of the park, but whatever. So we now see a complete field of golden flowers, and it is beautiful, and Shiny is living for it. We then see a giant one in the middle, and Bloom says, this has the same glow as the heart of Althea. Faragonda says, I think the butterfly is somewhere in there, within. And then it's TYNIX time. For one last time, the Winx transform into TYNIX and enter the flower mini-world. This is also the only mini-world that was also in the past, and in a pocket dimension itself. Inside the flower mini-world is a beautiful world entirely of flowers. They are all along the ground, there are giant trees that are just flowers, And there are even live flowers that are like getting scared of the Winx. There are glowing flowers, there are dancing flowers. It is so, so cool. And the sky is also golden too. It's so detailed and beautiful. All of a sudden, there are these cute little bunnies and they are this mini world's animal. The Winx use their bracelets and Musa says, "Hi little ones, you're nice, you know?" And the bunny says, "Did you hear? They speak our language." So Mib from the Volcano mini world was able to speak English, but this time the bracelets are making the Winx speak their language? It's a little confusing. It's not too clear. This is what I thought the bracelets did, was it just translated the Winx's voice to theirs and theirs to them. But anyway, they are called Puff Bunnies. And they're like, "Hooray, the Winx!" And the Winx are like, "You know who we are?" And they're like, "No, but we're glad you're here." Iconic. Then one of the bunnies is biting Elos's horn and he's like, "That is not a carrot." And he's like, "Oh, sorry." There's a little montage and it's really beautiful and we're just soaking up the beauty of this flower mini world. They go to an area where all the flowers are still in bloom. And Flora says that this area has been weakened, but she says there is a very powerful being sleeping here. And then she catches a glance at the golden butterfly in a cocoon. So I guess the golden butterfly has never opened ever before in the history of Althea, still up until this point. But I guess its existence is still important. So maybe it was never needed to hatch until this moment. So then the Tricks appear with Butterflix and Stella's like, "How are they here? We are in the past, aren't we?" Icy confirms that with the ultimate power, they are able to travel to the mini worlds, and with Butterflix's stone, they are able to travel to the past too. It's also interesting that the Trix's fairy animals don't have an alternate form in the mini world. Maybe it was not needed, or maybe they just didn't decide to do it for like 1 to 2 episodes, because all the other fairy animals have a special TYNIX form. But again, I don't think it was necessary. I didn't even notice it till I thought really hard about it. All the more reason why Roxy could have been able to tag along with them more and more this season. She doesn't need her own stone. She could just go with Bloom by holding her hand. If 3 witches, 3 fairy animals, and a wizard can all use 1 time stone, Bloom can bring Roxy, 1 other girl, along with her stone. Then since we heard Butterflix talk, Bloom's like, "Butterflix? Is that really you?" And now we finally clock that is Butterflix. So now chaos ensues. Stormy makes a tornado of lightning bolts, which Squonk is able to break through with his magic. Elos and Bloom go after the golden cocoon, and as Bloom grabs it, the Sirenix earning OST plays again, and Icy is onto them. Bloom and Elos fly right up into the sky really fast, and Icy attacks Bloom. She falls off Elos and is falling to her doom. Icy makes a giant, sharp, icy sculpture right underneath Bloom, and it cuts off right at that. We don't know if Bloom is gonna land on that, and this is kind of one of the most bleak scenes in the show. It's like they're implying that she would fall onto that and like stab herself. Like, oh my gosh, it's crazy. And that's all. I'd have to give this episode at least 10% brain rot for that Farragonda scene. And maybe we'll bump it up to 20% just for good measure. But overall, not an insufferable episode. It was the last TYNIX. Overall, pretty decent episode. Episode 25. New Magic Harmony. So we start off where we left off, and all of a sudden, within the first 30 seconds, Bloom is saved from the ice pillar. Icy's like, "Goodbye forever, Bloom." And then instantly, Elos destroys it. So the whole cliffhanger was a little bit redundant and unnecessary, but I mean, it was iconic. And because of that, Elos's horn evolves into a golden horn. This sort of evolution stuff is cool, but it's not as exciting as any of the Winx earning a new power, or the Pixies doing something cool. Like, Elos and his horn, really unbothered. It really doesn't have anything to do with anything, but it's cool, I guess. So the girls are fighting, then all of a sudden, Bloom, along with Elos, use Fire of the Unicorn, and it attacks Icy and Frostbite. It's kind of this big moment, and then all of a sudden, Stormy comes up from behind, and she's about to do some sort of lightning attack. But then Aisha comes along and blasts Stormy with Tide of Andros. And again, plain name spells, but we can see the gems in her spell very clearly. Stormy goes along to Musa and Tekna, and then Tekna has a beautiful diamond shield. So cool. Stormy casts 2 tornadoes onto Musa and Tekna, and they are actually trapped. But then Shiny and Stella come along, and Stella's like, Shiny, Ocula's power is too strong. Stella and Shiny use Shiny Great Enchantment, that same spell they used before, and it totally knocks out Stormy's tornadoes. And the funniest shot happens with Stormy and her eyes being crossed. She's like, I can't see.
Bitch, I can't see!
And she falls off Ocula, and the whole time they're doing like motion blur stuff in between shots, and I love that. It feels so real. Say what you want about the Flash animation, it eats. It truly eats. Stormy and Ocula then fall onto Kemi and Darcy. Then Butterflix uses this time to make his escape as this little itty bitty dog with the ultimate power. They all sort of gather around Darcy and Stormy, and then Stella is like, Bloom, where is the golden cocoon? She says she lost it, then the camera pans over to it, and we see it start to hatch. And then Bloom is also looking right at it, so I guess she found it. Okay. It is starting to hatch, and it's really, really pretty. In the next shot, the cocoon hatches into a butterfly, and it is so pretty. It is definitely my cup of tea and very detail-oriented. Like, it's got the sort of Butterflix wings with the pure line and then the gaps in between. It actually has multiple wings on one side that are going in multiple directions. So, is that actually physically helping them fly? Along with the holes, no, but I still love it. Stella says, it's wonderful! They use the TYNIX bracelets to communicate with the butterfly, and the butterfly thanks the Winx for waking her up because during her slumber, the magic of this realm became very weak because she wasn't there to recharge it or anything. So we see the butterfly flying around to all of those blossoms, and with her magic, they bloom. Then Aisha says, this is wonderful! What is with the wonderful? Wait till season 8. Just wait. We cut to Icy on the ground, slowly getting up, and we see a flower bloom, and she's just like, no! Then we see some flowers underneath the Trix and their fairy animals, and they shoot up and blast them far away. Butterflix sees this, and he continues to try to escape. Musa clocks that Butterflix is fleeing, and she goes and chases after him. Elos goes too, and unfortunately, a flower shoots up from underneath him and blasts him all the way in the direction of Icy. The Trix disappear with their really cool crow transition, as always, and Bloom is like, no! And I was like, oh my god, okay, let it out, girl. Flora and Aisha are like, girl, it's okay. We woke up the golden butterfly. That's what really matters right now. And that's true. The butterfly is like, how can I ever thank you? And then Bloom says that the heart of Althea is very weak. Maybe you could help heal that? The butterfly says, I promise you, it will shine again, forever. A bright golden light appears, and then we cut to the Winx outside of the heart of Althea in the present. And they're looking at it. They're a little concerned at first, but not to worry, the golden light completely comes back. And Bloom and Tekna have a little cute hand-holding moment. I was like, oh my god! So we cut back to the courtyard where the specialists were fighting the monsters this whole time. And it looks like they're just getting up from combat. Daphne puts her hand on Roxy's shoulder. I was like, this iconic duo. Farragon is asking the specialists if they're okay, and they're like, yeah. Because of the TYNIX power, I'm assuming the Trix and the fairy animals just disappeared at that moment. So it makes sense time-wise why it hasn't been too long since they stopped fighting them. Even Thorin sounds like he could care less and would want to be anywhere else. I don't know what it is, Daphne, but this season, girl. All of a sudden, the Trix appear and Icy tries to blast Farragonda, but Daphne comes in and is like, embracing wind! Back off!
Back off! Embracing wind!
No!
The background fairies pull back up, and now everyone's fighting. We get a flame spiral from Daphne. Love. Daphne and Icy have a classic Kamehameha energy blast fight, and unfortunately with Frostbite's combined power with Icy, the magic is too strong and Daphne gets blasted away. But never fear, Thorin was right there to save her. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Farragonda tells Griselda to go warn the other students. Girl, okay, confirm there are other students. Where were they? They were being fought by the Trix and their darkest fairy animals ever, all summoned by the ultimate power, which they now technically have. Why was the whole school not fighting?
Bring it on, witch!
So the Winx and the fairy animals finally appear and walk outside, and Palladium is like, finally, you're here. And Whizgiz is like, the Trix attacked us. Where were you? Do they have to be at your defense every single moment?
Where were you?
Maybe try to have your other students help protect the school. maybe not rely on them for every magical threat. And also, they were just there with the tricks. They didn't really miss much. The Winx are like, chill, it's okay. The golden butterfly is here to save us. Then all of a sudden we see a yellow dome made of little golden butterflies start to appear and cover the school. Icy calls out Bloom for not having the courage to fight and hiding behind the barrier. But we all know, like, girl, it's over. Go away, Trix, you're not getting in.
That stupid barrier!
Once the Trix and their animals finally head off, Aisha's like, they still have the ultimate power. And Bloom is like, let's just let it go for now. Oh, okay. So they're chilling, and then Roxy points out the fairy animals. And it looks like all the random other fairy animals from the Althea Natural Park decided to just walk into the school, into the courtyard. How long of a walk is it? They just all decided to walk into the... Okay, I don't know. So the Winx fairy animals are meeting the other fairy animals. It's really cute. Amarok is looking at that one creature with the mane. Squonk is looking at that accordion, and Shiny is looking at that one bird. I think the Scarret. Apparently, they feel really safe here because of the golden butterfly's energy. And Bloom says the golden butterfly's energy is linked to that of the fairy animals and the fairies, so that's what brought them here. And Farragonda says, your dream came true, Roxy. You should be proud. And I was about to cry. I was like, girl, oh my god, her journey. I think her dream was to have all fairy animals in balance and in harmony, and it did come true. All of a sudden, the orange Digmole, Farragonda's original Digmole that also started this whole mess, pops up. Roxy picks him up, and she's like, I feel this Digmole has a strange connection to Althea and to you, Farragonda. She gives the Digmole to Farragonda, and she's like, is it really you?
Is it real?
Farragonda was so emotional, and she was surprised that he even recognized her. And girl, I'm also surprised.
My bad, I'm sorry.
But apparently her magic aura is still the same, so of course he recognizes her. Then Farragonda turns to the Winx and says, girls, this is a day to celebrate. And So Wonderful Winx plays one of the best Winx songs in this season, or of all time. We get a good scene of a dance party, everyone's happy, all the fairies and fairy animals are dancing along with the teachers and the specialists. This song is so good because it's poppy, it's also got a good emotional tinge to it, and all in context of this being one of the last real seasons of Winx Club. It all combines and it's just a great, great moment. It's like their last main party in the classic art style, and it's kind of sad. This is not just any dance montage though. First of all the teachers are dancing in such a weird way. Griselda has a moonwalking moment, and it is insane, and I love it for her. It's just crazy. We see the fruity music bar drinks once again. We also see these watermelon dishes that have like a fruit salad in them and with some potential ice cream or something in them. That looks good. I'll have one of those. Shout out to Modern Winx because in early seasons, there was never any food. Now all the cafeteria tables, all the party tables are full of food. Love that. We see Daphne and Thorin sitting at one of the tables, and it's like crazy to think how far Daphne has come since season 1. In some ways it's like, really? They did that to her in season 5? But some ways it's like, good for her. She came back to life and got married and is now crowned princess of Domino. And also, how old do you think they are? In this season, if Bloom is 22, could she be anywhere from 30 to 25? I want to say, I don't know. If Bloom was that young while Daphne was that old, there's like a definite like 5 to 10 year difference. But if Bloom was that old while Daphne was that old, I mean, she's at least 15 years older, right? Maybe 18 years old. Girl, I don't know. I feel like they're giving 30s, mid-30s, Daphne. Maybe. I don't know. We see more trays with drinks, and we see one where Kiko and Flitter jump on the tray. I love Flitter so much, and the fact that we're bringing back OG Kiko, not Laquette, not Elas, but Kiko. I love that. I love that those two bonding too are so cute. And Flitter is drinking the soda, and it totally reminded me of Over the Hedge when I think his name is Hammy gets the whipped cream. We cut to Tekna and Timmy dancing. Oh my gosh. Season 1 development. I don't like to dance. It makes me feel kind of awkward. Tekna tries to kiss Timmy, but her lips never touch his face. But then he blushes when she goes back. Winx Club English, they made a compilation of all the kisses, I think just from season 7, and that was one of them. That was not a kiss. So I don't know. Maybe that was supposed to be a kiss, but we'll never know. We see Lori, Evie, and Carol in the background, the 3 fairies that the Trix disguised as in the Egypt arc last season. Iconic. And they'll also show up for the following season too. We see Aisha and Nex dancing, living for them. We also see Bloom and Sky dancing. And I don't even know what to say, or even if I can say anything, just look at the screen.
Oh! What kind of program?
What the heck? This is a kids show? This is the Nick Jr. era? What? Then Farragonda and Palladium start to bump their butts together. I'm done.
What in the... Yo.
We have to end it now. Like, really.
Brandon and Stella start bumping their butts together, and Shiny is still crushing on Brandon. Shiny and Brandon start to dance, then it cuts to Stella deadpan sitting on one of the benches with her drink in her hand, just eyebrow twitching, as Amarok comes up and drinks Stella's drink from her hand through the straw. Iconic. Then we cut to the table, we see all the food torn up with the same DP soda can that was in season 1, episode 2. Girl, they use the same resources. Does that stand for Dr. Pepper? I don't know. But we move up to Kiko and Flitter on the screen. Adorable. They looked like they were stuffed. My only complaint is that the official version of this song is too short. And I believe they looped it in this scene because of that. Usually the song would be too long and they would have to cut it down for the scene. This time they had to extend the song. So in general, like, it's such a good song. I wish there could have been more to it. Like maybe a bridge or a third verse or something. Like, give me something. The party's over and we're outside the gates of Althea because the Winx are saying goodbye to the specialists. And this is basically their departure from the season, except for the very last scene in the last episode when they do come back. But basically, they are not going to be here for the final battle with the Winx. And I love that. Sky blows a kiss to Bloom and, oh my god, why is that so cute? Stella says, I'm exhausted. And what appears but a shadow of an eagle? It is Kalshara. We see the eye transformation and oh my gosh, it's my pet peeve. It's the triangle again. I don't think that's supposed to be like that. And I don't think it's necessary because there are times before, like I've said, it's just the normal cat iris shape. And she fits perfectly. It doesn't cut her off. I don't know. They're all ready to throw hands and then Kalshara's like, I'm not here to fight. I'm here to propose an alliance against a common enemy. Love this. I love when the villains fight each other or turn on each other and it's like all the villains are messing with each other. Right now we have like 3 parties of villains. We have the Trix, Braphilius, and Kalshara. Braphilius stole the ultimate power from Kalshara. They were fighting. Then the Trix were fighting the 2 of them. Now Kalshara's gone and they have Braphilius hostage. It's a whole thing. So we cut to the Trix in some dark underground location. There are blue, dark rocks all around, and there are these pink, bright, vein-looking vines all along the walls. Icy says, thanks to Braphilius' power, they were able to locate the underground world. I wonder if that is the same as Shadowhaunt or Downland or whatever it's called, but I don't know for sure. It's not the same exact stuff, but it very well could be. I'm assuming it's just somewhere on Magix. Braphilius says, can't I just switch back to my normal form? I'm sick and tired of these fleas. He has fleas. How did he get them? I don't know. Icy says that there are very dangerous creatures hiding in these caves, and we cut to some silhouettes of a bunch of these cool, cute creatures who don't really look too dangerous. They're so cute. They remind me of like Lilo and Stitch or Kim Possible type characters. I don't know if I'm just looking into that too much, but that's what I first got. I am so mad my video was not recording for the last bit, but apologies. The little creatures are messing with them, and then Braphilius is like, let's get out of here, please. And she's like, no way. This place is the biggest source of wild magic, and that's why they're there, because they plan to absorb it all. So we cut back to the Winx, and Kalshara is rehashing her deal. She's like, I'm here to propose a deal. I'm here to get my brother Braphilius. She's pulling the brother card. She's like, I know he's an idiot, but he's the only brother I have. Suddenly becoming emotional out of nowhere. And she's like, in exchange, you will have the ultimate power he holds. And Bloom's like, if we do so, we'll have to stop the Trix together with you. As the camera zooms in to Kalshara agreeing, the episode ends. I'd have to give this a 5% brain rot. This was watchable. I mean, some parts would definitely be better on 2x speed, but overall a great episode to lead us into the final arcs of the show. I think it was really good. I loved So Wonderful Winx during the party scene. It's proof that a change of a song can make the world of difference. I love prototypes, but some of the prototype songs I've heard would have completely changed the meaning of certain transformations and theme songs. It also goes to show, what if there was a different song for this intro and outro to the season's episodes? I might have liked it more. Even though there was no transformation this episode, I still thought it was really good. Episode 26. The Power of the Fairy Animals. So we start off this episode right where we left off with Kalshara in front of the Winx and their fairy animals. Kalshara is reiterating her offer to the Winx that she would really like help to help capture Butterflix to get the ultimate power back because he is her brother. She's saying that the Winx can take the ultimate power, but she needs them in order to stop the tricks just so she can have her brother, because it's the only one she has. Everyone is hesitant, as they should be. And honestly, they did it for the plot. I love when the villains have these undercover plans. So much so, like when the tricks disguise themselves, or when the wizards asked the Winx for their help again, and it actually was a bad plan in the end. I love that so much. Also loved when the Winx disguised as the tricks in the season 8 finale. Kalshara is like, I can sense Butterflix's magic presence, so in order to find him, you really need me. Bloom's walking up with the Slay Season 7 animation and says, can we trust you? And Kalshara says, absolutely. I'm a fairy after all. Now you want to play the fairy card? Girl, this whole season, she's one of the most brutal villains we've seen. And she's gonna play the, I'm a fairy like you after all. Actually, no. So we cut to the caves, and Butterflix, the Tricks, and their fairy animals are on the way to try to find the ultimate wild magic source. And the little creatures in the shadows are watching them. Butterflix slips on a rock, goes down this whole obstacle course of slides, pits, and valleys, and he lands and cracks into this one rock on the ground. And from that crack, breaks free the door and gateway to the ultimate wild magic source. So with his craziness, he actually found it. Butterflix even hides behind Icy, which I feel is so crazy. He's obviously under captivity from the tricks. It's almost giving Stockholm Syndrome, like he finds comfort in those who have captured him. And kids are aware of that. Like, a 5-year-old me would be aware of what's on screen. Not to the deepest, most mature extent, but like, I would be aware. So the tricks fly through this ravine, and their fairy animals and Butterflix slowly fly in after them. And as they get to the end, before them is this giant flowing source of wild magic. We see some crazy perspective shots with the tricks and motion blur and depth. It's really cool. Icy wants the fairy animals to come closer so they can all enter it together. And Butterflix is like scared, saying, no, I absorbed a power like this once and it did not pay off. It hurt him forever. Referencing episode 3 when we saw Kalshara give him the bit of wild magic, which turned him into that dog man creature. They're all scared and Darcy touches it with her hands as if it's like nothing. And this is so cool, playing into the tricks' pure evilness. Like, they'll touch magic even if it hurts them. Like, they don't care. They are desperate for power in any way they can get it. So they all mount their fairy animals, and then one by one the tricks enter the wild magic source. Butterflix is hiding behind a rock, and out come the tricks, fused with their fairy animals. We only see shadows so far, but it's about to get real. So we cut back to the Winx, and Roxy is like, I'll come with you. And Bloom's like, not today, Roxy. We need to play this game alone with the tricks. And honestly, if there were any time for Roxy to help, it would probably be now. This is like the last resort. Maybe she would have given them a boost considering what happens in the finale. Flora says, we'll be careful. We aren't girls looking for trouble. And Stella says, and I quote, yet trouble always seems to find us. Love. Daphne, who could care less, says, good luck, Winx. And then it's time for the final transformation sequence in season 7 and of the entire iconic classic art style. HG or otherwise, this is the final shot of the OG art style. And it is so sad. For one last time, Magic Winx, Butterflix. So we cut to the underground world with the Winx and Kalshara, and they are looking for Butterflix. Kalshara says this is the deepest place in the entire magic universe. And she says, we're moving through the dark abyss. And Stella says, in other words, watch where you put your feet, girls, which sends me.
Watch out where you put your feet, girls.
Amarok says that there are many creatures hidden throughout the shadows of this place, and there are. So eventually, they turn a corner, and Butterflix, as his little puppy ultimate power self, runs right into Kalshara and is acting like a literal puppy. But Kalshara's like, get off of me! And Musa and Bloom clock that, and they're like, didn't she say she cared about him? But then she switches right up and is like, how are you? I missed you. Trying to squeeze the positive out of her. Bloom's like, not so fast. Where are the tricks? And he's like, stay away from those three. And they're like, what do you mean? All of a sudden, Icy's like, we're right here. And out from around the corner comes the tricks, completely immersed with wild magic and completely fused with their fairy animals. It's epic and unsettling, but so cool. It's also cool that they still have their season 6 Dark Witch outfits being the base of these outfits, with Icy having 7 ponytails, but they each look like their thing, and it's so cool. But I feel so bad for their fairy animals, because it looks like they definitely did not want to do it. And Shiny confirms that they merged with their fairy animals, and Stella says,
And I thought they couldn't possibly look any worse.
She ate that. And Techna even gives a little glance like, you ate. It's also cool to see Stormy with wings of some sort for the first time. What made me so confused was that Butterflix was at Kalshara's feet, just like hugging her, and all of a sudden, she kicks him off right into the hands of Icy. Why did she do that? Why did she do that? Did she not mean to? Like, she wanted the ultimate power over anything, so why would she do that for any reason? I don't understand. So now the Trix's goal is still to get the ultimate power that Butterflix has, or just use him as is. So they realize that the Trix are super powerful, so they decide to launch a focus attack at Icy, and this knocks Butterflix out of her hands, and he lands on the ground. And during all this fighting, the Trix's powers are completely the same pattern as the wild magic that we've seen throughout the series, that blue, teal, purple color. It's crazy. So they are in the thick of it, completely immersed with wild magic. So Kalshara goes to the ground where Butterflix just landed and is like, you still in one piece, bro? Girl, try again. She tries to flee the scene with Butterflix, but then Darcy is like, not so fast. So Kalshara and Darcy start turning into different animals and they start fighting each other. Unfortunately, however, Darcy does catch Butterflix. At this point, the Winx are really no match for the Trix, and it is so frustrating and heart-wrenching and sad to see, but also refreshing that they're not instantly able to defeat this new villain. And the fairy animals see this. They see that the Winx are really not going to be able to stand up to the Trix. Defending themselves isn't even good enough, and they have a long, hard decision, and they finally decide it's time. This little montage of each of the Winx fighting, dodging the blasts, while their bonded fairy animal appears on the side of the screen, looking at them so sadly. So the 6 fairy animals start conjuring their final spell, and from the light where the wild magic source is, appears the Infinity Swan. Darcy iconically says, "What's this, a fireworks display?" He says, "Those who live by nature have no need to fear me, but for those who have no respect for nature, prepare to be vanquished into my shadow." Then Icy blasts the Infinity Swan and says, "The Trix are the rulers of nature, bow before us." Queen, you just absorbed some wild magic. You think you're the queen of nature? Okay, well, whatever. And he absorbs it like it's nothing. He's like, you thought you ate. He then puts his wings around the Trix and puts them in this bubble, completely trapping them. The Infinity Swan goes over to the Winx and says, now it's your turn. Bloom says, let's use our Stones of Memories. They'll trap the Trix in limbo outside of time where they won't be a threat to anyone anymore. And Aisha says, we need all 7 of the stones. Then Bloom's like, power of the stones, I command you. And Butterflix's stone flies out from his pocket or whatever and goes right into their hands. Could the Winx have not done this in the first place? Could Farragonda not have recalled that spell? Oh my gosh, he did not need to hold onto that stone for this whole season. It is so ridiculous. But, I mean, it is what it is. So all 7 of the stones gather, and this huge portal appears. It is beautiful. It's one of the prettiest portals we've ever seen in the show so far, in my opinion. And these blue tentacles come from the portal and grab onto each of the Trix. First, it takes in Stormy. It's crazy. It like wraps all around her wings, it wraps around her arms, and it completely takes her in. Her voice actor sounds really good. She sounds like she's actually struggling, actually screaming, and she put in her work. She paid her rent with that check. Darcy, however, her voice was like No! Oh, shucks. Oh, no! As she's getting pulled outside of time into limbo, into the depths of obsidian, like, girl, this is serious. And Butterflix escapes her arms as well. Throughout all this, we see Icy struggling in the background, and we finally zoom in on her as she is the last one to go into the portal, and she is struggling. Her voice acting is really good here. She is clawing into the ground, holding on for dear life, but it is not enough. And she finally gets pulled in, and at the very end, she's like, just like, literally trying to say anything while the portal is finally closing around her, and she accepts defeat. So it's kind of sad to see the tricks disappear again, but don't worry, that is not the last you'll ever see of them. So Kalshara is happy. She's like, for once in your life, you've been useful. Like, girl, okay, that's kind of rude. And then the ultimate power diamond escapes from him and floats over to the Infinity Swan, and he puts it in his necklace. And now Kalshara is going crazy. Kalshara is just like, all that work for nothing. I had the most powerful thing in reach and you lost it. Butterflix is like, come on, you always have me. And she's like, Butterflix, your place is here with other useless beasts like you. And the Winx are like, okay, wow, so she wasn't going to be nice. She did not change. Then the other creatures are like, no one's useless. Someone ought to teach you better manners. And they push Kalshara off the cliff into the abyss of wild magic, and she dies.
Oh, she passed away? Oh. All right.
And Bloom's actually like, Kalshara, in concern. I think that was interesting because it's like, as much as the Winx want to defeat their enemies, literally killing them is like a whole different thing. This is like one of the few times we've actually seen a character flat out in Winx. Aside from technically Naboo, Mandragora, Palatia, and some others, this is really one of the most bleak ones. I also thought of that time in season 6 when the Tricks were still the headmistresses of Cloud Tower and were having this couple of witches go through the portals, and some of them went in and goo came out the other portal. Did they actually die? Like, what happened to them? And Stella says she thought she had lost everything, but she didn't realize she had the most important thing. Someone that cared about her, which is so true and so sad. And the fact that it's a brother and sister dynamic, like, they had each other. This power-crazed stuff meant nothing, but she lost that, and then she lost herself. So all the monsters are hugging Butterflix, and this Infinity Swan is just killing me. Like, he's too iconic. He's hilarious. And also the Infinity Swan says that something has changed in Butterflix's heart. So he's gonna stay in that form for a while and really reflect on the person he has become and wants to become. Cue the Winx earning Sirenix OST. The Infinity Swan says that he's going to protect the ultimate power for as long as nature wishes. Then he says, our mission, as well as yours, has ended. Now all 6 of the fairy animals are saying a little line of dialogue as they all say goodbye to the Winx. And that frame of Musa, I remember drawing that once in 9th grade. It's really sad too. Farragonda got to keep her bonded fairy animal, but the Winx can't. For Technomusa and Aisha, I understand that theirs are from the past, but all around, none of them get to keep their fairy animal? Bloom blows a kiss and is crying. And so am I. And we seamlessly transition into the Valley of Fruits. I don't know why the party is happening necessarily, but I think it's obviously just an end of year, end of drama, defeating the villain celebration. Also, Bloom with this poof in her hair is iconic. It is putting Dance Mom Jill to shame. Then some of the Winx snap and they start playing Irresistible Winx. A really, really good song. Sparkling lights, our wings are da-na-na-na-na. We're the Winx of magic, can't you know it? I think it's funny that the music completely starts playing before the Winx even fully get their instruments together. Like, is this diegetic music? Is it not? What's happening here? And also, I don't think anyone is even singing. So there's that. It's also interesting and a little jarring to see the Winx logo on the drum set, like right there. Like, you usually don't see that in the actual show. It's appeared there before, but it's still kind of shocking, like, oh, okay. Also note that Musa and Bloom are both on guitars. Has that ever happened before? Everyone's dancing, the specialists are dancing, Farragonda's dancing, and Helia has this moment with the accordion and the mouse, and he's like, oh my god, I'm sorry for even attempting that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Why are you not laughing?
Because it's not funny.
All this is really sweet, and it's kind of sad. It does feel a little empty without the fairy animals being there, who have been there the entire season. Although in some ways, it is good that they didn't just make everything a perfect happy ending. I'd also have to say the Winx outfits overall are so slay. They are so good. They are so edgy, and I love them. I love the teased hair, and I love this scene of Bloom and Sky as they walk together and zoom out super far with all the animals getting it to the shot. I loved that. And there's a cute picture moment just like the season 2 finale, and I wish they did that more often, especially for season 8. Give me some pictures. There was a total missed opportunity for Timmy to use Tekna's green and pink camera with the heart on it, which she has used numerous amounts of times, because he did that at the end of the 4th special. They swapped out his gray camera that was originally used for Tekna's. As they're taking all these pictures, Kiko eventually photobombs the last one and blocks Stella out of it. Of all the Winx, I guess that's good he blocked Stella out of it, because it's like, girl, as long as he didn't touch my underrated trio, I'm fine with it. And they each have a lipstick print on that final photo, and you can actually tell it's each of their shades of lipstick. Side note, I love how Tekna has this very light pink lipstick this whole season. It's really, really cool on her. And I'm not sure if by the time season 7 was finished, if there was a season 8 planned or in the works, so this could have been set up to be a series finale just in case. And in some ways, it just is. And it's really sad that this is the last shot of the entire series in the classic style.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now that we've covered every episode, let's get into some more broader topics and overall analysis. The story.
I love the story.
The story was okay. We learned about these creatures called fairy animals, and they are now endangered because a fairy animal hunter named Kalshara has abducted this Digmole, and we're not sure why. So we go to learn about the Digmole's secrets, and we find out that it's the keeper of the ultimate power, a magical power that can control fairy animals, and it's very dangerous in the wrong hands. So the Winx are on the quest to find the animal with the ultimate power, to protect it. Along the way, they bond with some other fairy animals of their own, and together they learn that those 6 animals are together the guardian animals of the ultimate power. Through time travel in many worlds, they eventually find out that the ultimate power was in the Digmole statue at Althea the whole time. Then, the ultimate power lands in the hands of Raphilius, who summons the Tricks via the most dark animals in the magic dimension. The Tricks take over and almost run the show. The Tricks fuse with wild magic itself and become shape-shifting witches with the help of the ultimate power. But to save the day, the Infinity Swan is summoned by the 6 guardian animals of the ultimate power, and the Winx have to say goodbye to their mission as well as the fairy animals. In the end, fairy magic is saved, fairy animals are saved, and the Winx have yet another mission under their belts. I feel like the story was really, really cute, involving fairy animals, another subset of creatures we haven't really talked about yet, but I thought it was cute. Another nature-themed season, but primarily nature, not just the ocean. I thought that was really cool, and it's such a broad topic that deserves to be highlighted. I think it was one they hadn't done yet, besides a little bit of Sophix, but besides that, it was a great topic for them to feel into, especially with it being fairy animals. They had Roxy along for some of the ride, and I really enjoyed that. Outfits. I loved the outfits. They did not disappoint, as usual. Fashion in Winx Club is not my #1 priority, but I always am pleased with what they wear. Firstly, I loved their casual outfits. I'm surprised they didn't wear them more while they transformed into their Butterflix, but regardless, I thought it was really cool. Their signature colors look so good in that fit, and Bloom looks so good with the ponytail. We got the season 6 pajamas again, as well as the new cupcake pajamas, which while writing the notes, I wasn't a big fan of, but now I'm really indifferent. They're cute. They are cute. I think the more I look at them, the more I like them. The Stone of Memory outfits. What a cool concept. A spinning throne sequence, which is a whole other amazing thing altogether, but with these very unique outfits that look so good, just used for a little sequence. And they were back in the same outfits they started in after it. Loved it. Tekna with the ponytail, and Roxy with the ponytail. Oh, I'm signed up. And Roxy got her own version for just those 2 episodes she was in with it. I love their old school Althea outfits, which had to have been like the 1800s or 1900s at least. The fruit outfits. The outfits in Baby Winx with the long pants were so cute, and I love how they transitioned into perfect cute little outfits for their baby form. It was seamless and cute, and I loved it. We got a 3rd set of winter outfits this season on Zenith. Season 5 had one as well, and Season 6 had one that they wore in Canada. But they also had another Zenith outfit with the houndstooth material with those wings in the back, which were actually the same wings used in Travellix, the same transformation in the comics that involved the Stones of Memories. I loved the medieval times outfits, especially the fake fairy outfits. So cute. And the cute dresses with the curly hair. That look is so underrated in my opinion. I don't know why some people are so mad about that, but it's cute. The only problem is Flora didn't get the curly hair. Animation. Say what you want about Flash animation, but I love it. I think it can be beautifully done, and here it is. In this season, the rigs are so well developed for every position and every shot, and it makes it so they're able to play with so many different camera angles and shots and make them all work well. And I think that is definitely something to be impressed by. Like Season 5, there weren't many weird shots or angles, and it didn't look like they were relying on one facial expression angle for a lot of scenes. All the scenes were pretty much complex and fluid for the most part. It wasn't very stiff, it was very professional. There were also so many funny bits too, like with Stella and all her memes, anytime the background would change or they do a little comical heart eye on someone, as well as Bloom with her angry scenes, with her squinting and the silhouette coming down onto the screen. Love that. And it's so ironic how this season was the most yassified and slayified, perfected version of the art style.
I said it, I'm not taking it back, I meant
As you never do.
and I'm not.
But once
Yet it was the beginning of the end with the most childish story yet. The transformations. As I mentioned before, Butterflix and TYNIX eat the house down. I wish Butterflix as a sequence had more, of course, and I wish that we could have gotten any more of TYNIX that we could have in any way, shape, or form, but the sequences, even though they crossfaded and there were random short scenes, I still love it so much. I think the crystal aesthetic makes up for any shortcomings it has, and I do love the break from power lines that we got from this. It's like, we get it. You're the Fairy of the Dragon Flame. We don't need to know all of that. It was a good transition into World of Winx with DreamX and Onirix, which I also love, the different transformation format where they didn't have to put their power line. You know, I definitely would have loved more of a complex sequence for Butterflix, or at least arm scenes and eyeshadow scenes for the other Winx, although that would definitely get repetitive. It just seemed very simple for such a complex season. If they took some budget out of the brainrot scenes and put more energy and time into the Butterflix main transformation, maybe that would have come off better in my eyes. But I could never get mad at TYNIX. As beautiful as it is, I could never get mad at it. The pastel, beautiful hair with the highlights, the long high ponytails, the sleigh crystal outfits, and the mesh material, so cool. And that arm sequence, don't even get me started. The planet name spells do make me cringe a bit, but I will live. Let's talk about a main topic in this season, fairy animals. Unlike the Guardians of Sirenix, the Selkies, the Pixie Pets, or even the Fairy Pets, the fairy animals had real, solid, complex, different personalities and appearances, which really complemented that of the Winx. I mean, we've got a wolf, a squirrel, a quill cat, a unicorn, a cry-cry, and a giant glowing shiny bird. They are so different, and they have such good personalities. In some ways, this is different from the Pixies, because they all stand out from each other in such a different and unique way. I also like the mythology behind some of them, notably Squonk, the cry-cry. Because in mythology, a squonk was a creature that was so feared and ugly that it scared everyone and cried so much because it was so lonely and hurt. It perfectly fits in with the squonk or cry-cry that is Squonk, Aisha's animal. It's so cool, and you wouldn't know that if you didn't look it up. I also like how each of those animals were not specifically from their bonded Winx home planet. Like Elos, Bloom's unicorn, was from Earth. Critty, Musa's quillcat, was also from Earth. Shiny's bird, we're not sure where she was from, but also Squonk was from prehistoric Magix. The only bonded fairy animals that were from the Winx home planets were Amarok, who was from Lynphia, Flora's wolf, and Flitter, Techna's flying squirrel. When it comes to the Selkies, they're from the planet's ocean of that bonded planet, and of course they bonded with the Winx. It's definitely more developed than the Selkies, and in some ways more diverse and brings more to the table than the Pixies. I know that's crazy to say, but it's true. The voice acting. Overall, the voice acting was okay. Of course, when you drop from the iconic Nickelodeon Atlas Oceanic cast, it is going to feel disappointing in some regards. This is in no way saying that the season 7 dub was bad objectively. This is just a disappointing change that inevitably happened during this season. Eventually, I did get used to the new voices, and the Winx's voices were strong. Like it or not, I think Bloom was a good Bloom. Even the tricks really worked. I think that Icy kind of reminded me of her dubbing brother's voice, and Stormy held on to that classic raspy voice that really suits Stormy. Darcy sounded decent as well, although her screams were not as performative as the other two tricks. In some ways too, this saved Flora's reputation from the previous seasons. Had Alejandra voiced bitchy Flora, I don't know if I would have liked her as much looking back on the character. But thank gosh it was a new voice, so we can kind of blame it on that. But Flora this season, it just wasn't her. Music. This season had iconic songs. I was not really a fan of the intro and credit theme songs. To me, they were kind of cringy, repetitive, childish, and missing just that little extra bit of oomph that I usually get from Winx credit and intro songs. It was Winx, but it was very childish, just like, we are the Winx, come on, get up and play. I do love a good upbeat pop song, but I also need that to be tasteful and well done, like Sirenix. I love the theme and credit songs that have a little emotional tinge, like Underwater Mission or Superheroes, even Season 6's opening song, and Season 8's credit song. Other than that though, I mean, Butterflix and TYNIX's songs were great. Children of Nature, we just wanna be free. So Wonderful Winx, Irresistible Winx, love those songs so much. Even some of the others were good, like Mon Ami, My Friend. Shine Like a Diamond I will not listen to because the song does trigger me. And then the Roar song knockoff, I'm just kidding. It's okay. It's not my favorite song. Speaking of songs, there is a song that I lost for the longest time, and it was a prototype song for the Season 7 intro by Elisa Rosselli. I believe it was for the intro, but the song is titled Butterflies, and in my opinion, this would make a perfect intro or credit theme song, and it would bring Season 7 up to such a notch with its quality and maturity. I couldn't find it for the longest time. It was in an album, Fly With Me, that Elisa released in January of 2021, but has since been taken down. I also listened to the prototype Butterflix song, and I have to say, I do prefer the official Butterflix song over the prototype. Had Butterflix been different and less copy and paste of the same simple sequences, I think that that would have been maybe a more appropriate song. But with it just being simple, like come to the camera, arm poofs on, dress poofs on, wings poof, and then a whole dance, I think that that song could have been better. But I think that the current OG Butterflix is really good with the transformation and the dance, and the song almost gives me vibes of that K-pop music video they referenced. Is that just me? I don't know. Now we're gonna get into some things I really disliked, as well as some things I really did like, as well as some in-between things I think were definite missed opportunities. Starting off with things I did not like. Number one, it's a given, the fact that this season was changed to a younger demographic. The change affected the show so poorly. Obviously, if the target audience is going from like 12 to whatever to 6 to whatever, it's going to be a little boring to watch. It's going to be understimulating. The Nick Jr. brainrot and pacing was just unbearable as a 24-year-old watching, or even a 14-year-old watching when I first saw it. So when I say brain rot in this series, I want to make it known that I am talking about slow-paced scenes, understimulating dialogue, or just boring, cringe, slapstick comedy. If it's anything to make the scene more childish, boring, over-explaining, anything that wouldn't have appeared if it were still in the older, mature age bracket, that is considered brain rot. But if you are a child, I do think you would enjoy this. Had I watched this at 6 years old, 8 years old, I probably would have enjoyed it. I would think. Number 2, Flora's behavior. I have beef with Flora in general, but here it's too much. In season 7, she really digs her own grave, and her new voice actress does not help her with that. This sudden change in her voice actor suddenly gave her a backbone, and I'm hoping that they can make like SpongeBob and Patrick, their alumni from Nickelodeon, and ride that roller coaster so I can take out her spine, because what do you mean this is the new Flora? Alejandra could never. All other Floras put her to shame with the attitude she served. Holly Gauthier-Frankel would have snatched her. Carrie Williams, that was my sister. Alejandra, not a chance. Eileen Stevens, girl, it's not you. It's just all the circumstances together that really make me dislike that character entirely. Her behavior was so wrong for so many reasons to so many people. She was so rude to Amarok, and she was so rude to Helia, judging him for things he did not do wrong, blaming Amarok for things he did not do wrong. I mean, Amarok was protecting Critty from being stolen, trying to wake Flora up, and she didn't listen to him. Healy was trying his best to help find the fairy animal with the ultimate power, and Flora did nothing but blame him for waking the tortoise up when he did not. She was judging him in the Valley of Fruits. He did nothing wrong. She's just rude, and I dislike her. Don't even get me started on her attitude towards Melee, the fairy that was more powerful than you for a brief moment last season when she defended your butt from the tree ants. You are going to now treat like an absolute child, younger than she ever was when she debuted in season 3. She's the reason you earned your Enchantix, because she saved your life first. So, Flora, I would count your blessings and not bite the hand that feeds you. One of the most frustrating parts of this season, the ultimate power being inside the Digmole statue. The fact that the ultimate power was a diamond is whatever, but the fact that it was in the Digmole statue mini world was ridiculous. Because this whole season we are being led to believe it is in this one animal's possession. The fairy animal with the first color of the universe. First, we thought it was the Digmoles, but then they just told us the riddle. So they told us to look at the fairy animal with the first color of the universe. Then we ended up bonding with 6 fairy animals who told us they were the guardians, but they still didn't know where it was. And then it's the Digmoles again, but it's closely linked to the fairy's power. According to the creature of the rainbow mantle, they vibes tells us that it's closely linked to the fairy's power. Okay. So then the Digmole becomes like this sentient being, and now it's the statue of the Digmole. If you were not paying attention to all of the silent scenes and paying attention to everything, you would not have known that it was in the Fairy Animals Hall before it became the Hall of Memories, and it was among many other statues. Had they given this more lore, we could have realized, hey, it was a statue in there all along. Did the wild magic absorption affect the other animal statues? Did they have mini worlds of their own inside each of them? Were they as important? Did the wild magic encompass all of them except the Digmole? Why is the Digmole so special? I'm fine with it just being special, but I mean, it almost was unexplained. The statue thing just threw me off. I'm sorry. It was that main riddle tying the whole season together which really pissed me off. You're telling me this whole season you're following that riddle, leading you in circles back to the Digmole statue who had the power all along. It's the fact that it was not an animal. It was an object that looked like an animal that had Digsies inside, closely related to fairy magic. Was it the Digsies that were the animal related to Digmoles, related to fairy magic that had it? I don't know. It was just so confusing. Is it just me? Does this make perfect sense to anyone else?
Clap if you're against it. Oh.
So those were all the things I severely disliked. But now, let's get into some things that I think were definite missed opportunities. First things first, the Winx's unique rooms that they created in season 6 are completely gone. The only room we see is Musa's music cafe, but we at no point acknowledge that is what the room is. We just have it as some sort of party room incorrectly placed in the ballroom area from season 1 episode 3. I hated that. Aisha's gym, gone. Stella's boutique in her closet, gone. Flora's greenhouse, gone. Irrelevant. Never been to again. It was like a whole plot point in season 6 that they developed and earned these rooms. I mean, Musa even said Flora has her greenhouse, Stella has her boutique, and Aisha has her gym. There's nothing for me. And then none of it mattered. Second, I think Butterflix could have been bigger. Maybe this is just me. I don't know. After this video, I've kind of grown to like Butterflix, but I think just in general, it could have been different. I am biased because I am a bigger fan of the less feminine, more combative transformations like Magic Winx, Believix, Sirenix, Bloomix even, so that might affect my preference for a transformation with big poofy dresses. But I do love the hair and the wings. My thought is just the dresses were very, very similar. In structure. In design, not really. They were actually pretty different, and they even redid each of their different dresses for their baby form, which I loved. But it was a lot to look at and a lot to sort of comprehend, and it looked very hard to cosplay, which is why I struggled for so long thinking of how the heck can I cosplay a male version of Butterflix without losing my mind. I like how in the dolls that darker outline color comes off as a solid material on the dresses. I don't think it's like that in the real show's dresses, but I think it's a cool concept on the doll. It looks like a very, very difficult cosplay to pull off in the Winx universe, as I struggled myself trying to do a half cosplay with the armbands and the wings and craziness. And I just think that the sequences, if anything, could be different and could have been more energetic. It's fine to have a more calm, elegant transformation, but in their most refined art style of any season, this is where they fall short, and the transformation sequence, it just seemed too safe and too simple. And I wish they did more. So Butterflix is weak against wild magic. I don't get that, and that is not right. Bloomix can't do a single thing. Butterflix can't do anything either. Literally, what is the point of Butterflix? If they earn it because they've proven themselves the protectors of nature and fairy animals, genuinely, what advantage does it give them if they can't really do much else besides their special spells and just shields and attacks and stuff? What is Butterflix doing? Like, that bothers me so much, actually. Butterflix should be able to defeat wild magic, period. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into some things I truly, truly enjoyed. Number 1, Musa and her break from Riven. I loved this. All the Winx have been on and off with boyfriends the whole series, mostly on. And this time, we finally get a reasonable break from Musa and Riven. They made this a canon event recapping what happened from season 6 where he left somewhere to find himself, and that carried on into the season. We saw her sad, lonely, and we even got a heartfelt moment between Bloom and Musa during the Althea Natural Park's grand opening in the Valley of Fruits. And it was actually really cool how it was very Musa-centric. Usually the boyfriends don't give or take too much to the authenticity and the magic of the show, but I think it was really refreshing to have someone single on the team. I mean, is that really a good message to send to the little kids now that we've changed our demographic, that they all must have a matching boyfriend, and if they don't, they're the odd one out and it's their problem? With that in consideration, I want to make it clear, I don't typically see the later seasons as a soft reboot. In my mind, I view it as a purely canonical series, especially seasons 5 through 7. Season 8 is definitely a bit of a different story, but for the most part, the entire main series up until season 7, I treat as one continuous story. Because to me, it is. Every season flows together seamlessly. Even 4 and 5 with the Believix transformation, the animation was different, but Believix was the perfect thing that like complemented both season 4 and season 5. With this continuity in mind, it makes perfect sense that Riven would have left and it would still affect Musa up until this point. Call me ignorant, but that's how I see it. I mean, we don't really see any reason why they're still at Althea, taking what seems like very beginner classes with familiar students' faces who have been there for a while, but still I view it all as canon. Second, I really enjoy the Stones of Memories. This was such a cute and clever device that they brought that included Roxy and was so cool. It was clever. It was the first time we really got to go back in time, and it brought about a new transformation sequence, which you know I'm a sucker for. The sheer uniqueness of it too, the spinning chair sequence with brand new outfits, and Roxy getting one for the short moment she has the stone, amazing. And for them to reanimate that with only 6 winks later on was really good too. And they played with the lore of that as well. I mean, when Butterflix stole Roxy's stone, he also got the transformation sequence, and he was spinning on the chair and it fell off of it. It was cool. 3, Roxy being back entirely with her newly HD animated Butterflix that they again only played twice. So much quality and energy put into a sequence that only appears twice in the series. Amazing. Number 4, I loved the appearance of the old planets we haven't been to in a while, like Pyros and Apositus. We really got to see so much lore of planets we just haven't even heard of in a while. And not to mention the Bloom flashback on Pyros during one of her most important character development arcs, her getting her Enchantix. I mean, we got to see Maya, we got to see Bloom in her Magic Winx outfit for the first time, animated, full HD, 1080p. We saw the specials, but they were never released in HD. And the plot was so relevant too. In season 3, episode 16, Maya was telling Bloom Pyros has its own unique essence, just like every planet, which is different from Domino's and different from yours. And that became a whole thing with her fairy dust, which I still don't really get, but it made perfect sense that her dragon flame cannot heal Pyros' magic fire. Baby Winx. I mean, what a cute concept. For them to be in a baby form, yet not be completely devolved to their most basic Magic Winx form. I thought it was so cool to see these OP Butterflix fairies struggle to use their magic, but then at the same time push Butterflix around because he is who he is. I love the way they copied their adult long pant outfits onto the baby Winx, as well as Butterflix. Like, it was so cute. And it was the same way babies were drawn, with their eyes and their eyelashes, according to season 1 and even season 5, when Stella turned into a baby or a 3-year-old. The fact that they could transform as babies was so cute, because they did not need to do that. And like I said, I love how they made that glowing effect surround the Winx entirely, seamlessly, even to the 2 Winx that were in the foreground the most, because sometimes, as I've mentioned, it does not work that well. Number 6, the background fairies. We only got 8 other background fairies, but we saw them animated in pure HD, their sparkly Magic Winx outfits, finally standing up to save Althea. This was the first time we've seen any background fairies since season 3 episode 10, I want to say. I also loved how there were even different unique background fairies for Althea of the past. 7, Daphne's return in her Sirenix form, ready to fight. Daphne is now canonically a teacher at Althea, and she was still ready to save the day with her iconic Sirenix form. Number 8, I loved the old Althea, the old headmistress, and the old students, like Farragana and Griselda being roommates together with Kalshara. Like, that was crazy. Althea had uniforms, they had a whole different concept of learning to be a fairy at Althea with the fairy animals. It was very interesting. Number 10, meeting Flora's parents. Of course I'm happy this happened. Of course I'm so glad to see it happen. It is disappointing for Flora's character that we're doing this so late in the show for the first time. I mean, when Flora literally says the words, "These are my friends the Winx." Hi, yeah, I'm introducing them 11 years later because I've never introduced them to you. It's just crazy. It's crazy. But I am glad we got to see them. And we got to see Miele too, and the whole family together. 4 of the 6 Winx are only children, which to me seems very rare. So I'm glad we kind of got a sister, mom and dad moment going on. Number 11, Stella transforming without a sequence in Banana Day. I loved that so much. Just a snap. It's a shame it had to start from her plant wedding dress, but still cool nonetheless. And for the wings to slowly fan out, so cool. Number 12, Shiny and her love for eating crystals and gemstones. I am with Shiny on this one, and I think it's why I love Steven Universe so much. Crystals are so beautiful, and they look good. And the fact that Shiny ate Stella's Ring of Celeria was such a good callback and such a good little Easter egg for old fans to point out. And it was the OG one, it was not her Nickelodeon special one. Number 13, Techna's reflection on the gem in the first mini world we go to. That perfect, detailed, fragmented reflection on the ground and that crazy crystal shape. So detailed. Probably really difficult to animate that. Love it. Number 14, we went back to Zenith again, saw Techna's parents again with iconic new winter outfits. Number 15, the specialists. First, Brandon and Stella were engaged? That's confirmed, I guess. Happy for them. Although in the episode after, Brandon says, "Let go my girlfriend." I guess you could still be girlfriend, boyfriend, and fiance, but like, which one is it? I mean, come on. Next, Helia and his origami magic. Love that. He's only used magic for origami here and there in season 5, but here he full on does it. And sometimes it looks like he's physically making the stuff too, so it's not all magic. And for whatever reason, I think it was the season's art style, Helia looked so good. Like, he was so fluid, the way his hair was moving, his facial expressions. I loved Helia. I was like, wait, why is Helia bias-wrecking me so hard? Aisha had some romance development with Nex, and I loved that. I mean, season 4, that happened. Then she started to meet Roy and was weary of him. Then in season 6, Roy and Nex were like fighting for her attention, and now she ended up with Nex. I was always team Roy. I don't know, what were you guys, team Nex or Roy? I was team Roy because we met him first and he just seemed nicer than Nex. But I guess Nex is growing on us. It's hard to tell. Season 8 Nex is really, really kind though, so shout out to Season 8 for doing something right, I guess. I'm kidding. I like that Riven is gone and we got some alone time with Musa, as I said. And Brandon just got his husky voice from the Sofix arc back for no reason. The change in voice was kind of stark for his sake, but I did get used to it eventually. But the same voice to be Brandon in Season 8 was the craziest part. And Sky getting jealous of Elas. It was iconic, honestly. He's never gotten jealous over any other bonded creature like Kiko, Laquette, Serena, or anyone. But here he finally did, and rightfully so, because Elas was I don't know, I enjoyed that rivalry between Elas and Sky. It was kind of cute. And of course, last but not least, of all the things, I loved the Trix's return. Oh my gosh, why were they so iconic? They slayed so hard. It was so interesting that their fairy animal fusions were with their dark witch outfits from season 6. But they looked good. I mean, their ponytails looked amazing. Stormy's with her scrunchie and the curly hair ponytail. So cute, along with Icy with her 7 ponytails, the 6 on the sides being like lizard, like tentacle tail looking things. Like, oh my god, that was so cool. But so scary and eerie for the fairy animals. Like, those poor things, they didn't look like they wanted to go into the wild magic, which makes it all the more cool, I think. Now, what would have made me like season 7 more? Number 1, for it to air in America, not on Nick Jr. as it used to do, because at the time, 14, I was not keeping up with Nick Jr. at all, and I didn't know that later in 2016, it did air on Nick Jr. How was I supposed to know that? No clue. Number 2, have the same Nick voices. The iconic Atlas Oceanic voices really helped the revival of the show, and it is such a shame that after 2 full new seasons, they were gone. Number 3, have the same target audience. The decrease in age for the target audience was such a shame because it was so detrimental to the authenticity of the show. I think, of course, at the end of the day, Winx is Winx, but it clearly made this show infamous for a reason. There's a reason why it's difficult to watch, because it's simply for a younger audience with less complex plot and scenes. Keeping that the same would have definitely made me like it more. Number 4, make Butterflix a little more unique in the transformation sequences. The only real differences are that Bloom got the eyeshadow and shoe scenes, while Stella was the only one to turn the opposite way when she got her wings. Everything else was the same, and it was just not appealing to me in that sense. Not necessarily saying the outfits look too similar, because they are the same type of dress, but very differently in the patterns. Just the sequences specifically, like, girl, it's the same old stuff. 5, change the intro and credit theme songs. They were not the best to me. As I've said, I just did not like them that much. They were very childish, although they did still have the Winx spark. It wasn't fully there for me. It was like on the verge of annoying. Number 6, give me more TYNIX. More TYNIX. Anywhere, everywhere, all day, every day. Overworld, anything. Give it to me. I love it. Crystals, diamonds, and maybe even explore on the crystal aspect of it. You know, TYNIX and mini worlds is sort of different from crystals and gems. It's a really, really interesting concept. And if that were the main transformation of a season, that would have been the most OP, goddess-like, heavenly season ever. And I would watch it. Growing up, I viewed it with the lens that they always got more powerful every transformation, whereas now I view it and I think it's kind of like Enchantix was their max and maybe Believix was their max, but ever since then, when they get a new specialty transformation or seasonal like Sirenix or Cosmix, it's more of just a change in the magic versus like they're going up another ranking and god tier. But viewing that from that lens when I was young was so cool because I was like, TYNIX? They're getting even more powerful? That's crazy. They're basically in god form right now. And TYNIX is definitely final form material. 7, and there's no mistake about that number, have Roxy earn her Butterflix. She was in the transformation thing. Her hair was blowing with the other Winx when the butterflies gave them their powers. She was right there. There were so many holes in some of the group shots where she easily could have been placed and it would have made a perfect odd formation. Not to mention the music video that was the inspiration for the Butterflix transformation and dance sequence was a 7-member K-pop group. So she was in the numbers, although having Roxy out of it does do justice to continue the OT6 energy that Winx always had. Had they changed to include Roxy, it might have given less development to the other Winx who barely get it at all, like Flora and her plot and story, along with just the underratedness of Musa Tecna and Aisha not getting that much screen time compared to Bloom Stella Flora. And number 8, have the stakes higher. Make the riddle make sense. The fact that the whole season, up until the 22nd episode, was relying on the riddle regarding the statue and Althea that was there the whole time? It was ridiculous. Although yes, changing the past initially gave Farragona the statue, it was there to begin with in the past. So whether she picked it up in the past or not is irrelevant because the statue was still there and that was the ultimate power all along? It's just so frustrating. It really was that riddle. I mean, we were going through the trenches, bonding with fairy animals, going back in time, almost getting killed, you know, taming these beasts and dealing with these problems, all for it to be inside that Digmal statue the whole time. It really frustrated me. Now for my final say. It's crazy that it's been 10 years since season 7. 10 years since season 7. That's 1 year short of the same gap between season 1 and season 7. It's crazy to think how much Winx evolved from season 1 to season 7, and now it's crazy to think that season 7 was 10 years ago and how much that has changed since 2015. Season 7 is so misunderstood and full of so much missed opportunity and potential. It is so underrated. It is not embraced nearly enough as it should be for its great, great parts. And that is not to blame the fans, because they have their reasons. Fans have a right to be upset. The childish demographic was a blatant, bold, unavoidable change, and it affected the watchability of the season. And it is such a shame that it happened during the most beautifully animated season. Denial and anger are a part of the grieving process, and it is just sad to say that the grieving process was basically happening before our eyes. It was 2015, and Winx's main story ended in 2007. Point blank, nothing is ever going to recreate or come close to the iconicness of the first 3 seasons and first movie. There's nothing. Just like there's nothing that can recreate season 5 and the perfection that is Sirenix ever again. Season 8 can try, and they'll do some things that are really good, but nothing can recreate that authenticity. Those original seasons are iconic and will continue to live on to be iconic forever. There's no stopping the appreciation for those seasons. By all means, that's what they're there for. But nothing will ever recreate it or top it. And nothing really can. All the future seasons can do is try their best to recreate and rehash the same iconic Winx energy that once was before. 10 years is a long time. 10 years is a long time, and it was a long, long time full of intense change. I mean, that's one thing that makes any new show different from its originality, was the time period it grew up over. 2004 to 2015 is wild. In those 11 years, we had the development of YouTube, of iPhones, of new technology, of streaming platforms, and so on. TV was no longer what it once was. Kids didn't have to wait for Saturday morning cartoons, and they didn't really have to wait for any new release with streaming platforms. I'm not sure if Winx was on Netflix at this time, but overall, there was so much more to do in the world. Kids from 2004, who are now adults or teenagers in 2015, had so much more to do. They didn't have to wait for their favorite show to air. They could just watch whatever they wanted whenever, with not only on-demand things, but YouTube and illegal sites. I mean, TikTok wasn't a thing yet, but Vine was. Other social media, technology, and society just changed to a point where kids did not need to rely on cartoons for their main source of entertainment as they once did. Not only that, but the kids who grew up with season 1, 2, 3 of Winx are now at least 10 years older. That's not me saying that Winx exhausted all their good ideas and this is why they're left with they're left with. That's just to say they did finish their main storyline in 2007, and 8 years later, we're still making new content. So the content is going to be different in some way, shape, or form. In conclusion, thank you guys so much for watching. This video was so much fun to make, and I hope you had an amazing time watching it. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe and comment down below your thoughts. Did you enjoy this video? Do you agree with me? Were you surprised? Were you somehow able to appreciate Season 7 more with this video? If you did, please leave a like as it really helps me out, and I will definitely know to make more of these videos. What are your thoughts on Butterflix and TYNIX? Do they slay the day away? I would say they do. And am I the only one who thinks TYNIX is so underrated? Why is no one talking about TYNIX? It is so beautiful. If you want more of these, please let me know. Although this was a lot of work, there's definitely not going to be one for a little while. I know that in the fall, World of Winx is having its 10th anniversary, November 2016. It's gonna be November 2026, so I'll definitely try to have a video ready for then. But also, Season 5's 15th anniversary will be the following fall, August 2027. So definitely keep an eye out for those. I feel like doing newer seasons is more fun for me because they are less analyzed, and there's only one English dub, so it's really easy to watch through and take notes and recap. But regardless, if you like this format, definitely check out my Winx Club podcast called Magic Winxology. It is a Winx Club rewatch podcast where we rewatch the episode and make a bunch of commentary and dissect it. The newer episodes are switched to a different format where I react to it on stream and add in my commentary throughout. I do add a lot of commentary, so don't worry, you're not getting shortchanged anything. It's overall a great podcast, so definitely check it out. New episodes are coming out. I have so many on deck to edit, like at least 30. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in my next video. Bye!